Auxiliary verbs. Auxiliary verbs are also called helping verbs. So now I have two names. The first name is auxiliary verbs and the second name is helping verbs. The auxiliary verbs help the main verb to describe actions at present, in the past, in the future, or in different tenses and rules. Again, the auxiliary verbs are called helping verbs because they help the main verb. There are two types of auxiliary verbs. The first one, number one, the main auxiliary verbs. We have verb to be, verb to have, verb to do. Again, when we speak about auxiliary verbs, we have two kinds. The first kind is called main auxiliary verbs. They are verb to be, verb to have, and verb to do. The second kind is called modal auxiliary verbs. They are the modal verbs, and the modal verbs do not have third shape. When I say can, present, could, past. What about past participle? We do not have past participle for the modal verbs. Just examples now. We have can, could, will, must, etc. In a coming session and the coming slide, we'll discuss the modal verbs in details. But for now, I have the auxiliary verbs. They are called also helping verbs. We have two kinds. First kind is the main auxiliary verbs, verb to be, verb to have, and verb to do. The second kind is called modal auxiliary verbs. They are the modal verbs like can, could, shall, should, will, would, may, might, and so on. Let's have some examples to clarify the auxiliary or the helping verbs. In any sentence, I must have main verb. When I say I play football, I subject, play verb, football object. Again, this is a simple sentence. I have subject, verb, object. In any sentence, I must have main verb. So the word play is a main verb. When I say also, I will play football. As we said, if I have just one verb, this is main verb. So the word play, main verb, essential verb. But when I say I will play football, the word will is auxiliary verb or helping verb. Again, will, this is auxiliary verb, or as we said, helping or modal verb. But the word play is the same. This is the main verb. So here I have the word play itself, main verb. Here in the second sentence, play is also main verb, but there is auxiliary verb plus the main verb. Another example, when I say I ride a bike, I need you to try to think with me. The word ride here, is it main verb or auxiliary verb? I have just one verb now. So the word ride is what? Main verb. This is the basic of the sentence, main verb. But when I add another verb before the word ride, this verb will be auxiliary verb. Let's try to do it. Let's watch this example. When I say I can ride a bike, here I have also the word ride, main verb. And before the main verb, I add something extra. This is extra verb. So we call it what? Auxiliary verb. Let's watch again. Here, the word can, auxiliary verb, and the word ride is the main verb. Another example. When I say I write an email, here subject, I subject, write verb, an email an object. Again, in this simple sentence, I have subject, verb, object. The word write, what kind of verbs? I have just one verb now. So this verb is what? Main verb. So the word write is main verb. What about I am writing an email? How many verbs I have now? One or two? I have two. In the first example, I have just one verb. So this verb is main verb. In the second example, I have two verbs. This is the basic one, the word writing. This is the basic verb. So we call it main verb. And I have extra verb. This extra verb is called what? Yes, you are right. We call it auxiliary verb. Here, the word am is auxiliary verb or helping verb, as we said before, and this is the extra one. And the main verb, the basic verb, is the word writing. This is the main verb. I think it's very, very simple and important because they are the basic to know all the coming tenses, the coming phrases, the coming expressions, and so on. So I have to know that any sentence must contain main verb, and we can add extra verbs before the main verbs, and we call these extra verbs auxiliary verbs. Another example. When I say I have written an email, I need you to try to think now. How many verbs I have now? Two. This is the main one. The word written, this is the basic one. So the word written is the main verb. What about have? This is the extra verb. The word have only help the word written. So have is auxiliary verb. As we said, this is the word have, this is auxiliary verb. The word written is the main verb. Verb to be. Before we speak about verb to be, we have to speak about the pronouns. I, we. I is singular. The plural is we. He and she. It. When I speak about insane, not a human, we use it. He is singular, she singular, it singular. The plural of all of them is they. Again, he, she, it singular. What is the plural? They. Like the word I singular. What is the plural? We. You. When I say you, I mean singular and plural. I can say you are my friend, just one. Also, I can say you are my friends. This is plural. Again, the word you may be singular and may be plural. Verb to be at present. We use am, is, are. Again, I have three words for verb to be. When I say I am, the word am with the pronoun I. Again, I am. He is, she is, it is. And also when I mention a name of any person or anything, I use also is. I can say Adam is, Anne is, my pen is. We are, they are, you are. And also when I say you, I mean you as a singular and also I mean you as plural. So again, you are my friend and also you are my friends. Adam and Anne are. But Adam is, Anne is. Adam and Anne are. Again, I have am, is, and are. This is verb to be at present. Let's have some examples to clarify verb to be. When I say I am a doctor, he is my friend, or Adam is my friend, I can use pronoun or noun singular with is. She is a good painter, or Anne is a good painter. It is an expensive pen, or the pen is expensive. We are friendly. They are smart, or my friends are smart. Again, when I say I am, he, she, it is, when I mention name of person singular like Adam or Anne or the pen, I use is. When I say we say we are, this is plural, they are, and also when I have plural noun, I also say and use the word are. Last one is you. We said before that you is used as singular and also as plural. When I say you are a good person, this is singular, and you are good persons. So the word you here is what, singular or plural? It is plural word. About verb to be in the past, we have two words. The first word was and the second word were. I was, he was, she was, it was, Adam was. And also when I say Anne was and my dog was. So any singular noun with the word was. What about were? We say we were, they were, you were, and remember that the pronoun you is a singular and plural at the same time. Again, when I say you were my friend, this is singular. When I say you were my friends, this is plural. Also, Adam and Anne were. This is plural word. About verb to be in the past also will be clarified with some examples. When I say I was a doctor, this is in the past. Also, he was my friend. Adam was my friend. Again, remember, I can use pronoun or noun. They are the same. She was a good painter. Anne was a good painter. It was an expensive pen. Or the pen was expensive. We were friendly. They were smart. Or my friends were smart. You were a good person. This is singular. You were good persons. This is plural. Verb to be generally has three shapes, three forms. I can use verb to be at present, in the past, and also in the past participle. About verb to be at present, we have the first word am when I say I am, and the past I was. We have the third shape of the verb, which is called past participle. This is the word been, and we use the past participle with the perfect tenses and also in the passive. You will know them in details step by step. Again, the past participle of any verb is used in the perfect tenses like present perfect, past perfect, future perfect. And also we use the past participle with the passive form of any sentence. Again, you will know them in details. About he and she and it, we use the verb is at present, and the past of all of them was the past participle been. We, they, and you are at present, were in the past, and been also past participle. Now, this is the quiz time. I need you to answer the following quiz, then correct your answers to check your progress. In this exercise, choose the correct answer. I am or is or are or were a sociable person. I will read all the sentences now with you, but I need you to pause the video, then take your time to write your answers in a separated sheet. Then, in the coming slide, you will find the model answers. Correct yourself and give yourself a score to check your progress. And don't forget to congratulate yourself when you have good score. Number one again, when I say I am, is, are, or were a sociable person. Number two, she, am, is, are, or were a kind girl. Number three, they, am, was, is, are good friends. 4. We, is, was, are, were tired yesterday. Number 5. I, have, was, had, were very short when I was 5 years. Number 6. Last weekend is, was, are, has, the most enjoyable one. He, this is number 7. He is, was, are, were excited when I telephoned him. Number 8. Am, was, are, were you ready now? Number 9 is a question also. Is, was, are, were they at the club 2 hours ago? Number 10. It, is, has, had, were a wonderful morning. I need you to take your time, read sentence by sentence, write your answers in a separated sheet, then check your answers in the coming slide. About the model answers, number 1, I am a sociable person. Number 2, she is a kind girl. Number 3, they are good friends. Number 4, we were tired yesterday. When I find any word relates to the past, I use past simple. But when I find the sentence without any keyword about present or past or anything, I always choose present simple. Again, when I find word like that, here I have the word yesterday, so the sentence is in the past. But if I don't find any keyword about the past, directly I choose present, even if I do not have a word about present. Number 5, I was very short when I was 5 years. This is past also. Last weekend, here I have what? Last weekend. Is or was, which one? Because I have last weekend, I have to make it past. So last weekend was the most enjoyable one. When I say he, I can say he is and also he was. But when I continue, I will read the words excited when I telephoned him. When I telephoned him. Here I have past. So I have to choose what? He was excited when I telephoned him. Number 8. Are you ready now? I cannot say were you ready now. This is present. So are you ready now? Number 9. Were they at the club 2 hours ago? Here I have past sentence. I cannot say are they ready. I have to choose word in the past. So were they at the club 2 hours ago? This is past word. Last one, number 10. It is a wonderful morning. Verb to do. When I say verb to do, I mean 3 words. Do, does, and did. Verb to do at present. I have 2 words. First word is do, and the second word is does. We say I do, we do, they do, you do, and as we said before, the word you may be singular and may be plural. So you do your work. I mean just one person or many persons. Adam and Anne also do. What about does? We say he does, she does, it does, or Adam does, because Adam is a singular word. So here we note that the word do is used with I, we, they, you, and the plural words. The word does is used with he or she or it or singular word. Examples about verb to do at present. When I say I do my work, we do our work, my friends do their work or they do their work, you do your work, and also Adam does his work or he does his work. Anne does her work or she does her work. There is no difference now when I use noun or pronoun. The cat does what I ask it to do or it does what I ask it to do. Now I know the difference between do and does. Do and does, two words about present, and they are two words from verb to do. I do, we do, my friends do or they do, you do, Adam does or he does, Anne does or she does, the cat does or it does. This is verb to do at present. About verb to do in the past, we have just one word. This is the word did. Again, verb to do at present, we have two words, do and does. But verb to do in the past, we have just one word, did, with all pronouns. So we say, I did, he did, she did, it did, Adam did, we did, they did, you did, Adam and Anne did. Here we use the word did in the past with all pronouns and also all nouns, singular and plural. Some examples. When I say I did my work, we did our work, my friends did their work or they did their work, you did your work, Adam did his work or he did his work, Anne did her work or she did her work, the cat did what I asked it to do or it did what I asked it to do. Verb to do generally, we have three forms. We have present, past, and past participle. When I use the pronouns I, we, you, or they, we use the word do at present, did in the past, or done in the past participle. This is the third shape. But when I use he, or she, or it, we use does. We add es. This is at present. And also we use did in the past or done in the past participle. Now, this is the quiz time about verb to do. Here I have 10 questions about verb to do. I need you to read them question by question answer in a separated sheet. You can write your answers in a separated sheet. Then check your answers with the model answers in the coming slide and give yourself a score to check your progress. About number 1, I will read them with you. You can stop the video, then answer and take as much time as you can, as you need to write your answers. After that, play the video again to check your answers in the coming slide. I will read them again with you. About number 1, when I say I, do, does, did everything by myself. Number 2, she, do, does, did her homework. Number 3, we, do, does, did our duties. Number 4, we do, does, did our duties an hour ago. Take care of the word ago. Number 5, do, does, did you like to have a drink? This is a question form. Number 6 and 7 are questions also. Number 6, do, does, did she do exercises regularly? Number 7, do, does, did they help you during the last competition? Take care, here we have the last competition. Number 8, they don't, doesn't, didn't do any wrongs. Number 8 and 9 are negative forms. Number 9, they don't, they doesn't, they didn't do any wrongs yesterday. Take care of this word, yesterday. Number 10 and last one, he, do, does, did well in the last exam. Take care, the last exam. The model answers. Number 1, I do everything by myself. Number 2, she does her homework. Number 3, we do our duties. Number 4, we did our duties an hour ago. Number 5, do you like to have a drink? Number 6, does she do exercises regularly? Number 7, did they help you during the last competition? Number 8, they don't do any wrongs. 9, they didn't do any wrongs yesterday. The difference between number 8 and 9, the word yesterday. Here in number 8, I do not have any keyword about any tense. So directly I choose present. But if I have keyword in the past, I must choose it in the past. So again the answer, they didn't do any wrongs yesterday. Number 10, he did well in the last exam. Here also I have the word last exam. So I have to choose word in the past, which is did. Verb to have. Verb to have at present. We have two important words. First word is have, and the second word is has. Again, we have two words about verb to have. These two words are have and has, and both of them are at present. We say I have, we have, they have, you have. When I use nouns, I can say Adam and Anne have. Again, we use have with I, we, they, you, or plural nouns. What about has? We say he has, she has, it has, or when I have singular noun, we also use the word has, like Adam has. Again, he, she, it, or singular word with has. Some examples about verb to have at present. When I say I have a car, but we have a good teacher. So I have and also we have. My friends have smartphones or they have smartphones. You have a good character. The word you, we mentioned before that the word you may be singular and may be plural. I can say you have a good character. This is singular. When I say you have good characters, this is plural. Again, the word you may be used as a singular or as a plural. When I use Adam, Adam, this is singular. So I have to say what? Adam has many friends, or he has many friends. Anne has a good house, or she has a good house. The cat has two kittens, or it has two kittens. Again, when I speak about verb to have at present, I can use have or has. I, we, they, and you, or plural word, we use have. But with he, she, it, or singular word, like the word Adam, or Anne, or the cat, we use what? Has. What about the past of verb to have? If you remember, at present we have two words, have and has. But in the past we have only one word. This word is what? Had. We use the word had with all pronouns and also nouns in the past. The nouns may be singular, may be plural, all of them are used with the word had. We say I had, he had, she had, it had, Adam had. Also we say we had, they had, you had. Adam and Anne had. So again, in the past, there is no difference. There is no difference between singular and plural or any kind of the pronouns. All pronouns and nouns are used with the word had in the past, and this is the past of verb to have. Examples: I had a car, we had a good teacher, my friends or they had smartphones, you had a good character, and if I need to make it plural, I have to say you had good characters. This is plural, but now the sentence in front of us, singular. Adam or he had many friends. This is past. Anne had a good house, or she had a good house. This is past also. The cat had two kittens, or it had two kittens. About verb to have generally, I have three forms or three shapes about verb to have. I can use verb to have at present or in the past, and also it has the past participle form. This is the third form of the verb. When I use I, we, you, they, we use have at present, and the past had, past participle had. We will not use past participle now, but when we speak about the tenses, we have to use the past participle of many verbs, so I have to keep the forms of all verbs. When I use he or she or it, I use has. This is present. What about the past? Had. And past participle also had. Now we are going to have a quiz about verb to have. Here I have 8 questions about verb to have. I need you to pause the video, write your answers in a separated sheet, and after that play the video again to compare your answers with the model answers in the coming slide. I will read them with you. Number 1, I have, has, had 3 brothers. Number 2, she have, has, had 2 sisters. Number 3, I have, has, had many toys when I was young. Number 4, Susan have, has, had a very old car a year ago. Take care of the word ago. Number 5, we haven't, hasn't, hadn't finished work yet. 6, he have, has, had waited for many hours. 7, my dog haven't, hasn't, hadn't eaten anything. Number 8 and last one, this place have, has, had a huge garden 10 years ago. About the model answers, I have 3 brothers. Number 2, she has 2 sisters. 3, I had many toys when I was young. Here I have the word was, so I have to use word in the past. Had. Number 4, Susan had a very old car a year ago. Here also I have the word a year ago. This is past form, so I use past form of verb to have, which is had. Number 5, we haven't finished work yet. We haven't. Number 6, he has waited for many hours. Number 7, my dog hasn't eaten anything. Number 8, this place had a huge garden 10 years ago. Again, when I find any word in the past or keyword in the past, I use past form of the verb. Now, we are going to speak about pronouns. will start with the word I. When I speak about myself, I say I. And when I speak about myself among many people, I say we, he, she, it. This is insane or it is not a human, so we say it. They, when I speak about a group of people or a group of things. You, when I speak to you as a singular and also as a plural. About the pronouns, when I say Tom is a student, the word Tom is noun or pronoun? This is noun. Instead of saying Tom, we can say he is a student. Again, I can say Tom is a student. This is the subject, and the subject here is noun. And also I can say he is a student. He also is subject, but it is a pronoun. When I say Anne is a student, this is Anne as a noun, and also this is a subject. Instead of Anne, I can say she is a student. She is a subject and also a pronoun. When I speak about Tom and Anne together, I can say Tom and Anne are students. I need to delete the word Tom and Anne and use a pronoun. In this case, I say they are students. The word he, she, and they are samples of pronouns. We have many kinds of the pronouns. The first kind is called subject pronouns. And when I say subject pronouns, I speak about the pronouns which are at the beginning of any sentence. The pronouns which are at the position of the subject. So we call them subject pronouns. Like what? When I say I am an instructor, the word I, this is subject pronoun because it is at the beginning of the sentence in the position of the subject. He is a student. She is a student. It is my dog. We are friends. You are my friend. The word you here is a singular, and also I can say you are my friends. The word you here is plural. And last one, when I say they are students. Again, when I say I, he, she, it, we, you, they, all of them are pronouns, but which kind of pronouns? All of them are called subject pronouns. Why are they subject pronouns? Because they are at the beginning of the sentence, which means that they are in the position of subjects. So all of them are subject pronouns. Now we have a very important point, which is the difference between the singular and the plural in the pronouns. When we speak about pronouns, we have singular and plural, and some of us do not know this point, so let's clarify it. When I say I am an instructor, when I speak about myself, I say I, and this is singular. What about the plural? We say we are instructors. I am a part in this group, so we say we. When I speak about only myself, I say I. This is singular. When I speak about myself among or inside a group, I say we. So I is singular and we is plural. When I say he is a student, this is singular. What is the plural? They are students. Also about she. When I say that she is a student, this is singular. What is the plural? They are students. It is my dog. They are my dogs. What about you? When I say you are my friend and you are my friends. Again, in the subject pronouns, when I say I, he, she, it, and you, all of them are singular pronouns. But when I say we, they, and also you, they are plural pronouns. The second point here is object pronouns. When I speak about the object pronouns, they are the pronouns which are in the position of the object, and the object in the sentence is in the middle or at the end. Again, the position of the object pronouns is in the middle of the sentence or at the end of the sentence, but never at the beginning of the sentence. When I say I need this pen, here I is subject pronoun. But when I say give it to me is the same meaning like I, but I is subject and me is object. We need this pen. We here is subject pronouns, but give it to us. The word us like the word we, but we is subject pronoun and us is object pronoun. Can I say give it to we? I can't, because here the position of the pronoun is at the end. I have to use object pronoun, not subject pronoun. He needs this pen. Give it to him. The word he and also the word him are with the same meaning, but here he is subject pronoun and him is object pronoun, and both of them with the same meaning. But can I say him needs this pen? I can't. Or can I say give it to he? Also I can't, because he is subject at the beginning of the sentence, him is object at the end of the sentence, and maybe in the middle of the sentence. She needs this pen. Give it to her. Can I say give it to she? I can't, because her is object pronoun. It likes the food. Give it to it. This is the same. They like this pen. Give it to them. You like me and I like you. This is singular. When I make it plural, I can say you like me. I mean all of you. Also, I can say I like you. All of you also. Again, here I have I, we, he, she, it, they, and you. All of them are subject pronouns. The subject pronouns are at the beginning of the sentence. When I say me, us, him, her, it, them, and you, all of them are object pronouns. What are object pronouns? They are in the position of the object and they are used at the end or in the middle of the sentence. What about possessive adjectives? The possessive adjectives from the name itself, they express possession, something that I have or you have and so on. For example, when I say, I speak about myself, I say what? This is my pen. I own this pen. So this is my pen, my, her, my brother, my car. When I speak about he, I say this is his pen. When I speak about she, I say this is her pen. Now I speak about possession. So they are possessive adjectives. And I have to add word or noun after the possessive adjective. When I speak about it, I say this is its hair, the hair of the dog or the hair of the cat, and so on. When I speak about we say this is our pen, our class, our teacher. When I speak about they, we can say this is their pen, their mother, their teacher, their professor, and so on. I speak about you, I say this is your pen. Here I have the word my, his, her, its, our, their, and your. All of them must be followed by nouns, okay? And the possession of my, his, and all of these pronouns, we call them possessive adjectives because they are in the position of adjective. What is the adjective? The adjective here is followed by a noun. So we call them possessive adjectives. They express possession, but they must be followed by the word that I or he or she possess or own. Now we are going to speak about the fourth point, which is possessive pronouns. When I speak about the word I, this pen is mine. Now I own this pen. I possess this pen. The word mine here is possessive pronoun. But if you remember in the previous slide, when we said this is my pen, what is the difference between mine and my? Both of them express possession, but the word mine is possessive pronoun and my is possessive adjective. Why we call it possessive adjective? Because the word my is in the position of adjective and it must be followed by a noun. But here the word mine is not followed by a noun. This is at the end of the sentence. Here we will focus on the possessive pronouns which are not followed by nouns. When I speak about he, I say this pen is his. I can say also that this is his pen, like what happened in the previous slide. When I speak about she, I say this pen is hers. Can I say this pen is hers pen or this is hers pen? No, I can't. I can say her pen like in the possessive adjectives. But if I need to use possessive pronoun, I say this pen is hers. It. This her is its. We. This pen is ours. When I speak about they, I can say this pen is theirs. You, this pen is yours. Or also when we said this is your pen. But if I need to end the sentence with any pronoun, I have to say this pen is yours. The last kind of the pronouns is called the reflexive pronouns. What are the reflexive pronouns? When I say I can see myself in the mirror, I cannot say I can see I, or I can see me, I can see mine, I can see my. No, I can't say that. I have to say I can see myself in the mirror. What about he? He can see himself in the mirror. She can see herself in the mirror. It can see itself in the mirror. We can see ourselves in the mirror. Take care, the word we is plural, so I have to cross F and change the F into VES. I can say ourself. It must be ourselves, VES. Also, they can see themselves, VES, because it's plural also. You can see yourself in the mirror. Now when I say you can see yourself, is it singular or plural? Can you guess? I have only F, so it must be singular, because when I say you can see yourselves in the mirror, this is plural because here I have VES. Again, here I have the word myself, himself, herself, itself, ourselves, themselves, yourself, and yourselves. All of them are called reflexive pronouns. Now I have all the pronouns in front of me. The first type is called subject pronouns, and the subject pronouns are I, we, he, she, it, they, you singular and you plural. About the object pronouns, they are me, us, him, her, it, them, you singular and you also plural. About the possessive adjectives, and possessive adjectives must be followed by a noun, so they are in the position of adjectives. When I say my, like my name, my car, my friends, our, his, her, its, their, your singular and also your plural. About the possessive pronouns, and they are not followed by nouns. When I say mine, this car is mine, can I say that this is mine car? No, I can't. I say this is my car, or this car is mine, and full stop. Ours, his, hers, its, theirs, yours as singular and also yours as plural. Last kind, reflexive pronouns, myself, ourselves, himself, herself, itself, themselves, yourself, and yourselves. Now I have all pronouns in front of me. Let's have a simple quiz about the pronouns to be sure that everything is right. I need you to choose the correct answer. I will read the sentences with you. Then I need you to stop or pause the video, choose your answers, and then play the video again to check your answers and check your progress. The model answers is in the coming slide. Number 1, he made this delicious cake by herself, himself, themselves, itself. 2, could you pass the salt to I, me, mine, myself, please? 3, I sent 3 flowers to Jean. She liked it, him, her, them so much. Number 4, my mom's name is Sarah. She, her, him, his is from Germany. Number 5, my children depend on himself, herself, himself, themselves. We told the boss that we wanted to raise we, us, our salaries. 7. Help you, your, yours, yourself a cup of coffee. 8. Who is that girl over there? Do you know she, her, hers, herself? 9. The kids like they, them, their, theirs new teacher. Number 10. It is not my car. My, me, mine, myself is black. The model answers. He made this delicious cake by himself. Could you pass the salt to me, please? I sent 3 flowers to Jean. She liked them so much because I speak about 3 flowers. So the word them. My mom's name is Sarah. She is from Germany. My children depend on themselves. We told the boss that we wanted to raise our salaries. Help yourself a cup of coffee. It means make a cup of coffee for yourself. Do it yourself. Number 8. Who is that girl over there? Do you know her? The kids like their new teacher. Last one. It is not my car. Mine is black. I can say my car is black, but here I do not have noun. So I have to use possessive pronoun, which is mine. So mine is black. The basic parts of sentences are S, V, O, and C. When I say S, I mean subject. When I say V, I mean verb. When I say O, I mean object. And when I say C, I mean complement. This is the form of any English sentence. S, V, O, C, subject, verb, object, complement. And the word complement means the rest of any sentence. Let's have an example when I say I drink milk every day. I is a subject, drink is a verb, milk object, and every day this is the complement. Let's have another example when I say Tom is studying English now. Tom, subject, is studying. This is the verb, English, object, and now this is the complement or the rest of the sentence. Another example, he is studying English now. Here in the subject, I can start with noun like the word Tom, and also I can start with pronoun like he. Again, in the English language, I can start any sentence with the subject, and the subject may be noun and may be pronoun. Another example to clarify this simple form. When we say we played football yesterday, we is a subject, played verb, football object, and yesterday this is the complement. In the simple English language, I have to start with the subject. I cannot start with the verb. Another example, when we say they have drunk coffee. They, subject, have drunk, verb, coffee, object. Tenses relate to verbs. When we speak about any tense, it means that we speak about the changes that happen to the verbs. When we speak about tenses, it means that we speak about the changes that happens in the middle of the sentence, which we mean that we have to change the form of the verbs themselves. This is an introduction about the tenses. Let's start with this question: how many tenses do we have in the English language? When you ask yourself about the tenses that we studied in the schools and universities, we had many tenses like the present simple, past simple, and so on. But really, let's ask ourselves, how many tenses do we have in the English language? Here, the main part is the present, then the past, after that, the future. We have three main parts. Each part of them can be divided into four items. First one is the simple, then the continuous or the progressive, after that the perfect, and last one is the perfect continuous or perfect progressive. So when we speak about the present, we have present simple, present continuous or present progressive, present perfect, and present perfect continuous or present perfect progressive. The past is the same. We have past simple, past continuous or progressive, past perfect, and the past perfect continuous or past perfect progressive. The future is the same. We have future simple, future continuous or future progressive, future perfect, and future perfect continuous or future perfect progressive. At the end, we have 12 tenses in the English language. No more, no less. Let's have some examples to clarify the tenses. The first one is the present simple. I say, I study English. Then the present continuous or present progressive when we say, I am studying English. So here the changes happened in the tense, in the verbs. I have studied English. This is present perfect. I have been studying English. This is present perfect progressive or present perfect continuous. Again, the changes that happen in the verbs lead to the changes that happen to the tenses themselves. When I say study, this is present simple, am studying, present continuous or present progressive. In the present continuous, we use am or is or are plus verb ing. In the present perfect, when I say I have studied, we use have or has plus past participle. This is the third form of the verb. In the present perfect continuous or the present perfect progressive, I use have or has plus been plus verb ing. About the past, when we say I studied English, this is past simple. I was studying English, this is past continuous or past progressive. I had studied English, this is past perfect. I had been studying English, this is past perfect continuous or past perfect progressive. Again, here I have the four tenses of the past: past simple, past continuous, past perfect, and past perfect continuous, and the changes that happen in the verbs lead to the changes that happen to the tenses. Studied, this is past simple, the second form of the verb. Was studying, this is past continuous. I use was or were plus verb ing. Had studied, This is past perfect. I use had plus past participle. Had been studying. This is past perfect continuous or past perfect progressive. We use had plus been plus verb ing. About the future forms, we have the future simple. I will study English. Then future continuous or future progressive. I will be studying English. About the future perfect, I will have studied English. Future perfect continuous or future perfect progressive, I will have been studying English. Again, the changes that happened to the forms of the verbs lead to the changes that happen to the tenses. The future simple is will plus infinitive. The future continuous will be plus verb ing. The future perfect will have plus pp past participle. The future perfect continuous is will have been plus verb ing. This is a quick idea about the 12 forms of the 12 tenses, and in the coming sections we'll study them tense by tense in details. Now, this is the quiz time. This is the quiz time. In the quiz time, I need you to answer these questions. The first question is, how many tenses are there in the English language? Try to remember and write your answer. Then, the second question is, complete each sentence to form the right tense. Again, when I need to form the right tense, I have to think of the verb and the changes that happen to the verb itself. Use the verb right in all sentences. And the first sentence is answer. It will be like a guide answer to you. The first sentence is I space English. I need to use the word right in the present simple. Try to think before you watch the answer. The answer is right because this is present simple. Now I have 12 sentences. Each sentence forms specific tense. Present simple, present continuous, present perfect continuous, past simple, past continuous, past perfect continuous, future simple, future continuous, future perfect, and future perfect continuous. I need you to pause the video and then try to form the verb right in all these tenses. After that, play the video again to watch the model answer. The model answer: how many tenses are there in the English language? Really, we have 12 tenses. Right, you are great, excellent. Then, the second question, complete these sentences to form the right tense. We need to use the verb right in all sentences. The first sentence is answered already, which is I write English. What about the rest? In the present continuous, we say I am writing English. Well done. In the present perfect, I have written English. Excellent, great. Then, in the present perfect continuous or progressive, we write I have been writing English. What about the past? In the past simple, I say I wrote English. Past continuous, I was writing English. This is perfect. In the past perfect, we say I had written English. Past perfect continuous, we say I had been writing English. Well done, great work. What about the future? We say I will write English. This is future simple. And future continuous or future progressive, we say I will be writing English. In the future perfect, I will have written English. Great. And future perfect continuous or progressive, I will have been writing English. This is excellent work. The present simple. The aims of this session, we are going to study the present simple or simple present, the usage of this tense, the affirmative form or the positive form, the negative form, then the interrogative or the question form, the adverbs of frequency, and extra comments. About the usage of this tense. The present simple is used to express facts or habits, something that happens around us related to scientific facts or facts generally, and when we speak about personal or general habits related to our society. About the scientific facts, when I say water boils at 100 centigrade, this is scientific fact. The sun rises every morning, this is a fact also, so we use the present simple to express these facts. Also, present simple is used to express something happens regularly from time to time. I visit my uncle every weekend. It means that every weekend, this is my habit to visit my uncle. It is something that happens regularly. She drinks coffee after breakfast. This is her habit also. About the form of the present simple. We use the base form of the verb. This is the first conjugation or the first form of the verb. After I or we or you or they or any plural noun, we use the infinitive of the verb. When I say I go to work every day, this is I. Also, we can say we go to work, you go to work, they go to work, my friends go to work. They study English or I study English. This is the base form of the verb. After he or she or it or singular noun, we add s after the verb. For example, when I say the sun rises in the morning, here the sun is a singular noun, so I add the letter S. He plays football. When I say I play football, but he plays football. About number 3 in the form, we add es after the verb if the verb ends with s, scs, sch, ch, o, x. Again, when I use he or she or it, I have to add s after the verb. But if the verb ends with s, scs, sch, ch, o, x, I cannot add only s, but I add es. When I say I cross the street, what about he? So he crosses. Can I write CROSS and the third S? So it will be three S's after each other? No, I can't. So in this case, we add ES. When I say I go to work and she goes to work, I add ES. Here, examples. He crosses the street twice a day. Again, crosses. The word cross originally ends with SS. So if I use he or she or it, I cannot add only S, we add ES. Here also another example. When I say she goes to work, can I write goes, G-O-S? I can't. Number 4 here, which is very important also, we change Y into IES if the verb ends with a consonant and after the consonant I have Y. Again, verb like the verb cry, C-R-Y. Here this verb ends with Y and before the Y I have consonant. If you need to remember the consonants and the vowels, we have 26 letters in the English language, 21 consonants and only 5 vowels. And the vowels are A, E, O, U, I. Again, A, E, O, U, I. If the verb ends with Y and before the Y I have one of the consonants, I cross the Y and write IES. Another example, the verb study. Here I have the letter Y, before the Y I have D, and D is one of the consonants, so I cross Y and change it into IES. The same with the verb fly. We cross Y and write IES. Example, when I write she studies her lessons. Take care of this point. If the verb ends with a vowel and after the vowel I have Y, we add only S. Let's watch how can we do that. Here, when I write the verb play, play ends with Y, but before the Y I have a vowel, so I cannot cross Y and write IES. Try to imagine the spelling. Can I write PLAIES? Surely I can't. So I add only S. Here another example, the word delay. It will be delays, only S. Again this point, we change Y into IES if the verb ends with Y and before the Y we have consonant. But if we have a vowel before the Y, I cannot cross the Y. We add only S. About the affirmative, the negative, and the question forms of the present simple. The affirmative, when I say I study English. He studies English. About the negative, I say I do not or I don't study English. So in the negative form, we add don't or do not before the main verb. If we have he or she or it or singular noun, we cannot use don't, but we use doesn't or does not. Okay? And in the same way, when I use does not or doesn't, I cannot add S. Here I use the S just once in the negative form. When I add S in the word does not or doesn't, I cannot say doesn't studies or does not studies. This is does not study, doesn't study. Again, when I add does not or doesn't, I cannot add S after the verb. About the question form, I have to start with the word do or the word does. Again, the word does has S, so I use the word does with he or she or it or singular noun, but do with I, you, we, and they or plural noun. Do you study? Does he study? And so on. Again, when I use does, I cannot use S after the verb. So can I say, does he studies English? Surely I cannot say that. I have to say, does he study English? This is the question form of the present simple. About the adverbs of frequency. Adverbs of frequency. They are the words that relate to the present simple. Like what? First one, when I say every day, every month, every year, every winter, every summer, etc. Also, I can use the word always. And when I use the word always, it means that I do this item 100%. Usually, I do the same item 80%, often 70%, sometimes from time to time, this is 30%, rarely, scarcely, seldom, they are the same. I do it 10%. When I say never, it means that I do it 0%. So again, the highest rate in these words are always, then, usually, often, sometimes, rarely, or scarcely, or seldom, and the least one is never, which is 0%. Now, let's speak about the adverbs of frequency word by word, because each word has a specific usage. Let's start with every. Every is used at the beginning or at the end of the sentence. When I say every day I go to work, or I go to work every day, not necessary to use the word day. I can use the word month, year, whatever you need to say. I can say also every Friday I go to work, or I go to work every Monday. It's up to you. But the word every plus any word, they are at the beginning or at the end of any sentence. Another word, sometimes. Sometimes is used at the beginning of the sentence or before the main verb. Take care. When I speak about every, at the beginning or at the end, but sometimes at the beginning of the sentence or before the main verb. As we said before, each word has its own specific usage. Sometimes he arrives on time. This is right. Also, I can say he sometimes arrives on time. So the word sometimes at the beginning of the sentence. Okay, this is right. Before the main verb. This is right also. But can I say he arrives on time sometimes? I cannot say that. The rest of the words are used before the main verbs and after verb to be. He never sleeps late. Can I say never? He sleeps late? I cannot. So here the word never is before the main verb. We always help each other. Here also the word always before the main verb. I am always happy. We said that the rest of the words are before the main verbs, like the word never and the word always. Here they are before the main verbs. And also they are after verb to be. Here I have verb to be, and I can use any adverb of frequency after verb to be. I can say I am never happy. I am often happy. All are right. They are often sad. Again, the same form, the word often after verb to be. But if I need to use the word often with a main verb, the word often may be before the main verb. I can say he often sleeps late, but they are often sad. Again, these words before the main verb or after verb to be, which is am or is or are. If the sentence starts with never, rarely, scarcely, seldom, it must be in a question form. We said before that most of the adverbs of frequency in the sentence must be before the main verb. But if I need to start any sentence with any of these four words, I have to make the sentence in a question form. Like when I say he never sleeps late. If I need to start the sentence with the word never, it must be in a question form. When I say never does he sleep late. The question form in the present simple, I start with do or does. And when I start with do or does, I have to make the verb in the form of the infinitive. So here again, never does he sleep late. And when I finish the sentence, I use full stop or question mark. We use full stop because this sentence is only in a question form, but it is not a question. Another example, when I say they rarely meet outside the office. If I need to start with the word rarely, what should I do? Try to say it before you watch the answer. I need to start with the word rarely, so the sentence must be in a question form. I have to write the word do or does after rarely to make it a question. Rarely do they meet outside the office. Here I have the word they, so I use the word do. But in the previous example, I have the word he, so I started with does. Again, the sentence is rarely do they meet outside the office. At the end, I have full stop because the sentence is only in a question form, but it is not a real question. This is the quiz time. I need you to answer these questions to be sure that the present simple is really simple. The quiz time, choose the right answer. Before we choose the right answer, we need to remember that in the present simple I use the first form of the verb. And if I need to make it a negative, I use don't or doesn't. If I need to make it a question, I start with do or does plus the infinitive of the verb. Let's try to answer together. Number one, after he do or is do or does or had done the shopping, he will visit a friend. So which one of them is the right answer? Try to think. Try to look at he before you choose the right answer. Yes, what do you think? Yes, you are right. After he does the shopping, he will visit a friend. Here I have he. I remember when I have he or she or it, I add s after the verb. Right. The second one, she is or she is being or she is be in London now. She, yes, which one is right? Try to think. Yes, you are great. She is in London now. This is good answer. Wonderful. What about number 3? We are used, we uses, we use, we are use petrol in our cars. We need to choose present simple. Which one is the right answer? Excellent. We use petrol in our cars because in the present simple we use only the infinitive of the verb, and after he or she or it we add s after the verb. About number 4, this baby cry or cries ys or cries ies or is cry a lot. This baby, I remember after he or she or it or singular noun like this one, I add s after the verb. But I remember also if I have any verb ends with y and before the y I have consonant, I have to cross the y and make it ies. So what is the right answer? Excellent. This baby cries a lot because I change y into ies. Perfect. The last one, scarcely, he sleeps. Does he sleep? He does sleep or he sleep late. I remember also if I start the sentence with never, rarely, scarcely, seldom, the question is in a question form, but it is not a real question. So, what is a question form? After scarcely or rarely or any one of the 4 words, I start with do or does to make it a question form. So, what is the right answer here? Excellent. Scarcely does he sleep late. Excellent work. All of you are great. Present continuous. The aims of this session, we are going to know the present continuous or present progressive, the usage of this tense, then the affirmative or the positive form of the present continuous, the negative form, how to make negative, then the interrogative or the question form, the stative and the dynamic verbs. We can say dynamic verbs or action verbs. After that, we are going to know some important notes and comments about the present continuous. The first item is the usage and the form of the present continuous. We use the present continuous am or is or are plus present participle. When we say present participle, we mean verb plus ing. Again, the present continuous am, is, are plus present participle or verb plus ing. We use this tense to talk about temporary situations that are happening now. For example, I am staying in London for 3 weeks in July. This is the form of the present continuous. Again, we use am or or is or are plus present participle, which means verb plus ing. Here in this verb we say I am staying in London for 3 weeks, and this is temporary situation that are happening now. It is not all the life or not all my life. This is just specific time. This is number one. About number two, for the usage in the present continuous, we talk about a current situation which is different to a past situation. So something is happening now and this is different from the past. For example, young people are not reading newspapers these days. What about the rest of the life or about the future? We do not know. But I compare between what is happening these days and what was happening in the past. So again, the example is young people are not reading newspapers these days. In the past, they used to do that, but now it's completely different. Number three, an action happening at a specific time in the future. Again, we speak about the present continuous, and the present continuous can be used to express something will happen at a specific time in the future. It's very important point. Example, we are having dinner at 7 o'clock today. Again, we are, this is verb to be, are, and having, this is ing. We are having dinner at 7 o'clock today. Now we use this sentence to express about the future. When we speak about the future cases, we'll find that I can use present to continuous to express future. And this is what really happens in number three. It expresses an action happening at a specific time in the future. This is present continuous to express the future. The fourth item, an action that people do again and again. Something that people do again and again. Let's have an example. Why is he always playing his guitar? It's something not as a habit, but it is an action that is repeated. Also, it's something similar when I say an action that is annoying, something that I do not like or most of the people do not like. You are always coming late. When I use always, it must be present simple. I can say you always come late. But because this is annoying action, I say you are always coming late. I blame you for doing this action. Also, when I say she is always shouting, I do not like the way that she is always shouting. So I say she is always shouting. So now this is an action that is annoying. About the affirmative and the negative, the question forms of the present continuous, I can say in the affirmative, I am studying English. We said that I use am or is or are plus verb ing. So here I say I am studying English. He is studying English. If I say we, it will be we are studying English. They are studying English, which is very, very simple. If I need to make the same sentence into negative, I say I am not studying English. About he is not studying English. If I say they are not studying English. About the question form, I start with am or is or are. So we can say, are you studying English? Or is he studying English? Are they studying English? So in the negative, I use not after am or is or are. In the question form, I can start with am or is or are to make it a question form. Stative verbs. We have two kinds of verbs. First one is stative verbs and the second one is dynamic or action verbs. About the stative verbs describe a state rather than an action. Again, the stative verbs describe state rather than an action. Stative verbs are often used to talk about thoughts and opinions. When I say I think, I know, I mean, I imagine, I believe. To make it clear for you, I cannot add ing to the stative verbs. So I cannot say I am thinking. I say I think. I cannot say I am knowing you. I say I know you. I cannot say I am imagining. I imagine. So the stative verbs describe state. I cannot use the stative verbs in the present continuous, the past continuous, or the future continuous. They are only present simple or past simple or future simple all the time. This is the stative verbs. Also, they express feelings and emotions. I say I like, I love, I miss, I wish, I want. I cannot say I am wanting or I am loving or I am missing. I cannot add ing to the stative verbs. How you see the world. Also, the stative verbs express how you see the world. When I hear, I see, I look, I smell, I taste. I cannot say I am seeing you. I see you. Also, they express possessions and measurements, like the word belong, have, measure, and we. Let's have some extra points and some examples to clarify the stative verbs. We cannot use stative verbs in the continuous form. This is the most important point. So, the basic point about the stative verbs, we cannot use stative verbs in the continuous form. For example, I want to visit Paris. I cannot say I am wanting to visit Paris, only I want. That bag belongs to my mother. Belong is stative verb. I cannot say that bag is belonging to my mother. When I ask you, do you understand? You say, yes, I understand. Can you say, I am understanding now? I cannot, because the word understand is stative verb. So I say, I understand now, because this is stative verb. Some verbs can refer to states or actions depending on the context. So again, we have some verbs. These verbs may be stative verbs and maybe action verbs depending on the context, depending on the meaning of the sentence itself. Let's have some examples to clarify this point. When I say I have a pen, now I describe state. But I am having my dinner now. It's completely different from the first one. It means that I am eating now. So the word I am having my dinner now, it describes an action. I am eating now. But when I say I have a pen, it means that I own a pen. It describes a state. So the word have may be stative and may be dynamic or action verbs depending on the context. Another one, when I say I see you well now, this is state. It describes a state. But when I say we are seeing Adam and Jane later, it means that we are going to meet them or we are meeting them later. So again, see itself, this is stative verb. But when I say we are seeing Adam, it describes an action. We are meeting Adam and Jean later. So the word see may be static and may be dynamic or action verb. The second type here is the dynamic verbs. We said we have two types, stative verbs and dynamic or action verbs. Dynamic verbs describe an action. All verbs rather than stative verbs are dynamic verbs. Again, the verbs that we said in the previous slides, they are stative verbs. All the other verbs are dynamic verbs because they express actions. Something like play, eat, write, swim, etc. So all verbs in your mind are action verbs. What does it mean, action verbs? It means that I can use am, is, are, and verb ing, or I can use it in the past continuous, in the future continuous. So we can use it in the continuous form. This is dynamic verbs. But stative verbs, I cannot use it in the continuous form. Some examples, when I say I am writing an email, this is right. When I use am or is or are or was or were plus verb ing, it means that this verb is dynamic verb. He is eating a mega sandwich. Eat here is dynamic verb. Also, they are learning Chinese. Learn is a dynamic verb. I can use am or is or are plus verb ing, so they are dynamic or action verbs. Again, all verbs in your minds are dynamic or action verbs. Let's have some notes about the present continuous. We start with if the verb ends with the letter E and I need to add ing. In this case, I have to cross E before I add ing. So I cannot write the word writing W-R-I-T-E-I-N-G. I cross E first before I add ing. We apply this rule to all verbs which end with the letter E. Another example, when I have the word drive, D-R-I-V-E. If I need to write I am driving or she is driving, so I cross E and add ing. It is very important and very simple. Another point, if the verb ends with consonant and before the consonant I have vowel and I need to add ing. In this case, I double the consonant before adding ing. So here the word swimming or swim first, it will be swimming, S-W-I-M-M-I-N-G. Again, if any verb ends with consonant and before the consonant I have vowel, and the vowels are A, E, O, U, I. Again, what are the vowels? A, E, O, U, I. If the verb ends with consonant and before the consonant I have one of the vowels, I double the consonant before I add ing. Let's have another example. The word cut, C-U-T. If I say that she is cutting or they are cutting or I am cutting, so I write C-U-T-T-I-N-G. Another point, if the verb ends with I-E and I need to add ing, I cannot write L-I-E-I-N-G. It's too long. In this way, I change IE into Y and then we add ing. So here lie L-I-E, but lying L-Y-I-N-G. Another example about the word tie, T-I-E. If I say that I am tying, so T-Y-I-N-G. Quiz time. Let's answer these questions together. I need you to choose the right answer. You can pause the video and take as much time as you can to answer these 5 questions. I'll read them to you. Number 1. At the moment, we are doing, do, have done, we're doing a history project at school. Take care that here we have the word at the moment. Try to write your answer. Number 2. She is water. She is waters. She is watered. She is watering the plants. Which one is right? Write your answer, please. About number 3. He has, he is having, he had, he is have a grammar course these days. Take care that here we have key word, these days. Number 4. Be quiet. The baby sleeps, is sleeping, or is sleep. Last point, number 5. We are used, or we are uses, we are using much petrol in our cars these days. I need you to write your answers and then we'll check them together. About number 1, at the moment we are doing a history project at school. Right, you are excellent. About number 2, she is watering the plants. Excellent, good answer. About number 3, he is having a grammar course these days. After he or she or it is plus verb ing. Great. Be quiet. The baby is sleeping. So I ask you to be quiet. We are, here I have the word are. So we are using much petrol in our cars these days. All of you are excellent. Well done. Great work. Present perfect. The present perfect consists of have or has plus past participle. Again, the present perfect consists of have or has plus past participle. And the past participle means the third form of the verb. We use the present perfect to talk about past actions that affect or explain the present. Again, the present perfect relates between the past and the present. Something happened in the past and we have an effect at present. Again, the present perfect has a great relation between the past and the present. The first usage, we use the present perfect to talk about past actions that affect or explain the present. So now we have the past and the present together. When I say Adam has hurt his leg, it's something happened in the past. What is the result now? So he cannot play football today. Again, Adam has hurt his leg. It's something happened, but it has an effect at present. When I say, so he cannot play football now. The second usage, we often use the present perfect to talk about an action that started in the past and continues until the present. So again, we have relation between past and present. Again, we often use the present perfect to talk about action that started in the past and continues until the present, often with for to express time period or since to explain a date or a starting point in the past. Many students have problems with for and since, so we are going to discuss them in details step by step in the coming slide. But for now, I need you to study this example. When I say Mona has studied English for 10 years, now I have 4 plus 10 years. This is time period. And also I use present perfect, has studied. I need to remind you the difference between have and has. If you remember the pronouns I, we, you, they, he, she, it. Have is used with I, we, you, and they. And the has is used with he or she or it, and surely with any singular noun. Another example, we have been at this flat since 2012. Again, we have been at this flat since 2012. Now I have present perfect. For and since. We use for if we have a time period after the word for. For example, when I say I have lived here for 10 years, after for I have the words 10 years and this is a time period, a specific time. But I use since if there are fixed words after since. We use since if I have a date or a starting point in the past. Usually, I can use something like day in the past, like Monday, Thursday, Friday, or any month, like April, January, February. The word last plus any time, 9 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 5 o'clock, whatever, I use the word o'clock or sentence in the past, the word then or the word this plus any specific time also. Again, for is used if I have a time period after for, but since is used if I have a date or a starting point in the past. Usually I have one of these words. Let's have some examples to clarify this point. I have lived here since last April. Also, I can say I have lived here since April, since January, since February. He has learned Spanish since he was 5. Now I have since plus sentence in the past. But can I say he has learned Spanish for he was 5? I can't. So since he was 5. They have played the piano since 10 o'clock. When I have the word o'clock, I use since. But at the same time, I can say they have played the piano for 10 hours. Again, since 10 o'clock, but for 10 hours. I have trained a lot since this morning. I have trained a lot since then. I have to keep these words to know the difference between when I use for and when I use since. We also use the present perfect to talk about past experiences or events, but this time without saying when. Often we use ever or never. Let's watch how can we do that. When I say, I have never eaten Chinese food. Now I use the present perfect to talk about past experience. Until now, really, I haven't done that. When I ask you, have you ever ridden a camel? I ask you about your past experience till present. We also use the present perfect to talk about very recent events. Often we use just. When I say, Layla is not here, she has just gone out. I relate between something happened and we have an effect till now. Layla is not here because what happened? She has just gone out. Something happened recently. We also use the present perfect to talk about events that have not happened up to now. We often use the word yet. Again, we use the present perfect to talk about events, something or action that have not happened up till now. Let's have example to clarify this point. When I say, I haven't received reply to my email yet. So the word yet tells me that this action hasn't happened yet. About the affirmative, the negative, and the question forms of the present perfect, we said that we use have or has plus PP. I say, I have studied English, but he has studied English. Again, I, we, you, they have. He, she, it has. When I say my friend has, but my friends have. If I need to make it negative, I have not studied English. I can say it, I haven't studied English. So both are right. I have not or haven't. He has not studied English or he hasn't studied English. If I need to change the form into question, have you studied English? Has he studied English? Let's have some important notes about the present perfect. The first one is has or have plus pen. The word has or have plus pen means went and returned. It means that I went to a place and I am not existed there anymore. When I say I have been to London, it means that I went there and I returned or I am in a different place. Again, when I say that I have been to London, means I went to London, now I am in a different place. Also, we use has or have plus gone to mean went but has not returned yet. Again, I use have or has plus pen to mean that I went to a place and now I am in a different place. But has or have plus gone means that I went to a place and I haven't returned or he hasn't returned. When I say that I have gone to London, it means I went to London and I am still there. When I say I have been to London, I am in a different place. I have gone to London. I am still there. Both sentences mean that I went to London, and here I went to London, but I have been. Now I am in a different place. I have gone. I am still there. Another important point, we use the past simple for actions that started and finished in the past, and we must use a time or a date in the past. He lived in London in 2016. Here I have in 2016, this is time in the past, so I have to use lived only past simple. But if I need to cross these words in 2016, it must be he has lived in London. Again, there is great relation between the past simple and the present perfect. Sometimes you do not know what to choose. I choose past simple or present perfect. When I find in the sentence any time or date in the past, I choose past simple. Without time or date in the past, I only choose present perfect. Let's have another example to clarify what we say. I watched Jumanji last week. Here I have the word last week, so I used what? Watched. But if I need to cross last week, I say I have watched Jumanji, which is present perfect. Another example, he studied German 5 years ago. I have the word 5 years ago. This is time in the past, so I say studied. But I have studied German. Can I say I have studied German 5 years ago? Surely I can't. Can I say I studied German and stop? No, I can't say that. I have to say I studied German 5 years ago. When I use past simple, I have to use time in the past. Without time in the past, the sentence must be present perfect. Another important note, the difference between the two words recently and lately. I have seen him many times recently. You notice that here in this sentence, the sentence is positive. So the word recently is used in the positive form. But when I say I haven't seen him lately. So what is the difference now? Lately is used in the negative form. The two words recently and lately have similar meanings, and I can use any one of them whenever I need, whenever I like. But the great difference between them, that the word recently is used in the positive form and lately in the negative form. About the keywords for the present perfect, first one, just, then, already, yet, ever, never, for, since, recently, lately, up till now, so far. Again, we have just, already, yet, ever, never, for, since, recently, lately, up till now, and so far. Great. Let's have some extra clarifying examples to make the present present perfect simpler and simpler. More examples. When we say he has just arrived, I notice that the word just is in the middle between have or has plus past participle. She has already sent the email. Already is the same, in the middle between have or has plus past participle. I haven't seen them yet. The word yet is at the end of the negative form of the present perfect. Have you ever visited Egypt? This is in the form of the question. I have never eaten sushi. The word never expresses negative. I cannot say I have not never, because not is a negative and never is a negative. I use just one negative form, which is never. They have lived in London for 10 years. The word for plus a specific period of time. They have lived in London since 2012. I have seen him recently. I have not or I haven't seen him lately. As you remember, lately with the negative form, recently with the positive form. This is an important difference between recently and lately. I have studied English and French so far. Now, this is the quiz time. I need you to answer these questions. You can pause the video and then answer these 5 questions, and when you finish, play the video again to watch the right answers. In the question, I need you to find the mistakes in each of the following sentences, then write them correctly. The first question, 1. What did you do since the weekend? I want to be a doctor since I was 10. I knew him for 10 years. I didn't see the film yet. They have been to London. They are still there. Again, I need you to pause the video, write your answer in a separated sheet, then play the video again to watch the right answers and correct yourself. Let's watch the answers. In the first sentence, when I say, what did you do since the weekend, I cannot use did and do with the word since. It must be, what have you done since the weekend? Now I change it, the form of the original sentence into the present perfect form, which is right. Second question, I want to be a doctor since I was 10. Here I have the word since, so I have to make the tense in the present perfect. It must be, I have to add have or has plus pp. So it must be, I have wanted to be a doctor since I was 10. Excellent. About number 3, I knew him for 10 years. I cannot write the word knew with the word for. It must be present perfect, which consists of have or has plus past participle. So it must be, I have known him for 10 years. Number 4. I didn't see the film yet. Again, here I have the word yet. So the sentence must be present perfect. I haven't seen the film yet. Excellent. Last sentence. They have been to London. They are still there. When I say have been, it means that I went to a place and I returned or I left this place. But here in this sentence we say they are still there. So I cannot use have been. I have to use what? Try to remember. Excellent. Well done. I say they have gone to London. If you remember, we said have gone means that I went to a place and I am still there, which is excellent sentence. Present perfect continuous. I would like to start with these words. Many students, many learners cannot differentiate between the present perfect and present perfect continuous. We often see these words in the present perfect continuous sentence. So again, I have to keep these words in my mind to know the difference between the present perfect and the present perfect continuous. These words relate to the present perfect continuous. Since, still, for, still, since, yet, ever since, or for, now, for, yet, all day, since. The form of the present perfect progressive, we use have or has plus been plus verb ing. Again, have been or has been plus verb ing. It expresses something happened in the past and still exists at present. I think there is similarity between the present perfect and present perfect continuous, so we need to focus on the coming points. In this point, when I say I have been studying all day, we started in the previous slide with some words. These words tell you that I have to choose and use the present perfect progressive. One of these words is the word all. So here I have been studying all day. Present perfect continuous explains a present situation. Again, it explains a present situation. I have been running. That's why I am so tired. Again, something happened and has an effect till this moment, till the moment of my speech. It has a great effect. I am sorry about this mess. I have been painting my room. I started painting my room. It happened in the past. And it has an effect at present till the moment of speech. So I say, I am sorry about this mess. I have been painting my room. Something happened regularly in the past and continues at present. This is the third usage of the present perfect progressive. When I say, I have been running a lot recently. Again, this is something happened regularly in the past and it continues at present. I have been learning Spanish for the last few months. Till now, I learned Spanish. It started in the past, and till this moment, it is still happening. It has been raining heavily for the past 3 days. It started 3 days ago. It has an effect at present. Until now, it is still happening. So I say, it has been raining heavily for the past 3 days. Some clarifying examples about the present perfect progressive. He has been working there ever since he passed his exams. Exactly like when I say since he passed his exams. I use present perfect continuous, which consists of have or has plus been plus verb ing. Another example, he has been working there for a long time or for 3 years. Has been working. It has been raining for 3 days now. I need to remind you that the present perfect progressive or present perfect continuous expresses something happened in the past, it has an effect at present, and till now it is happening. So again, it has been raining for 3 days now. It means it started raining 3 days ago. It has an effect at present. Until now, it is still happening. Another example, we have been living here for 6 years and we do not intend to move. Till now, we are living here. Another example, when I say they started to do the homework at 6 o'clock and they are still doing it. It means they have been doing the homework since 6 o'clock. Now I have two sentences. They are the same meaning. I can say they started to do the homework at 6 o'clock and they are still doing it. I can use the present perfect continuous instead of this sentence when I say they have been doing the homework since 6 o'clock. Another clarifying example, she started to clean the house 2 hours ago, something in the past, and she hasn't finished it. It means that till now she is doing it. In this case, I can change the form of this sentence into present perfect continuous. She has been cleaning the house for 2 hours now. Something started happening in the past. It has an effect at present. Until now, it is still happening. This is the present perfect continuous. Some important notes about the present perfect continuous. The present perfect continuous is used with verbs which take long time, like teach, learn, rain, cook, sleep, play, run, study, write, read, stay. These verbs take long time to happen. So it's better to use the present perfect continuous with these verbs. Example to clarify this point. It has been raining for the past 3 hours. It means it started raining 3 hours ago. It has an effect at present. Until this moment, it is still raining. So, the verb rain is one of the verbs which take long time to happen. So, it is better to use present perfect continuous. Has been raining. Another point, we use present perfect, not present perfect continuous. Take care. We use the present perfect, not the present perfect continuous, when we mention how many times the action happened. When I say, he has sent this email 3 times. Here I have the words 3 times. I mention how many times this action happened. So, in this sentence, I use present perfect only, not present perfect continuous. Again, here I wrote he has sent. Can I write he has been sending? I cannot. Why can't I do that? Because here how many times is mentioned. He has sent this email 3 times. Another important point, we use how long if we have present perfect or present perfect continuous. Both are right. Again, how long is used with present perfect or present perfect continuous with no difference in meaning. Both are right. When I ask, how long have you been studying English? Or, how long have you studied English? This sentence is right, and also this sentence is right. Again, if I have a question starting with how long, I can use present perfect continuous or present perfect. No difference in meaning. Both are right. Another point, if I use how long ago, the word ago related to the past simple. So when I use how long ago, I have to use past simple. Again, how long ago is used with past simple. When I say, how long ago did you do the job? How long ago did you do the job? But how long itself, I have to use present perfect or present perfect continuous. Again, how long ago did you do the job? It means when did you do the job? This is the quiz time. I need you to read these sentences carefully and then pause the video. Give yourself as much time as you need to answer these questions and then play the video again to watch the model answer and correct your answers. The question, correct the verbs between brackets. Number 1, I study all day. I run a lot recently. She learned Spanish for the last few months. It rained heavily for the past 3 days. He ran. That's why he is so tired. I need you to think of the correct form of these verbs. Again, pause the video, give yourself as much time as you need, write your answer in a separated sheet, and then watch the answers to correct your answers. About the model answer for the quiz. Number 1, I have been studying all day. This sentence is present perfect continuous. Number 2, I have been running a lot recently. The word recently is also a key word for the present perfect continuous. Number 3, she has been learning Spanish for the last few months. Number 4, it has been raining heavily for the past 3 days. Here also it is present perfect continuous. The last sentence, he has been running. That's why he is so tired. All these sentences are in the present perfect continuous. The past simple, usage and form. First, when I say past simple, also I can say simple past. Both are right. Again, we have two names for the same tense. I can say past simple, also I can say simple past. We will start with the usage and form. We use the past simple to refer to actions which started and finished in the past. Take care of this point. Past simple refers to something happened and finished in the past, started and finished in the past, often with a time or date. When I say she visited London in 2010, it means that in this time she visited London and now she is in another place. I was in Alexandria yesterday. It means that something happened and finished also in the past. I went to Alexandria and now I am in another place. They studied Italian 2 years ago. It means that 2 years ago they started and finished studying Italian. Another point, we can also use the past simple to refer to one event followed by another in the past. So now I have two actions in the past, one follows the other. When he had an idea, he wrote a short story. Both actions are in the past, and in both actions I used past simple. When he met me, he told me what happened. Again, I have two actions in the past, and both are in the past simple. Third point, we also use the past simple to describe past habits. I always ate a sandwich before I went to school. I try to express my habits in the past. When I was a child, I always ate a sandwich before I went to school. All actions are in the past because we describe past habits. In the past simple, we have two kinds of verbs. The first kind is called regular verbs, and the second is called irregular verbs. Again, we have regular and irregular verbs in the past simple. The first, when we say, we use the second conjugation, this is the past form, to describe past actions. Regular verbs like play, played, watch, watched, visit, visited, arrive, arrived, and etc. etc. Again, we use the second conjugation, this is the past form, to describe past actions. If I need to form any sentence in the past simple, I have to use the second form of the verb. When I add only ed after the verb, it means that this verb is regular verb. For example, when I say, yesterday I played tennis, I watched TV, I visited my aunt, I arrived late, whatever. Again, in the past simple, we use the second conjugation of the verb to form past simple sentences. About the irregular verbs. We said that in the regular verbs I add ed after the verb, but in the second kind, which is irregular verbs, I cannot add ed. The first form is completely different from the second and also completely different from the third. For example, when I say eat, what is the past of eat? Can I say eated? No, I cannot. This is ate. Yesterday I ate a sandwich. I cannot say I ate a sandwich. About the irregular verbs, we have to keep them by heart. You will find a PDF sheet with most of the irregular verbs that are used in our everyday language. You can check it after we finish this lecture. Another example, I swim every day, but yesterday I swam. So now I used what? The second form of the verb. I buy what I need. Yesterday I bought a new mobile. I drive to my work every day. Yesterday I drove to the supermarket. We have also kind of verbs that the first form is like the second form, so we call them also irregular verbs. I cut the apple with a knife. Yesterday I cut the apple with the knife. They are the same. etc. About the irregular verbs, we have to keep all of them by heart, verb by verb. After we finish this lecture, check the PDF sheets. You will find a specific sheet about all irregular verbs. About the affirmative, negative, and the question forms of the past simple, when I say I studied English, he spoke English. In the negative, I did not or didn't study English. He did not or didn't study English or speak English. In the question, did you study English? Did he speak English? What we note here that with all pronouns I, we, you, they, he, she, it, all the pronouns are followed by the past form of the verb there is no difference with I or he or they and so on. And in the negative, I have just one form in the negative, which is did not, or the abbreviated form is didn't. If I need to form a question, I start with the word did, but take care when I use do or does or did, I have to use the infinitive of the verb. Can I say, did you study English? I can't. I have to say, did you study English? And the question is in the past form. The key words of the past simple, they are some words that when I see them or listen to them, I know that this sentence is in the past form, like yesterday, ago, when I say 2 years ago, 3 months ago, 4 days ago, last week, last month, last year, in plus any date in the past, in 2000, in 1990, in 1870, and so on. So when I use in, I have to use date in the past. I watched the final match yesterday. The word yesterday refers to past, so I have to use watched. They moved in a new house 2 months ago. 2 months ago referred to the past simple, so I said I moved or they moved. Can I say they move in a new house 2 months ago? I can't. I have to use moved. His grandma died last year. The word last year also refers to past, so we use what? Died. She first drove a car in 2000. This is the first time for her to drive a car. So we said she first drove a car in 2000. In 2000 refer to the past, so we use the word drove. Now we have some important notes about the past simple. For me, this is the most important part. Number one, the past simple is used after wish or would rather. It's time, it's high time, as if, as though, to express present. Again, I can use the past simple form to express a present situation, but with the presence of these words. What are these words again? Wish, would rather, it is time, it is high time, as if, as though. How can we make that? I can say, I wish I saw him now to help me in my work. It means that he is absent. Again, here I have the word wish, and I intended to write the word now twice to tell you that this is a present simple. But because he is absent, it's something contradicted the present, I used only the past form of the verb of the tense, but the sentence is at present. Again, let's go back to number one. The past simple is used after wish, would rather, it's time, it's high time, as if, as though, to express present. I wish I saw him now. It means that I cannot see him. Another important example, I would rather you didn't ask me to lend you money. It means that you ask me now to lend you money. So I say, I would rather you didn't ask me to lend you money. I express present, but because what I say is not what happens, so I use only the past form of the verb. Another example, it is time you returned the book to the library. Imagine that you borrowed a book from the library and you keep it at home. Now I speak with you. Again, you borrowed a book from the library and the book is with you now at your own home. So I tell you what, it is time you returned the book to the library, but you do the opposite, you keep it at home. Again, I used the past simple to express present situation because it contradicts what happens. Number two, the past perfect. Past perfect, had plus past participle. The past perfect is used with the previous words like wish, would rather, as if, all these words to express past. For example, I wish I had seen him yesterday. If I need to cross the word yesterday and write the word now, it will be I wish I saw him now. I wish I had seen him yesterday. So when I use the word wish or any of the previous words, I cannot use present to express present, but I use the past simple to express the past form, and also I use the past perfect to express past form. She behaved as if she had done nothing wrong. Again, here I have the word behaved, this is past, and I have the word as if. I have to go back one step. Instead of did nothing wrong, I say had done nothing wrong. Also, in the same sentence, if I write she behaves as if she did nothing wrong. Again, I use the past simple to express present. I use the past perfect to express past. If I have some words like the word wish, as if, would rather, and so on. The third point for us is the sentence is in a question form when we start with these words: never, rarely, seldom, little. If I start the sentence of any of these words, the sentence will be in a question form, but it is not a real question. She rarely got up late. Rarely is used before the main verb. But if I need to start with the word rarely, I have to say, rarely did she get up late. Full stop, not a question mark, because the sentence is in a question form but not a real question. The same when I say she never made a mistake. If I need to start with never, I have to say never did he make a mistake. Again, if I need to start the sentence with never, rarely, seldom, little, I have to start with the word did and then the subject, the infinitive, and so on. To make the sentence is in a question form, I use full stop at the end, not a question mark. This is the quiz time. I need you to read these questions sentence by sentence. Then, in a separated sheet, try to write your answers. You can pause the video to take as much time as you need to write your answers. After that, check the model answers and give yourself score. About number 1, did she used to cry a lot when she is a baby? We need to find the mistake and correct it. Again, did she used to cry a lot when she is a baby? Where is the mistake? Try to find it and correct it. Number 2, I wish I see him now to help me in my work. 3, I would rather you don't ask me to lend you money. 4, she behaves as if she had done nothing wrong. 5, rarely she got up late. 6, I used to read at least one book a week, but now I don't read so many. 7, I was used to play tennis, but now I play football. Try to find the mistakes, write them in your own sheet, then check your answers with me. About the model answer for these sentences. Number 1, it was written, did she used to cry a lot when she is a baby? I have to say, did she used to cry a lot when she was a baby? I started with the past, I have to continue past. If you remember, wish, would rather, as if, these words, if I need to make the sentence present, I cannot use present simple, but I use past form. Again, with these words, I use past form to express present. Also, I used past perfect to express past. I wish I see him now to help me in my work. This is present. So I have to use past form. I cross see and use saw. I wish I saw him now. The same, I would rather you do not ask me to lend you money. I cannot use present with would rather. If I need to express present, I use past form. I would rather you didn't ask me to lend you money. Didn't ask me. Number 4, the same. She behaves as if she did nothing wrong. Here I have the word behaves. Behaves is present. With the present, I use past form, did. But imagine that here we have the word behaved. It must be she behaved as if she had done nothing wrong. Again, when I say behaves, I say did. Behaved, had done. When I need to express present, I use past form. If I need to express past, I use past perfect with the previous words we said before, like wish, would rather, as if, and so on. In number 5, we start with the word rarely. If you remember, if I started a sentence with rarely or never or scarcely, I make the sentence in a question form. Here it was written, rarely she got up late. It must be, rarely did she get up late, and full stop at the end, not a question mark. Number 6, I used to read at least one book a week, but now I don't read so many. Here we speak about habit in the past. Instead of used to, I will write I used to read and go on. Last one, I was used to play tennis, but now I play football. I cannot write was used to. It has a form, but not now. What we had in this lecture, if I need to make it past simple, I use the past form of the verb. It will be used to. But if I need to keep the word was, this is other form. I have to say, I was used to playing tennis. We will express and explain it in details in the coming lectures. But for now, I have to use the simple form, which is I used to play tennis, but now I play football. Now I express a past habit that happened and finished in the past. We are going to study the past continuous. About the past continuous, we can call it past continuous or past progressive. In this lecture, we are going to speak about the usage and the form. Number 1, we use the past continuous to talk about an action that happened at a particular time in the past. So an action that happened at a specific or a particular time in the past. For example, when I say Adam was having dinner at noon yesterday. So now I used past continuous. We also use the past continuous to refer to an action or actions which happened for a length of time in the past. Something had a duration in the past. It took much time in the past. Let's have an example. While I was doing my homework, my sister was helping my mother. So now I have two actions that are happening at the same time, but both of them were in the past. So again, the past continuous expresses something that happened at a particular time in the past or two actions which happened for a length of time in the past. As you see here, we use was plus verb ing. So the form of the past continuous, we use was or were plus verb ing. Number 3, we often use the past continuous to talk about an action that was interrupted by an event in the past. Two actions were happening in the past, but one of them interrupted the other. When I say, I was reading a book when my friend arrived. So this one was happening in the past. It took much time in the past. And in the middle of this action, what happened? My friend arrived. So now I speak about a duration in the past and something else happened during this action. Number 4, we do not usually use the past continuous with verbs that describe states or senses. We use the past simple. If you remember when we were discussing the present continuous, we spoke about two kinds of verbs. The first kind is called stative verbs, and the second kind was called dynamic verbs. The stative verbs cannot be used in the present continuous or the past continuous also. So here we have some verbs that cannot be used in the past continuous. We use them in only past simple. They are stative verbs. When I say, she seemed ill when I visited her. The verb seem, this is stative verb. Can I say she was seeming ill when I visited her? No, I can't. I use only past simple with the stative verbs. While I was at home, a man knocked on the door and asked for help. Can I say, while I was being at home, a man knocked on the door and asked for help? No. Verb to be cannot be used in the past continuous or the present continuous also. Again, I cannot say while I was being at home. I only say while I was at home and go on. Let's have some important notes about the past continuous. The first point in the past continuous is, just as, and when mean while. Now I have four words, and the four words have the same meaning and the same usage. As, just as, when, and while, they are used with the past simple without any difference between them. When I say, while I was doing my homework, my sister was helping my mother. I started with while. Also, I can say, just as I was doing my homework, as I was doing my homework, when I was doing my homework. So now I have four words, and these four words can be used before the past continuous without any difference. The second point, use during before a noun or gerund. We can use during before a noun or gerund. For example, when I say during the party, comma, I met an old friend. I can say also I met an old friend during the party. Also, I can say during attending the party, during having the party. So I can use gerund or noun after during. Here, during attending the party, I met an old friend. Here I have the word during. After during, I can use noun or gerund. Both are right. The third point, while, can be used without a subject. How can I use while without a subject? When I add the verb plus ing directly after while. I use gerund directly after while. For example, when I say, while walking to work, I saw my friend Tanya. Can I say, as walking to work, or just as, or when walking to work? No, I can't. Again, I can use while plus verb ing only with while. So I cannot apply point number 3 to point number 1. Only while can be used with the verb ing. But while, just as, and when can be used without any difference if we have full sentence in the past continuous. But here we have exception about while. I can say while walking to work, while speaking, while sleeping, This is right. We have the affirmative, the negative, and the question forms of the past continuous. First one is the affirmative. I can say he was studying English, right? As we said before, I use was or were plus verb ing. They were studying English. If I need to make them question, I say I was not studying English. She was not studying English. Also about they were, I can say they were not studying English. If I need to change the sentence into a question, I can say, was he studying English? Were they studying English? When I start with was or were, now the sentence is in a question form. Again, in the negative, I add not after was or were. But in the question, we start with was or were to make the sentence question. This is the quiz time. Our quiz about the past continuous. Now I have 7 questions. I will read them with you. After that, I need you to pause the video, write your answers in a separated sheet, and then check your answers with the model answer in the coming slide. Find the mistakes in the following sentences and write them correctly. Number 1. The washing machine was delivered while I read the newspaper. Number 2. While I come to school today, I saw an old friend. 3. At 6 o'clock yesterday evening, I am watching TV. What did you do when I called you? You sounded very busy. 5. While my sister does her homework, she was listening to music. Number 6. Yesterday evening, we revised for our English test when all the lights went out. 7. While he is being in London, he went shopping. The model answer: the washing machine was delivered while I read the newspaper. Instead of read, I write was reading. While I go to school today, I saw an old friend. Instead of go, we write was going. 3. At 6 o'clock yesterday evening, I am watching TV. I was watching TV. Perfect. Was. 4. What did you do? It must be what were you doing when I called you? Number 5. While my sister does her homework, must be while my sister was doing her homework, because the rest of the sentence she was listening to music. Yesterday evening we revised, it must be we were revising for our English test when all the lights went out. 7. While he is being in London, he went shopping. While he was in London, he went shopping. Now, we are going to study a very important tense, which is past perfect. The past perfect is like the past simple. But I must have two actions in the past. If I have just one action in the past, I use past simple. But if I have two actions in the past, the first one is past perfect and the second one is past simple. Again, yesterday I watched TV. This is past simple. Yesterday I had watched TV, then I slept. When I say only watched, it must be past simple. But when I say I had watched TV and then I slept, now I have two actions. The first one is past perfect and the second is past simple. And both of them have no relation with the present. Again, the past perfect expresses something happened and finished in the past, but something else happened after it. Here, we can imagine what happened yesterday. Yesterday, she had cleaned the room when I got home. Again, she had cleaned the room when I got home yesterday. It means that she finished cleaning the room and after that I arrived home. Both actions happened and finished in the past. The past perfect, we use the past perfect to talk about the earlier of two actions in the past. The later action is in the past simple form. When I say I had finished my work before I took a break, this is the first action, had plus PP, and took is second action. Another example, we were not hungry because we had already eaten. Which one is first and which one is second? When I read had plus PP, this is the first. So had eaten, this is the first. And weren't hungry, this is the second. Now I have two actions in the past and the order of them. This is the first and this is the second. I did not return home until I had finished my work. Which one is the first and which one is the second? Yes, had finished, this is the first action, although this is the second sentence. But we speak about the order in the actions in the past. Which one is first? Had finished, and the second is didn't return. So yesterday I finished my work first and then the second action happened. Another example, when I reached the station, the train had left. Which one is first? Reached or had left? When I read had plus PP, this is the first. And then reached. It means that the train had already left, and after that I reached the station. It means I caught the train or I missed the train. I missed the train. I missed it. When I had reached the station, the train left. Which one happened first? I reached or left? Excellent. When I find had plus PP, this is the first action. So I had reached the station and after that the train left. It means I caught the train. Excellent. Again, the past perfect is formed with had plus past participle. In the affirmative form, we say I had studied English. In the negative, I had not or hadn't studied English. In the question, we say had you studied English. The past perfect time clauses. These points are very, very important. Number one, after, as soon as, once, the moment, when. Number two, before, by the time, when. Take care that the word when sometimes is used like the word after and sometimes is used like the word before. No sooner, hardly, scarcely, barely. 4. It was only when or it wasn't until. 5. Till and until. 6. Having. 7. Having been. And last one, 8. On plus gerund. Here I have 8 sections about the time clauses. We are going to discuss each section one by one. The first group about the time clauses, this is group number 1. After, as soon as, once, the moment, when. Let's have an example. When I say, after she had worked in the company for 15 years, she became the manager. I start with the word after, and after the word after we use past perfect, as most of the people say after past perfect. After the word after I use past perfect. What about if I need to use after in the middle between the two sentences? She became the manager after she had worked in the company for 15 years. When I start the two sentences with after, I use past perfect after. And if the word after in the middle between the two sentences, also I use the past perfect after. So, wherever after is, I use past perfect after. Once I had arrived home, comma, I slept. We said that after, as soon as, once, the moment, when, they are the same category. It means that every word of them is followed by past perfect and then past simple. Even I find any word of them in the middle, also I use past perfect after them. When I start the two sentences with any time clause of them, I use comma between the two sentences. But if I use the word between the two sentences, there are no commas. Group number 2. Before, by the time, when. They are the same category. Before I arrived home, it had rained for 2 hours. Take care that before is the opposite of after. If you remember, I use after past perfect. But here, after the word before, we use what? Past simple. and the past perfect is in the second sentence. The same. By the time I arrived home, it had rained for 2 hours. Also, I can say, when I arrived home, it had rained for 2 hours. What about if I need to use before in the middle between the two sentences? Yes, the past simple is always after before, so I have to start with the second sentence. It had rained for 2 hours before I arrived home. It had rained for 2 hours by the time I arrived home. Another example. I had finished all my work when I had rest. Had finished, this is past perfect. Had, this is past simple. Before, by the time, when are followed by past simple, and the other sentence, the second sentence, must be in the past perfect form. Some notes about the past perfect related to the previous points. If I have after or before, I use full sentence. After, past perfect, and after, before, past simple. The sentence after the word after, past perfect. The sentence after the word before, past simple. But I can use gerund or noun after the words after and before. How can I do that? After watching the movie, I slept. Or after the movie, I slept. After watching the movie, this is gerund. This is right. Also, I can say after the movie, I slept. This is right also. Can you imagine the original sentence after the word after? It must be after I had watched the movie, I slept. But here we have a new form. I can use gerund or noun after the word after. I slept after watching the movie, or I slept after the movie. Here I use after in the middle. What about before? The same. Before having rest, I had finished all my work. What is the original sentence? Before I had rest, I had finished all my work. About number 3, or the third category, no sooner than, hardly when, or hardly before, scarcely when, or scarcely before, purely when, or purely before. Here I have 4 important words. I have to keep them well, keep them by heart, and take care. When I say no sooner, I have to write then, hardly when or before, scarcely when or scarcely before, purely when or purely before. How can I use these important words? I had no sooner finished the report than I gave it to the secretary. The sentence with no sooner must be in the past perfect form. Again, if I need to use no sooner, I have to make the sentence in the past perfect form. The second sentence must be past simple. This is exactly like the word after. we need to use hardly, scarcely, barely in the same sentence. They will be the same. When I say, I had barely finished the report when I gave it to the secretary, or before I gave it to the secretary. So they are the same, but the difference between them, no sooner than, hardly, scarcely, and barely, I link the other sentence with when or before, and the sentence around no sooner or hardly or scarcely or barely must be past perfect. The second sentence, past simple. This note is very, very important. When the sentence is started with one of them, one of the previous words, no sooner, hardly, scarcely, barely, what should we do? The sentence must be in a question form. Again, when the sentence is started with one of them, it must be in a question form. No sooner had I finished the report than I gave it to the secretary. Here, if you remember the previous slide, we wrote I had no sooner finished. But now I need to start with no sooner, so the sentence must be in a question form. I start with had and then the subject. Another example, barely had I finished. Can I say barely I had finished or no sooner I had finished? No. No sooner had I finished. Barely had I finished. So now, if I need to start with no sooner, hardly, scarcely, barely, I have to change the sentence into a question form, and at the end of the sentence I use full stop, not a question mark, because it is not a real question. The past perfect, the rest of the time clauses. About number 4, when I say it was only when that. It wasn't until that. It was only when I had taken a rest that I began to write the report. Or it wasn't until I had taken a rest that I began to write the report. When I use it was only when that, it wasn't until that, and the sentence after it was only when or it wasn't until must be past perfect, and the second sentence must be past simple. Number 5, till and until. They are the same. I didn't watch TV until I had done the housework. They didn't sleep till they had finished all tasks. After till or until I use past perfect, and the second sentence must be past simple, and in most cases this is past simple negative. Having plus pp, this is number 6. I use having plus pp if the sentence is active. After he had slept for 10 hours, he started to feel energetic. I can cross after, cross he, and also had, then I have to use having plus PP. Can you imagine the sentence? Excellent. It will be, having slept for 10 hours, he started to feel energetic. Again, I can use having instead of after, but after the word after, I use full sentence past perfect. But after having, I use only past participle. After she had worked in the company for 15 years, she became the manager. I can say also, having worked in the company for 15 years, she became the manager. So here I have what? Having plus PP instead of after plus full sentence in the past perfect. About number 7 in the time clauses, we can use having been plus PP, but in one condition, the sentence is in the passive form. If you remember number 6, we used having plus PP in the active. Now, this is having been plus PP in the passive form. After the student had been punished, he didn't come late again. Now this sentence is passive, and I need to start the sentence with the word having. In this case, I have to cross all these words after the student had and start with having been punished, the student didn't come late again. Another example, after the car had been repaired, I washed it well. If I need to cross after and start with having, what should we do? Having been repaired, comma, I washed the car well. Excellent, well done. About number 8, I can start the sentence with on, but if I start with the preposition on, I have to write gerund, which means verb plus ing after the preposition on. After the man had seen the accident, comma, he called the ambulance. Can we imagine how to use on? I use on and the main verb plus ing. Where is the main verb here? I have to cross after the man had and stop with the word seen. It will be after, yes, the same sentence again. After the man had seen, it will be on seeing the accident, the man called the ambulance. I change it after the man had seen to on seeing. As soon as she had fed the baby, she slept. I need to use on in this sentence. Use on and write the main verb plus ing. Here, the word fed is in the past. Fed is the past of feed. So what is the sentence? On feeding the baby, comma, she slept. Excellent. I have two important notes now. The first one, we can use having at the beginning of the sentence instead of because plus subject and verb. Again, we can start the sentence with having, but I have to cross the word because plus the subject plus the verb. Let's watch an example. Because he had a new car, or because he had bought a new car. It was easy for him to drive a long way to work every day. Now I need to start with the word having. Yes, you are right. We can say having a new car or having bought a new car. It was easy for him to drive a long way to work every day. If I start the sentence with the words because he had a new car, I can say having a new car. If I say because he had bought a new car, so I can say also having bought a new car. Both forms are right. The second point, we can use the past simple. Take care, we speak about past perfect, but here we have exception. We can use the past simple instead of the past perfect when there is fixed time in the past, especially with after and before. Now I have two conditions. First condition to use past simple instead of past perfect, I must have fixed time and we should have after or before. Let's watch an example. She did the shopping at 9 yesterday before she returned home at 10. Here I have the word before, so the first sentence must be past perfect. We can say she had done the shopping. Yes, this is the sentence. She had done the shopping at 9 yesterday before she returned home at 9. I have the word before. After before I use past simple. And here after before I use past simple. But the second sentence or the action that happened first must be past perfect, had done. But here we have exception. When I have fixed time and also I have the word after or before, I can use past simple instead of past perfect. But the question is, which form is right? Both are right. This is the quiz time. This is the quiz time about the past perfect. Now I need you to find the mistakes in the following sentences and write them correctly. I have 5 questions. First one, buying a new car, it was easy for him to drive a long way to work every day. In seeing the accident, the man called the ambulance. It was only when I had taken a rest then I began to write the report. I watched TV until I had done the housework. Early I had finished the report before I gave it to the secretary. I need you to pause the video and write your answers in a separated sheet, then play the video again to watch the model answers. About number 1, buying, it must be having bought, because we said if I start the sentence with the word having, I have to write PP past participle after the word having. So the first sentence will be having bought a new car, comma, and the rest of the sentence. Number 2, it was written in seeing the accident. It must be on seeing the accident. 3, It was only when I had taken a rest then I began to write the report. If you remember, we said it was only when that. So instead of then, we write that. Number 4, I watched TV until I had done the housework. After until, we use past perfect, and before the word until, we use past simple negative didn't watch. Purely, I had finished the report before I gave it to the secretary. If I started the sentence with purely or scarcely or no sooner or hardly, I have to make the sentence in a question form. Purely had I finished. The past perfect continuous. We can also say the past perfect progressive. Now I have two names, past perfect continuous or past perfect progressive. When I say the boys had been playing soccer for about an hour when it started to rain, I speak about past actions, and both of the two actions happened and finished in the past, but one of them took much time. The first action had a duration before happening another one. Again, here I have two boys. They were playing. What happened? The boys had been playing soccer for about an hour when it started to rain. Two actions in the past. One happened before the other, and the first one took much time during happening. Let's clarify about the past perfect continuous. It consists of had been plus verb ing. It is used to express an action which continued for a time before happening another action, and both of them were in the past. How many actions do I have? Two actions. At present or in the past? In the past. And what is the relation between them? One happened before the other, and the first action took much time during happening. Again, it's used to express an action which continued for a time before happening another action in the past. Let's have an example. When I say, I had been playing football for 6 hours when I fainted. If I cross the words 6 hours, I cannot use past perfect progressive. I will only use past perfect as we discussed before. I can say I had played football when I fainted, but here I have duration in the past for the first action. So I have to say I had been playing football for 6 hours when I fainted. Another point about the past perfect progressive, it can be used with these words when, since, for, all day, all weekend. These words like keywords for the past perfect continuous. It's also used, or it's always and also used with verbs that take a long time to happen in the past also, like wait, do, study, live, work, stay, play, watch, sleep, paint, read, write, talk, run, walk, travel, and so on. So again, the past perfect continuous is used with these verbs because they take long time to happen. This point is very important. You have to keep it. Let's have some examples together to clarify the past perfect continuous. The first one, when I arrived home, he had been cleaning the room for 2 hours. Which one happened first? Arrived or had been cleaning? Had been cleaning. It happened first. And it continued till I arrived home. So now I have two actions in the past, arrived and cleaning. But this one is the first action and this one is the second action. And the first action took much time during happening. So we use past perfect continuous. About second example, they had been waiting for an hour before the train arrived. Again, we have two actions in the past. The first one had been waiting and the second one arrived. But the first one took much time. Here I have duration in the past for an hour. So I have to use past perfect continuous. Another example. What had he been doing when the accident happened? Past perfect continuous. Last one. There were floods because it had been raining for 3 days. More examples here. He was tired because he had been working since dawn, since the early morning. He was covered in paint. Why? Because he had been painting the room since we left. Now we have again two actions in the past. Was covered and had been painting. But had been painting happened first and took much time in the past. Our game of tennis was interrupted. We had been playing for an hour when it started to rain. Now, this is the quiz time about the past perfect continuous. Here I have 6 questions. I need you to choose the correct answer. Number 1, Ali has been looking, had been looking, have looked, has looked for a job for over a year before he finally got a job. Number 2, he was out of breath as a dog. Has been chasing, had been chased, had been chasing, was chased him. Mona was tired yesterday because she had revising, had been revising for the test all day. 4. They had waited, had been waiting, have waited, have been waiting for an hour before the train arrived. 5. What he had been doing, has he been doing, he has been doing, had he been doing when the accident happened. Number 6. There were floods because it had been raining, has been raining, is raining, were raining for 3 days. I need you now to pause the video, read the questions again, choose the correct answer, write them in a separate sheet, then replay the video again and check your answers with the model answer in the coming slide. Number 1, Ali had been looking for a job for over a year when he finally got a job. Number 2, he was out of breath as a dog had been chasing him. Mona was tired yesterday because she had been revising for the test all day. 4. They had been waiting for an hour before the train arrived. 5. What had he been doing when the accident happened? There were floods because it had been raining for 3 days. All actions here are in the past, and each sentence has two actions. One of them, the first action, must be in the past perfect or past perfect continuous. And because the first action took much time, we used past perfect continuous. And the second action is in the past simple. Again, in each sentence, I have two actions. The first action is in the past perfect continuous, and the second action is in the past simple. The future simple, usage and form. We have 4 shapes about the future simple. The first one is will or shall plus infinitive. It's used for prediction with no evidence, and it must be based on guesswork. Again, the first form or the first shape of the future simple is will or shall plus infinitive. It's used for prediction with no evidence. Take care of this word. I have prediction, but I have no evidence. Based on guesswork. Let's have an example. I think we will use renewable energy everywhere in the future. Here it's kind of prediction, but we have no evidence. Will or shall also is used. We can use will or shall plus infinitive with present evidence with adverbs like probably, definitely, certainly, etc. Again, when I see these words, probably, definitely, certainly, I have to use will or shall. When I tell you, look at these dark clouds, it will probably rain. If I have no word of them, like probably or definitely or certainly, I cannot use will in this sentence. But here I tell you, look at these dark clouds. It will probably rain. So I use the word will because of what? Because of probably. Also, we use will or shall for future facts. The Christmas will be on Wednesday. This is fact. I use also will or shall for quick decisions. My phone is ringing. I will answer it. Also, we use will or shall for offers. I will help you to solve the problem. It's kind of polite offer. These words are key words to use will or shall plus infinitive in the future simple. Expect, predict, sure, certainly, think, believe, probably, perhaps, hope, promise, suppose. All of them are key words for the future simple, especially will or shall. We said we have 4 shapes for the future simple, 4 kinds about the future simple. The first one again is will or shall plus infinitive. The second form about the future simple is am or is or are plus going to plus infinitive. The first form was will or shall plus infinitive. Now the second am, is, are plus going to plus infinitive. It's used for future plans, decisions, intentions, and the word want. Again, if I plan to do something, if I decide to do something, if I have intention or want to do something, I have to use am or is or are plus going to plus infinitive to express the future. I cannot use will or shall. Let's have an example. I am going to buy some clothes online this afternoon. This is my plan. I cannot say I will buy some clothes online this afternoon. When I have plans, decisions, intentions, or I want to do something, I use the form of am or is or are plus going to plus the infinitive of the verb. The second point, we use going to before it am, is, are, and after it infinitive for warning and predictions. But here I have evidence. So here we have the word with evidence. If you remember in number 1, we use will or shall plus infinitive if we have prediction but without evidence. Here we use am, is, are plus going to plus infinitive for warning and predictions with evidence, something I can see or I can hear. Look at this advert. The phone company is going to introduce a new flexible smartphone. Here I see something. I have evidence. In this case, we use am or is or are plus going to plus the verb. Be careful. The car is going to hit you. It's very near. Again, here I give you warning. Be careful. The car is going to hit you. It is very near. I see it also. And I warn you. Here we have extra examples to clarify the form of am or is or are plus going to plus infinitive. We have already decided. We have already planned. Can I say we will buy a new house next year? I can't. Because here we have the word decide or the word plan, we have to use this form. We are going to buy a new house next year. Excellent. I want to buy a new car. I want to buy a new car. When I find the word want, I have to write am, is, are plus going to plus infinitive to express the future. I want to buy a new car, so I am going to save a lot of money. That chair is broken. Here we have evidence. You are going to fall. Again, the chair is broken. This is evidence. So, what will happen in the future? You are going to fall. It's future, but with prediction, with evidence. The sky is dark and cloudy. I think it's going to rain. If you remember in the previous point, will or shall, we have the word probably. When I find or read the word probably, I use will. But here, I have evidence, I have the word think, but the word probably is not existed. So I have to use am or is or are plus going to plus infinitive. This is something I can see. I have evidence. The weather forecast says it is going to rain. Here also, when I speak about the weather forecast, I speak about evidence. Watch out! Now I give you warning. Watch out! You are going to break the vase. I cannot say, watch out! You will break the vase. No, it is not. So here again, watch out! You are going to break the vase. The third form about the future simple is the present continuous. As you know, we use the present continuous as a separated tense, but now I will use the present continuous as one form of four forms to express the future simple. Again, we are going to use the present continuous now just to express the future simple. It's used to talk about things that you have arranged. We use the present continuous to express future if we arrange something to do in the future. I have already booked the tickets. Now I have arrangement. Again, I have already booked the tickets. We are traveling abroad today. Here in this sentence, can I say we will travel or we are going to travel? I can't, because the first sentence is a kind of arrangement, so I have to use present continuous to express the future. Another example, we are meeting tomorrow at 7. I have told everyone. I have what? I have arrangement. I cannot meet you tomorrow. I am seeing the dentist. It's kind of arrangement. I am leaving the office at 11. I have permission. It's kind of arrangement also. We have arranged everything. We are giving a party tomorrow. I have bought our tickets. We are watching the match on the stadium next Friday. In all these examples, we used the present continuous to express the future because we have arrangement. I cannot use will or shall or am is are plus going to plus infinitive, only present continuous to express the future. The fourth form of the future simple is the present simple. Again, we said that we have four forms about the future simple. The first one, will or shall plus infinitive. The second one, am or is or are plus going to plus infinitive. The third, present continuous. The fourth, present simple, to express future simple. It's used to talk about a timetable, a program, a schedule, or a calendar. The train leaves at 6 o'clock I can add the word tomorrow or next Friday, whatever. Here I have future simple. Can I say the train will leave at 6, or the train is going to leave, or the train is leaving? I cannot. Because in this sentence I have a timetable or schedule or program. So the sentence must be present simple to express the future. Another example, the final exam or the final exams take place in next June. Here I speak about the final exams. It's kind of timetable also. I have to use present simple to express this future sentence. When does the film start? I speak about program. I cannot say when will the film start. It must be when does the film start. Can I say also when is the film going to start or when is the film starting? I cannot say any of these sentences, just present simple. Another example, yeah, this is the answer. When I say, again, when I ask, when does the film start? I have to say, it starts at 7 p.m. tonight. Tonight is future, but also I cannot say it will start because I speak about program. When does Ramadan start this year? Here I speak about calendar. I cannot say when will Ramadan start, or when is Ramadan going to start, or when is Ramadan starting. Just present simple. When does Ramadan start this year? Now, this is the quiz time about the future simple. I need you to find the mistakes in the following sentences and write them correctly. Number 1. She is go to finish her work early today. Number 2. Can she intend to study medicine in the USA? Number 3. The phone is ringing. I am going to answer it. Number 4. I travel tomorrow. I have bought the tickets. 5. The bookcase is not well fixed. It's go falling. I need you to pause the video, write your answers in a separated sheet, and then continue the video to watch the answers here in the coming slide and compare your answers to the answers in the coming slide. Let's watch it. Number 1, it was written, she is go to finish her work early today. I cannot say she is go. It must be she is going to finish. So instead of go, we write what? Going. Excellent, well done. Number 2, can she intend to? I cannot say can she intend to. Does she intend to? Because I intend to, it's kind of future, but indirectly. So here the sentence, does she intend to study medicine in the future, in the USA? It means that this sentence is future also. 3. The phone is ringing. We need quick decision. I cannot say I am going to answer it. I will answer it. 4. I travel tomorrow. I have bought the tickets. When I say I have bought the tickets, it's kind of arrangement. And you remember, when I have arrangement, I have to use present continuous. I am traveling tomorrow. I have present continuous, but the sentence is future. The last sentence, the bookcase is not well fixed. Here I had prediction with evidence. When I had prediction with evidence, we use am or is or are plus going to plus infinitive. I cannot say it is go falling. It must be it is going to fall. About the future continuous, we can say future continuous or future progressive. Again, we have two names, future continuous or future progressive. The future continuous, we use will or shall or may plus be plus verb ing. It's used to talk about an activity that will be happening at a specific period of time in the future. Something will be happening at a specific time in the future. Let's have an example. In today's show, I will be talking. Here we use what? Will be plus verb ing. I will be talking to my guest, Dr. Sarita Parker. Again, we use the future continuous to talk about an activity that will be happening at a specific time in the future. Number two, we use also will, shall, or may plus be plus verb ing, future continuous, to talk about future activity that will only happen for a short time in the future. Not all the future, but short time in the future. When I say my organization will be running an education program next month, so it is not all lifelong, but just specific time in the future. The future continuous is also used to talk about an activity that will start before another activity in the future. Again, I can use the future continuous if I have two actions in the future. The first action must be future continuous. When I say more farmers will be using sustainable techniques and therefore farming will improve. Now I have two actions in the future. This is the first action and this is the second action. When I have two actions in the future, the first action must be future continuous, will be plus verb ing. Some clarifying examples to make the future continuous simpler and simpler for you. First example, mother will be doing the housework between 10 and 2 p.m. tomorrow. This is future continuous. Now I have fixed time in the future. And during this time, what will be happening? Mother will be doing the housework. Another example, please don't phone me at 12. I will be sleeping. Again, I ask you, don't phone me at 12. Why? I will be sleeping. So now I have future continuous. During this time, I will be sleeping. I cannot visit you because I will be doing or I may be doing my homework this evening. Between 10 and 12 a.m. tomorrow, they will be traveling to London. Now I have fixed time in the future, I have duration in the future, so I have to use future continuous. This is the quiz time. Find the mistakes in the following sentences and write them correctly. Number 1. Mother will do the housework between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. tomorrow. Number 2. Don't phone me at 10. I will work. 3. I can't visit you because I may do my homework this evening. 4. Between 10 and 12 a.m. tomorrow, they are visiting London. 5. Tomorrow night, I will be watch a scary movie. As usual, I need you to write your answers in a separated sheet, then compare your answers with the model answer in the coming slide. The model answer, number 1, instead of will do, it must be will be doing. So the sentence will be, Mother will be doing the housework between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. tomorrow. Number 2, don't phone me at 10. I will be working. This is future continuous. I can't visit you because I may be doing my homework this evening. Future continuous also. Number 4, between 10 and 12 a.m. tomorrow, they will be visiting London. Excellent. Number 5 and the last one, tomorrow night I will be watching a scary movie. Again, in the future continuous, we use will or shall or may plus be plus verb ing. Again, this is future continuous or future progressive. The future perfect. Try to imagine this situation when the mother says, by the time you read this, I will have slept. And also the girl says, I'm not going to have finished this book by 11 o'clock. This is an introduction about the future perfect. In the future perfect, we use will or shall plus have plus past participle. Also, I can use going to, am, is, are plus going to plus have plus pp also. But the most common forms are will have plus pp or shall have plus bb. It's used to express something will happen and finish or be completed before a certain time or fixed time in the future. Again, something will happen and finish or be completed before a fixed time in the future. Let's have an example. When I say by the end of this year, the government will have built 3 new schools in this village. Now, I speak about something will happen and be completed before a fixed time in the future. Another one, by 2040, pollution will have been eliminated. I will have finished preparing a new course before you finish this one. In the 3 examples, I speak about something will happen and finish or be completed before a fixed time in the future. But in the future simple, we speak about the starting point. In the future perfect, we speak about the ending point. We have some important keywords related to the future perfect. They are by, before, by the time. Here we said by the end of next year, by 2040, before you finish this one. They are keywords about the future perfect. Let's have some clarifying examples. By next Friday, I will have completed this course. Before having the summer vacation, I will have finished all my assigned tasks. They will have done the homework by the time they watch TV. Now, this is the quiz time about the future perfect. I need you to correct the verbs between brackets. Number 1, by 2030, eco-friendly cars run on water and sunshine. 2, I think by next Friday, the mechanic repair my car. 3, I not finish the essay by the weekend. 4, why she finish the cleaning by 6. 5, how long you be in this company when you retire. 6, they not go at 6. As you always do, I need you to pause your video, write your answers in a separated sheet, and then compare your answers with the model answers in the coming slide. Let's watch them together. First one, when we say by 2030, eco-friendly cars will have run on water and sunshine. Here I have by 2030, I have to use future perfect, will have plus PP. I think by next Friday, the mechanic will have repaired my car. By next Friday, this is keyword, will have repaired. 3, I won't have finished the essay by the weekend. This is keyword also, by. Why will she have finished the cleaning by 6? It's the form of the question. Also, I use the future perfect in this form. I have keyword by. How long will you have been in this company when you retire? I think the future perfect is very important and very simple at the same time. Please put in your minds, we use future simple when we speak about the starting point, the starting time, and we use the future perfect when I speak about the ending time. Next Friday, I will travel. I will start next Friday. By next Friday, I will have traveled. This is the ending point, by next Friday. Now, this is the quiz time about the future perfect. I need you to correct the verbs between brackets. Number 1, by 2030, eco-friendly cars run on water and sunshine. 2. I think by next Friday the mechanic repair my car. 3. I not finish the essay by the weekend. 4. Why she finish the cleaning by 6. 5. How long you be in this company when you retire. 6. They not go at 6. As you always do, I need you to pause your video, write your answers in a separated sheet, and then compare your answers with the model answers in the coming slide. Let's watch them together. First one, when we say by 2030, eco-friendly cars will have run on water and sunshine. Here I have by 2030, I have to use future perfect, will have plus PP. I think by next Friday, the mechanic will have repaired my car. By next Friday, this is keyword, will have repaired. 3. I won't have finished the essay by the weekend. This is keyword also, by. Why will she have finished the cleaning by 6? It's the form of the question. Also, I use the future perfect in this form. I have keyword by. How long will you have been in this company when you retire? I think the future perfect is very important and very simple at the same time. Please put in your minds, we use future simple when we speak about the starting point, the starting time, and we use the future perfect when I speak about the ending time. Next Friday, I will travel. I will start next Friday. By next Friday, I will have traveled. This is the ending point. By next Friday. Types of sentences. English sentence types. The 4 English sentence types. How many types in the English sentences generally? We have 4 English sentence types. What are these types? Number 1 is called declarative sentence. And when I say declarative sentence, I mean statement. We have 3 kinds of statements. We have simple statement, we have compound statement, and also we have complex statement. We'll discuss them in details, but not in this lecture. So the first one again is called declarative sentence, which means statement. Number 2, interrogative sentence, which means question. How to form a question, or the question sentences generally. Number 3, imperative sentence, which means command or order. Last one is exclamative sentence. This is when I make an exclamation. Let's study them in more and more details. When we say that we have 4 English sentence types, we said that the first kind is called declarative sentence or statement. For example, they redecorated their house. Any simple sentence or any sentence is called declarative or statement. Also, when I say I study English, I travel a lot, she plays tennis. Any sentence is called declarative sentence. This is the statement. But when I say interrogative sentence, I mean question. When I ask you or ask anyone about anything, this is question form. For example, where do you live? When will you travel? How old are you? What is the time? Any question is interrogative sentence. Number 3, the imperative sentence. The command or the order, they are the same. We have 3 names with the same meaning. For example, turn on the lights. Come here. Don't stay up late. Any order. Maybe positive and maybe also negative. When I say, don't write your name on this sheet. Don't do it again. Any order is called imperative sentence. Number 4, exclamative sentence or exclamation. When I say wonderful, great, excellent. How to form a declarative sentence. How to form a simple declarative sentence, or as we said before, we can call it also statement. I need to remind you that we have 3 kinds of statements. We have simple statement, compound statement, and complex statement. Now we are going to speak about simple statements or declarative statement or declarative sentence. They are the same. If I need to form any sentence, I have to follow these simple letters. S, V, O, C. When I say S, I mean subject. V means verb. O means object. C means complement. Again, this is the order of any simple sentence if I need to speak and also if I need to write. Many learners and many students all over the world always ask, I cannot know how to form a sentence. I do not know how to write. I do not know how to speak. When I follow this simple rule, now I will teach myself how to write and how to speak very, very simply and fluently and accurately at the same time. What is the rule again? S, V, O, C. S, subject. V, verb. O, object. C, complement. If I have no subject, there is no sentence. If I have no verb, there is no sentence also. About the object and the complement, maybe yes and maybe no. But if I need to form full sentence and to be perfect one, I have to follow all of them. Let's have examples to clarify this important and simple point at the same time. I drink coffee. I think now you understand. It's very, very simple. This is the subject. Drink, this is the verb. Coffee, this is the object. Can I say drink I coffee? Or coffee drink I? Or coffee I drink? No. I have to follow the rule. What is the rule? I drink coffee. Subject, verb, object. I need to make the sentence longer. I need to stretch the sentence. I have to add what? Complement. Let's try together. When I say I, subject, drink, verb, coffee, this is the object, and I can add every day. So now I have long sentence. I drink coffee every day. What about if I need to make it longer? I can say I drink coffee every day with my friends at work. It's up to you. You can add as many words as you need, as you like, but they must be in the right order, right spelling, and most important, right grammar. Another example, I drink coffee after breakfast. I can say also, I drink coffee after breakfast before I go to work. It's up to you. I think now all of you have to hold pens or pencils and write any sentence in your minds, but try to follow, and I think you must follow subject, verb, object. If you need to add something, this is what the complement. Another example, they enjoy what? Watching TV. I can make it longer. They enjoy watching TV together. They enjoy watching TV together when they finish their work. This is a wonderful way. He plays football. He plays football in the club. I need to make it longer. He plays football in the club after he finishes his training. After he finishes his training with his trainers, with his friends. Let's have some exercise about how to form a simple sentence. I need you to rearrange these words to form meaningful sentences. I will read the words with you number by number, but after I finish reading, I need you to pause the video, then reorder them in a separated sheet, go back to the coming slide, play the video again to watch the model answers and check your progress. Number 1, juice they drink. Try to follow the order. SVOC, subject, verb, object, complement. Put it in your mind or write it in a sheet in front of you. Number 2, every day has course and English. Goes, foot, she, on, work, to. 4, speak, I, fluently, English. 5, next, they, married, Friday, will, get. 6, hang out, weekend, every week. 7, in, parked, garage, she, car, the, her. The model answers. Number 1, they drink juice. Subject, verb, object. Perfect, excellent. Number 2, he has an English course every day. He, subject, has verb. An English course, this is the object. Every day, this is the complement. 3, she goes to work on foot. Excellent, wonderful. Number 4, I speak English fluently. 5, they will get married next Friday. Number 6, we hang out every weekend. Number 7, she parked her car in the garage. I need to check again. She, this is the subject. Parked, this is the verb. Her car, object, in the garage, this is the complement. How to form a question. How to form a question or an interrogative sentence, which means a question also. If I need to form a question, I have to know that there are two kinds of questions. First kind is called yes-no question, and second kind is called WH question. About the first kind, yes-no question. What is it? They are questions whose answers must start with yes or no. Again, when I ask you a question and the answer starts with yes or no, so we call this question yes-no question. In this kind of questions, we have to start with a helping or a modal verb. Again, if I need to form a yes-no question, I have to start with a helping or a modal verb, which are, the helping and modal verbs are am, is, are, was, were, have, has, had, will, would, can, could, shall, should. All of them are called helping or modal verbs, and as we said before, they are called auxiliary verbs. If I need to form any question, and this question from the first type yes-no question, I have to start with any of these words. If in the sentence I do not have any of these sentences, I must start with do or does or did. We can call them that they are spare verbs. Again, in the sentence, if I have any of these words in the sentence, I start with them to form a question. If I don't have any of them, I have to start with do or does or did. We will clarify all these points through examples. If there is any word of the previous verbs in the sentence, start with it to change the sentence into a question. When I say, yes, she can swim, do I have any of the previous verbs in this sentence? Yes, I have the word what? Yeah, I have the word can, yes. I start the sentence with the word can to change it in a question. Here I say, yes, she can swim. What about if I start with can? It will be what? Can she swim? Yes. Now I changed this simple sentence into what? Into a question. Let's try another one. Yes, they will travel. Do I have any verb from the previous verbs in this sentence? If I have, I start the sentence with this verb. It will be a question. Yes, I have the word will. Instead of saying they will travel, I will say what? Will they travel? So I inverted them. I change the helping or modal verb with the subject to make it a question. Here I say she can she? They will they? And so on. This way is very simple to form a question. Another example, when I say no, they will not travel. Yes, I have the word they, so I have to start with it. It will be, will they travel? If there is not any word of the previous verbs in the sentence, I need to form a question, and I search for any of the helping or modal verbs like am, is, are, was, were, and so on. If I do not have any of these words, what should I do? Start with do or does at present or did in the past, plus the infinitive of the verb to change the sentence into a question. Again, I remember am, is, are, was, were, will, would, shall, should, and so on. If I have any of these words, I start the sentence with any of them to make it a question. If I do not, I have to start with what? Do or does at present or did in the past. Let's try to do it together. Here, before watching the examples, I use does if I have he or she or it or singular noun, and the word does at present or in the past. Yes, the word does is at present. Also, the word do. Do is used with I, we, you, they, or plural noun. And the same question. The word do is used at present or in the past. Yes, the word do is used at present. So, does and do are used at present sentences. What about did? The word did is used with all pronouns, singular and plural, but the word did is used in the past sentences. When I say, yes, she swims every day, do I have any of the previous words, like the word am, is, are, shall, can, may, any of them? I do not. So in this case, I look at the verb. The verb here is present. When I have present verb, I have to use do or does. And here I have the word she. So I have to use what? Does, because does she. So this is the question. Does she swim every day? Can I say, does she swims every day? I can't. Although I say she swims, here I have S. But when I use does, I cannot use S after the verb. So again, the question, does she swim every day? What about when I say, yes, they travel a lot? Here I have they and the verb present. So I use do or does or did? I use do. So here, do they travel a lot? The word do, because here I have they, do with they. And also here the verb travel is at present. So I say what? Do they travel a lot? When I say no, they don't travel a lot. No, they don't travel a lot. I need to form a question. What should I do? Do they travel a lot? Here I do not have any of the previous words, but I have don't. This is negative. In all cases, because this is present and I have the pronoun they, I have to say, do they travel a lot? What about when I say, yes, he won the competition? Take care that the word won is in the past. So, will I use do or does or did? Here I have past verb. I have to say, did he won or did he win? Did he win? Because when I use do or does or did, I have to use the infinitive of the verb. So did he win the competition? Take care, we have to change I and we into you. When I ask you, or when I have this sentence, this simple sentence, yes, I learn English, or yes, we learn English, I need to form a question. So I say what? Do you learn English? Can I say do I learn English or do we learn English? Here the sentence I and we. So I have to change I and we into you. The second kind is called WH questions. What do I mean when I say WH question? We have to follow the same previous steps to form a question in addition to adding a suitable question word. So when I mean WH question, I mean what? I have to start with question word at the beginning of the question. The question words are, sorry, not to forget, we need to repeat this point again. I follow the same previous steps, plus starting the question with WH word. They are what they are. What, when, where, who, whom, why, which, whose, how many, how much, how often, how far. They are called question words. When I need to form a question, I start with any of these words plus the same previous steps about the first kind, yes, no question. Before we watch some examples, I need you to know this important point. Generally, when I use how, I use adjective after how. But when I use what, I use noun after what, and they are with the same meaning. But also I can say what is your name, what do you do, and so on. But here I speak about the word what plus noun to have the same meaning like how plus adjective. Now they are with the same meaning. How can I do that? When I say how old are you, exactly when I say what age are you, they are the same. But here how old, how plus adjective, and what age are you, what plus what, noun. Excellent. How high, what height, how high is this tower, what height is this tower, they are the same. How long, what length. Perfect. Some examples to clarify how to form a question. When I say Jane is writing an email, I need to ask about the word an email. So number one, I have to think of suitable question word. This is number one. Number two, I have to search in the sentence for any helping or modal verb. Here I have is, and change it with the subject. So instead of Jane is, I have to say what is Jane. But before that, I have to start with question word. If I need to ask about an email, I use what? What or when or where or how? Which one? What is Jane writing? Again, I crossed the word an email and I used what? And here I have Jane is, I have to say what is Jane. And continue the sentence, but I cannot add the answer in the question. Another example, Jane is writing an email. I need to ask about writing an email. I need to ask about the action. So I say what? What is Jane doing? She is doing what? She is writing an email. I ask about the action generally, not about just one item. Jane is writing an email. Now I ask about a person. So which word is suitable? What or who or how or where? Excellent. Who is writing an email? I crossed Jane, and Jane is a person, so I use who. Another examples, they will visit the Statue of Liberty tomorrow. The word tomorrow is time, so I have to start with when. Perfect. So when, here I have the word they will. It will be what? Will they. When will they visit the Statue of Liberty? Excellent. They will visit the Statue of Liberty tomorrow. Now I ask about the object itself, not about the time. I have to use what will they. Here I have they will. I will change it to what? Will they. What will they visit tomorrow? So I cross only the word I ask about and I continue the rest of the sentence, but without the answer. Another one, Tom bought a new house. Tom bought a new house. Think of the question word. What, when, where, who, how, why. Which one is suitable instead of the word new house? At the same time, in the sentence, I do not have helping or modal verb. So I have to use do or does or did. Take care that this verb is in the past. Let's try to form this question together. Let's start with the question word. What? Instead of a new house, I ask with what. This verb is in the past. I use did. So what did Tom buy? When I use do or does or did, I have to use infinitive of the verb. I have got 3 cars. I need to ask about the word 3 cars. Think of suitable question word. And here I have got. Got is main verb and have is helping verb. I will use the word have in my question because have in this sentence is a helping verb. What is the question? How many cars have you got? Instead of I changed it into you. Now we have some exercises about how to form a question. I need you to form questions about the underlined parts. Number 1, I will travel next Thursday. Number 2, she can draw faces professionally. Number 3, he is driving fast because he is in a hurry. Number 4, he has got 3 brothers. Number 5, he has 3 brothers. The difference between number 4 and number 5. Here I have the words has got, but in number 5 I have only the word has. The difference between them, here the word got is main verb and has is helping verb. Again, got is main verb, has is helping verb. When I form a question, I use the helping verb in the sentence. But in number 5, I have only one verb. This verb is the word has. I cannot use the main verb to form a question. I have to use helping or modal verb. In this case, I use do or does or did. In number 6, I go to my work by bike. 7, I am 20 years old. Number 8, I went to the beach with my family. Number 9. We get up at 6 every day. Number 10. They are watching the Titanic now. I need you, as we always do, to pause your video. Try to write your questions in a separated sheet. Then play the video again to watch the model answers in the coming slide. Here the answers. When I say I'll travel next Thursday, I ask you, when will you travel? She can draw faces professionally. What can she draw professionally? He is driving fast because he is in a hurry. Why is he driving fast? Excellent. Number 4. He has got 3 brothers. We said that has is helping verb. So, how many brothers has he got? I just changed it. Instead of he has, we said what? Has he. But in number 5, he has 3 brothers. Has is main verb. So I have to use do or does or did. The sentence is present and also we have the pronoun he. So we use does. So how many brothers does he have? We remember when I use do or does or did, I use infinitive. I cannot say does he has. Does he have? I go to my work by bike. The same here also, like number 5. I have in number 6 the word go. This is main verb. Again, I have to use do or does or did. I go to my work by bike. So how do you go to your work? I am 20 years old. How old are you? Here I have I am. It will be are you. Perfect. I went. Went is past. Take care. There is no helping or modal verbs here. I have to use do or does or did. And went is in the past, so I have to use did. I went to the beach with my family. Who did you go to the beach with? Perfect. Number 9, we get up at 6 every day. I ask about the time. When do you get up every day? Why I use do here also? Because I have the word get. Get is not a helping or modal verb. So I have to use do or does or did when I do not have any helping or modal verb. Last sentence, when I say they are watching the Titanic now. What are they watching now? How to form a negative sentence. It means how to change any sentence from a positive form into a negative form. To change the affirmative sentence into a negative one, we add not after these words. I have to keep these words to add not after them to change the affirmative sentence into a negative one. What are these words? Am, is, are, was, were, have, has, had, will, would, can, could, shall, should, may, might, must, ought. When I say I am so tired, here I have the word am. The word am is one of them. In this case, if I need to make it negative, I add not after the word am. It will be I am not or amn't so tired. Again, it's a very simple way. I have to know all these words. am, is, are, was, were, have, has, had, will, would, can, could, shall, should, may, might, must, and ought. If I have any of these verbs in any sentence, like the word am, I just add not after it. Make it in the complete form or abbreviated form. Any one of them is right. But the difference when I say am not, this is formal sentence. When I say amn't, this is informal sentence, friendly one. It's up to you. It depends on the situation. It depends on the kind of writing. But generally, to form negative, I just add not after any of these words. Another example, when I say she is a good runner. What is the negative? Try to say it. Here I have is. Excellent. She is not or isn't a good runner. Great. It's a very simple way. When I say also, they are tall. What is the negative? Great. They are, here I have the word are. So they are not tall or they aren't tall. Great. He can swim. I have what? I have can. Great. So if I need to make it negative, I have to say he cannot swim or he can't swim. Great. They will visit me. Look at the word will. What is the negative? They will not visit me or they won't visit me. Perfect. I may finish all my duties today. May. I may not or mayn't finish all my duties today. If there aren't any of these words in the sentence, what are these words again? When we said am, is, are, was, were, all the words in the previous slides. If I do not have any of these words, we add don't or doesn't at present or didn't in the past plus the infinitive of the verb. Let's try. When I say she swims every day, if I say she is swimming, it will be she is not swimming. She can swim, she cannot swim. But here in this sentence, I do not have am, is, are, can, shall, may. I do not have any of them. What should I do? In this case, we add don't or doesn't at present or didn't in the past. Here the verb is at present. I say she does not or doesn't swim every day. And remember, here we say she swims, but when I add doesn't, I have to get out the S. I have to add only infinitive of the verb, doesn't or does not swim. Can I say does not or doesn't swims? I can't. Another example, they travel a lot. I do not have any helping or modal verb. I have to add do or does at present or did in the past. This verb is present. They do not or don't travel a lot. Excellent. Why I used the word do not doesn't? Because doesn't with the letters es is used with he or she or it. But I, we, you, they don't. He won the competition. This is past. What is the negative? He did not or didn't When or won? When. Because when I use don't or doesn't or didn't, I have to use infinitive of the verb. Take care of this point. I have two words and they have special treatment. The first word is need to. The word need to can be changed in the negative form to the word don't need to or needn't plus infinitive. Take care. When I say don't need, I add to. But when I say needn't without to, only infinitive. You need to practice a lot. What is the negative? This is need to. I can say don't need to or needn't. You don't need to practice a lot. Or you needn't practice or you needn't to practice. Needn't practice directly. I cannot say needn't to practice. Only infinitive. The second word is dare. I can say dare plus infinitive or dare to plus infinitive. So dare with or without to, they are right. What is the negative of the word dare or dare to? I can say don't dare to or daren't, but without to, only infinitive. When I ask you, do you dare tell him the truth? Or do you dare to tell him the truth? What is the answer? I can say, what is the negative? I can say, you don't dare tell him the truth. Or you don't dare to tell him the truth. So don't dare tell or don't dare to tell. This is first form of the negative. What is the second form of the negative? We can say you daren't to tell or you daren't tell. Yes. When I say daren't, I cannot use to. I say you daren't tell him the truth. So now I have two important words. The first word is need to, and the second word is dare to or dare without to. And we have special treatment in the negative for these two words. When I say need to, the negative don't need to or needn't plus infinitive without to. When I say dare or dare to, I can add the word do and also I cannot add it. The negative, I can say don't dare to or daren't. Let's have some exercises to be sure that the negative form is very simple for all of you. I need you to change these sentences into negative ones. When I say, I will travel next Thursday. Number 2, she can draw faces professionally. 3, he is driving fast because he is in a hurry. 4, he has got 3 brothers. 5, he has 3 brothers. 6, I go to my work by bike. 7, I am 20 years old. 8, I went to the beach with my family. 9, we get up at 6 every day. 10, they are watching the Titanic now. Now I have 10 sentences. I need you to pause the video now. Write your answers or the negative sentences in a separated sheet. Then play the video again to watch the right forms in the coming slide. About number 1, I will not or won't travel next Thursday. 2. She cannot or can't draw faces professionally. 3. He is not or isn't driving fast because he is in a hurry. 4. He has not or hasn't got 3 brothers. In number 5, I have the word has as a main verb, so I cannot say hasn't. I have to say he does not or doesn't have. When I say don't or doesn't or didn't, I have to use infinitive. Number 6, I do not or don't go to my work by bike. 7, I am not or amn't 20 years old. 8, I did not or didn't go to the beach with my family. If you remember, in number 8, it was written I went to the beach. But when I change the sentence into negative, I use don't or doesn't or didn't with the main verbs. I have to use the infinitive of the main verb. I cannot say I didn't went. Must be I didn't go. Number 9, we do not or don't get up at 6 every day. 10 and last one, they are not or aren't watching the Titanic now. How to form an imperative sentence. How to form an imperative, an order, and the same name is a command sentence. So we have 3 similar names. I can say imperative sentence, I can say an order sentence, also I can say a command sentence. So the 3 are the same. There are 2 kinds of orders. I have the affirmative and the negative. I can order you something affirmative and also I can order something negative. In the affirmative form, the sentence is started with the infinitive of the verb. Again, I have to start with the infinitive of the verb. When I say, write your name, do your work, drink milk, now I start with the infinitive of the verb. It's what? It's an affirmative order. Also, when I say, tell him what happened, this is order. But affirmative or negative? Affirmative, right. Sit on this chair. Also, I gave you now an order to sit on this chair, and this is affirmative order. So again, if I need to form an order or imperative sentence, I have to start with the verb in the infinitive form. In the negative form, the sentence is started with don't plus the infinitive of the verb. I cannot use doesn't or didn't, only don't. Don't write your name. If I need to make it affirmative, I say write your name. But when I need to change into negative, we say don't write your name. Don't tell him what happened. Don't sit on this chair. Again, if I need to form affirmative order, I start with only the verbs in the infinitive. But if I need to form negative order, I start with don't plus the infinitive of the verb. Let's have some exercises to clarify this point. I need you to form imperative, order, or command sentences. We said that they are the same. Number 1. Tell him to study hard. Ask her to come on time. Ask them not to be late. Order him to follow the instructions. Ask the children to be quiet. Ask the children not to play with matches. Tell her to wait for us. I want you to trust me. It is not accepted to leave without permission. I want you to help your colleagues. I start with verbs, so they are kinds of order too. But instead of saying tell him to study hard, I can make it just short order, direct order. So what should we say? I need you to write your ideas in a separated sheet, then look at the coming slide to check your answers. About number 1, I can say, instead of saying tell him to study hard, I can say directly study hard. So now I give you order to study hard. Ask her to come on time. I can give direct order. Come on time. Don't be late. Follow the instructions. Be quiet. Don't play with the matches. Wait for us. Trust me. Don't leave without permission. Help your colleagues. All these sentences start with the infinitive, like the word study or come, follow, and so on. And if I need to make it negative order, I start with don't. Can I start with doesn't or didn't? Surely I can't. The passive. Now we are going to speak about the active and the passive sentences. The active sentence must begin with a subject. As we said before, if I need to form any sentence, I have to start with a subject, then the verb, after that the object and the complement of the sentence. So any active sentence must begin with a subject. When I say the mechanic mends my car, the mechanic, this is the subject, mends the verb, my car the object. So this sentence is active or passive? This is active because we start with the subject, and the subject here is the doer, the person who does the action. But in the passive sentence, it must have verb to be plus past participle. Again, the passive sentence must have verb to be and past participle. This is the third form of the verb. If I have no verb to be and no past participle and they are together, it means that this sentence is not passive. Also, the sentence may have a subject, but it must be at the end. Let's watch a sample, an example about the passive sentences. When I say, my car is mended, here in the position of the subject, it is not the doer. This is the agent. What happened? My car is mended. I do not have the word here. Also, I can say my car is mended by the mechanic. This is the same sentence when I say the mechanic mends my car. Now I know who does the action. But when I say my car is mended or my car is mended by the mechanic, these two sentences are passive. I do not know, or it is not important to know the doer, the person who does this action. We have passive forms. When do we use passive forms? When I write anything and when I speak, I have the two options. I can make my sentences active and also I can make my sentences passive. But here, this is the point, this is the question. When do we use passive forms? In any place, whenever I like, I use passive voice or passive forms? No. I use the passive forms. Number one, if I do not know the doer, I do not know the person who does this action. For example, when I say my Rolex watch was stolen, I do not know who stole my Rolex watch. So I have to make it passive. My Rolex watch was stolen. Also, if I am afraid of the doer, I am afraid of the person or the persons who did this action. I know them, but I cannot say. When I say the bank was robbed, I know the persons who robbed the bank, but if I tell their names, anything bad may happen to me, so I'm afraid. In this case, I use passive form or passive voice. Also, if everybody knows the doer, when I say the thief was arrested, all of us know that the police arrested the thief. So there is no need to mention the word police. So we say what? The thief was arrested. It is not important to know the doer. It is not important to know the person who does this action. When I say the streets are cleaned every day, anybody who cleans the street, it is not important. So I care about the streets themselves, not about the persons who clean the street. When I say also the meat is cooked well, I focus on the meat, not on the person who cooks meat. Also, if the object is more important than the subject. When I say this delicious cake was made by a friend, I have many friends. One of them made this cake, but what I care about now is the delicious cake, not about the person who does the cake. It is not important for me now. Present simple passive. We said that we have many forms about the passive sentences. The first one is present simple passive. We use am, is, are plus past participle. We said before that if I need to form any sentence in the passive, I have to use verb to be plus past participle. Let's watch the description. Here we use the present simple passive to emphasize a particular word or idea, often the main subject of the verb. This is the same usage as the present simple active, but here I do not know, or it is not important to know, the doer of the action. When I say food is brought to the hospital every day, I do not care about the person who brings the food to the hostel, but I care about the food itself. So here again, food is brought to the hostel every day. This is passive sentence. The important thing is food, not the person who brought it. Also, we use the present simple passive when the person who does the action is not important or is unknown. This is repetition about the usage of the present simple passive. When I say the road is closed on Fridays, here the road, this is the most important for me, and here I have the passive form. I have verb to be and past participle. Here also in this sentence I have verb to be, is, and the past participle brought. So when I watch verb to be and the past participle together, I know that this sentence is passive. About this sentence again, when I say the road is closed on Fridays, it is not important to know who closes it, but I care about the road itself and its case that it is closed on Fridays. In the present simple passive, we can say who or what does the action of a passive verb by adding by plus the agent, by plus the person who did this action. When I say trees are sometimes blown down by the wind, here I mentioned what caused this event. So here again, we can say who or what. Here we mentioned what. What does the action of a passive verb by adding by plus the agent. Here we said by the wind. This is the agent. Also, when I say they tell the truth, this is active. If I need to change this sentence into passive, what should I do? Try to answer it before we watch the answer. Here I have to start with the object. They tell the truth, so I start with what? The truth. Then I add am or is or are. When I say the truth, am or is or are? Yes, you are right. The truth is. And then I use the past participle of the verb. This is the verb. So what is the past participle of tell? It will be told. So what is the sentence now? The truth is told. I can use full stop. And also I can write by them. Instead of they, I have to write them because this is object pronoun. Now, they tell the truth. Active sentence. The truth is told by them. This is passive sentence. What about the past simple passive? In the past simple passive, we use was or were plus past participle. In the present, we used am, is, are plus past participle. But in the past, we use was or were plus past participle. We use the past simple, passive, sure, to talk about completed events in the past. Now I express what? Past. This bridge was built in 2012. Now I care about the bridge itself. I do not care or I do not know the persons who built this bridge. But the most important now is what? The bridge itself. So we say this bridge was built in 2012. When I say she redecorated her room last week, this sentence is active because I know the doer, I know the person who does this action or who did this action. If I need to change this sentence into passive, can you do it? Try. Here I start with the object her room. I start with it, and then I have the verb redecorated. I use was or were plus the past participle of this verb. It will be what? Her room was redecorated last week. I can add here by her instead of she. We use here the word her. So I can write by her or without the words by her. Now she redecorated her room last week. This is active. Her room, I start with the word her room. So her room was redecorated last week. I think it's very, very simple. If I need to use future simple passive, in the future simple passive we use will or won't plus be plus past participle. Take care that the past participle is a common factor in all passive sentences. We use the future simple to predict an action or event in the future. In the future, petrol won't be used, will not be used as much as it is today. Now I care about the petrol. When I say I will visit you next month, this is active. Can we change it into passive? I search for the object. This is the object you. So I start with the word you. And then here I have the word will. So I say you will. And after will I use what? Be. It will be you will be. And the past participle of the verb visited. And I continue next month. Again, you will be visited next month. Who will visit you? I do not know or I do not care, but I care about you as a person. You will be visited next month. This sentence is active and this sentence is passive. About the present continuous passive, we use am, is, are plus being. Take care of this word, being plus past participle. The present continuous, similar to the present simple in the passive, because we have am, is, are, and past participle. But in the present continuous, we have extra word which is being. We use the present continuous, passive, to talk about events happening now or around now. So this is present continuous. When I say that children are being taught in classroom 1, when I speak with you now, in the other room, a teacher is teaching the children. So we say that children are being taught in classroom 1. This is passive sentence. I have active sentence now. When I say my friends are watching the match, try to change this sentence into passive one. Start with the object, the match, and after that use am or is or are, being, and the past participle of the verb. Try. Excellent. You are great. When I say the match, this is the object, the match. I cannot say the match are. The match is, because this is singular. The match is. And I add the word being and past participle. So the match is being watched. This is the word watch. It will be past participle, watch it. Perfect. If I need to form passive sentence in the past continuous, what should I do? I have to use was or were plus being plus past participle. In the present continuous, am, is, are. In the past continuous, was or were. And here, because of the word continuous, we use what? Being and past participle. We use the past continuous to talk about actions that were in progress, that were happening at a time in the past, or which were interrupted by an event in the past. So in all cases, I write and speak about past continuous. The room was being painted yesterday morning. Here I have duration in the past. Yesterday morning, all the morning yesterday. What was happening? The room was being painted. When I say I was repairing the bike when my uncle came home last night, this sentence is active. We said that in the passive sentences we have two conditions. The first condition is verb to be, and the second condition is the past participle. If I have verb to be and the past participle together, so this sentence is passive. In this sentence I have verb to be, but I do not have past participle, so it is not passive, this is active. Now I need to change this sentence into passive. What should I do? I have to start with the object. What is the object? The object is directly after the verb. When I say I was repairing the bike, this is the object. The object is directly after the verb. So I have to start with what? The bike. What was happening to the bike? The bike was being, here I have the word being, past participle, repaired. When my uncle came home last night, it will be the same. When my uncle came home last night. All the sentence again. The bike was being repaired when my uncle came home last night. I have the two conditions now to make this sentence passive. This is verb to be, and also I have past participle. If I have no verb to be or the past participle together, it means that this sentence is not passive. Again, what is the condition for the passive sentences? Two conditions, verb to be and past participle. Present perfect passive. We use has or have plus been plus past participle. Here also I have verb to be and also I have past participle. We use this to talk about unspecified events or experiences in the past, often with a link to the present. If you remember when we spoke about the tenses, in the present perfect links between something happened in the past and it has an effect at present. Again, the present perfect links between past events and present or existing events. The museum has been visited by thousands of people. Has been visited. This is passive. They haven't washed this car yet. This sentence is active. How can I change it into passive? I start with the object. Where is the object? After the verb. Here, this is the verb. Haven't washed. The object, this car. So we start with the word this car and use has or have. After that, use the word been and past participle of the verb. Let's try. This car hasn't. We say they haven't, but this car hasn't. This car hasn't been washed yet. This is the complement of the sentence. The past perfect passive, we use had plus been plus past participle. In the present perfect, we used has or have plus been plus past participle. But now this is past, so we use had been plus past participle. We use the past perfect to talk about the earlier of two actions in the past. If you remember again, when we spoke about the past perfect tense, we said that we must have at least two actions in the past. The first action is past perfect and the second action is past simple. Now we focus on the past perfect passive. The room had been tidied before we arrived at the hotel. Here we have two actions in the past. The room had been tidied. We do not know who tidied the room, but this action happened before we arrived at the hotel. I had finished all tasks before I went to the stadium. I have also two actions. This is the first one and this is the second one. And this sentence is active. I need to change the sentence into passive. Again, I start with the object, all tasks. Then I use had been plus past participle. And the rest of the sentence without any change. Again, all tasks had been finished before I went to the stadium. Now I changed this active sentence into passive one. I think it's very easily and important at the same time. We have also the passive infinitive. What is the passive infinitive? When I use verb to be, the word be itself, so verb to be in the infinitive, only be, plus past participle. Use this to make the passive of modal verbs. If you remember the modal verbs, may, might, shall, should, can, could, must, all of them are modal verbs. And also the future with be plus going to. About this example, when I say these toys must be taken back to the shop, they are broken. I do not know who took the toys back to the shop, but I care about the toys themselves. They must be taken back to the shop. That book is going to be read by a lot of children. I care about that book because it's very, very important. So I start with the word that book is going to. This is modal verb like the word must. After that I have the word be and the past participle. Here I have the word taken and also here I have the word read. So that book is going to be read by a lot of children. Another example, when I say the state may build a new factory here. This sentence is active. I need to change the sentence into passive. We start with the object and the object is after the verb. Then I use the same modal verb and we add be after the modal verb and the past participle of the verb itself. Again, let's try a new factory. Object may be built. Yes, let's watch. A new factory may be built, and the rest of the sentence here I write it as it is. We can add the word by the state, or there is no need to write it. So we write only a new factory may be built here. This sentence is passive. Passive forms in all tenses. if you remember when we studied the tenses, we said that we have 12 tenses. 4 tenses at present, 4 tenses past, and 4 tenses future. Now we need to have 12 sentences in the passive because we have 12 tenses. So we need to change all the tenses from active into passive. Let's try to do it together. About the present tenses. First one is the present simple. When I say I study English, this is active. We need to change the sentence into passive. We start with the object, which is English. Then we use am or is or are plus past participle of the verb. So what should it be? It will be English is studied. This is passive. I need you please try to change the sentences into passive before we watch the answer. So you can pause the video, tell you answer yourself, and then check your answer with me now. About number 2, when I say I am studying English, this is present continuous, active. What is the passive? Think and then watch the answer. Excellent. English is being studied. This is passive. Excellent one. About number 3, present perfect. I have studied English. This is active and present perfect. What is the passive? English has been studied. Excellent. I have been studying English. This is present perfect continuous. What is the passive of the sentence? English has been studied. This is passive. What we notice here that the present perfect and the present perfect continuous have the same passive. Again, we have different sentences in the present perfect and present perfect continuous, but the passive for both of them is the same. English has been studied, and here also English has been studied. What about past tenses? In the past simple, I studied English. This is active. What is the passive? Again, start with the object, and then we use was or were plus past participle. Yes, try to say it before we watch. English was studied. This is passive. I think it's very, very simple. About the past continuous, I was studying English. This is active. What is the passive? English was being studied. This is passive. Excellent. Present perfect. Sorry, this is past perfect. I had studied English. If I need to change into passive, start with English. If you remember, yes, had been plus PP. English had been studied. Excellent. What about past perfect continuous? I had been studying English. This is active. What is the passive? Do you remember what happened between the present perfect and the present perfect continuous? They have the same passive. Here also we have the same. I have two sentences. Past perfect, had studied. Past perfect continuous, had been studying. But they have just one passive. So what is the passive now? English had been studied. Excellent. I think it's very clear. Future tenses. About the future simple, when I say I will study English, this is active. What is the passive? Again, start with the object. Here we have the word will. We add be plus past participle. English will be studied. Future continuous. I will be studying English. This is active. What is the passive? Try to do it. English will be studied. You note here also that the future simple and future continuous are the same. They have the same passive. We have two different sentences in the active, but just one passive sentence. English will be studied, English will be studied. Excellent. What about future perfect? I will have studied English. This is active. What is the passive? We start with English, then English will have been studied. What about future perfect continuous? I will have been studying English. This is active. What is the passive? English will have been studied. This is exactly like what happened between the present perfect and present perfect continuous, and also between the past perfect and past perfect continuous. The future perfect and the future perfect continuous have the same passive. Will have been studied, will have been studied. We have a very important note. Intransitive verbs, we have something called intransitive verbs, those without an object. The verbs that do not have an object cannot be used in the passive form. No object, no passive. We said before, I must have two conditions. I must have verb to be and past participle together to make the sentence passive. Also, I must have object to start with to make the sentence passive. So no object, no passive. Again, we have something called intransitive verbs. What are intransitive verbs? They are the verbs without an object, no object. They cannot be used in the passive form. I cannot change them into passive form. When I say I drink coffee, I subject, drink verb, coffee object. Now I have object. And this sentence is active. I need to change this sentence into passive. What should I do? I start with the object, coffee. Coffee is drunk. Now it's clear. What about this point? When I say the thief escaped, the thief, subject, escaped, verb, where is the object? No object. In this case, can I change this sentence into passive? Surely I cannot change it into passive because there is no object to start with. Heat comes from the sun. Heat, subject, comes, this is verb. From the sun, this is the complement of the sentence, but it is not an object. This sentence is active. Do I have object here to start with? No. So I cannot change this sentence into passive. Also, when I say the old house collapsed last night, the old house, subject, collapsed, verb, last night, this is the rest of the sentence. What is the object here? There is no object. In this case, this sentence is only active, I cannot change the sentence into passive. Let's have a simple quiz about the passive sentences. I need you to change these sentences into passive ones. Please, after each sentence, pause the video to try to answer the sentence yourself, then replay the video again to watch the right answer. Number 1, when we say we play tennis every weekend. This is active. What is the passive? Again, please try to stop the video now, think of the answer, and then play the video again to watch the right answer. The answer, tennis is played every weekend. Number 2, they have finished many courses. I always focus on the tense. Here we have the word play, is played. Have finished. Try to think of the right answer. We start with the object and then think of the tense and change it into passive. Many courses have been finished. I should finish this work. Start with the object, this work. Here we have the word should plus infinitive. So what is the answer? This work should be finished. Excellent. Sarah is going to buy a new house. A new house is going to be bought. Be bought. Take care. I can also say by Sarah or without by Sarah. This is right also. Number 5 and last one. He was watering the flowers. Again, start with the object. And here I have was watering. But take care, we start with the flowers. I cannot say the flowers was. It must be the flowers. Try to say the flowers were being watered. Excellent. I think all the passive sentences are clear now. The causative. We have active causative. This is have and get. What is the active causative in which we use have and get? If someone makes or persuades someone to do something, we can use have plus object plus infinitive but without to. Again, someone asks someone else or persuades someone else to do something for him or her. What should we do? We use have plus object plus infinitive but without to. Let's watch. When I say I have the mechanic mend my car. I have the mechanic mend my car. I mend my car, but not myself. I got the mechanic to do it. Or from time to time, I get the mechanic to mend my car. The teacher had Adam do the test again. Here, these forms are called active causative. What is active causative? We use have and get, or have or get, and we use it if someone makes or persuades someone else to do something, right? What about get? In the previous slide, we spoke about the word have or had. Now we speak about get. Get plus object and infinitive with to. Have without to, but get with to. It means the same, but it's less formal. Again, when I say have, this is formal, but get, this is less formal. I get the mechanic to mend my car. In the previous slide, we said I have the mechanic mend. I have the mechanic mend. But now I get the mechanic to mend. It's very important in the grammar. When I use get, I have to use to plus infinitive. I will get the children tidy or too tidy. Excellent, too tidy. Get to plus infinitive. Here also get to plus infinitive. I will get the children to tidy their bedrooms. It means I will ask them, I will persuade them to tidy their bedrooms. The second case here is passive causative. In the previous slides, we discussed the active causative. Now we have the passive causative. We can use the passive causative get or has or have plus object plus past participle. We use this expression to say that someone else did something for us. The word causative means what? I do something, but not myself. I ask someone else to do it for me. Also, we can follow the word shop. This word is very important. What is shop? S-H-O-P. S subject. H have. O object. P past participle. I have my hair cut. I subject. Have, this is verb to have. My hair, this is the object. Cut, this is the past participle. About me, when I say I cut my hair, it means that I have the scissors and do it myself. But when I say I have my hair cut, it means that I do it every month or every 2 weeks, it depends. But I do not do it myself. Someone else do it for me. It can be used in any tense. The causative can be used in any tense. For example, when I say we will get our car repaired, I can add at the mechanics or without the words at the mechanics. Again, we will get our car repaired. What does it mean? It means that we will repair the car ourselves or someone else will do it for us. Yes, the causative here means that we will repair our car, but not ourselves. Someone else will do it for us. So it's better to say we will get our car repaired. They are having their house painted. They will not do it themselves. They will ask someone else to paint their house. If you remember, here we follow the word shop as subject, then verb to have or get, after that object, here our car, here their house, and last one is past participle, repaired, painted, and so on. The farmer gets his horses checked. It means that he gets a vet to check his horses, but we say the farmer gets his horses checked. We can add by the vet or without it every year. Let's have a summary to make difference between active, passive, and causative. When I say I repair my car, this is active. It means that I do it myself. I repair everything in my car by myself. No one else helps me. I do it myself. When I say my car is repaired, this is passive. It is not important who repairs my car. Maybe my brother, maybe my neighbor, maybe the mechanic, maybe my son. It is not important. But the most important is my car is repaired. I do not know who does it, or I do not care who does it. I don't know who repairs my car, or I don't care. What about the causative? I have my car repaired. It's similar to the sentence I repair my car. But when I say I repair my car, you understand that I do it myself. But when I say I have my car repaired, you understand that I do it, but not myself. I ask someone else to do it for me. This is the difference between the active and the causative. Active, I do it myself. Passive, I do not know or I do not care who does it. Causative, I do it also, but not myself. Let's have a quiz about the causative. I need you to change these sentences to causative ones. I am washing my car. What is the causative here? I am washing my car. I am having or I am getting my car washed. Try to remember the word shop. Shop, S-H-O-P. Subject, have or get. Object, P-P. I, subject, am having or am getting. This is the H. My car, object, washed, P-P. It means that I will or I am having, I am getting my car washed, but I do not do it myself. Someone else is doing it for me. Number 2, she will iron the dress. She will do it herself. But what is the causative of this sentence? Try to think before you watch the answer. She will have the dress ironed. This sentence means that she will do it herself. About this sentence means that she will ask someone else to do it for her. She will iron the dress, but not herself. Number 3, he went to the hairdresser to ask him to cut his hair. What is the causative? He had, because here we have what? Past. He had his hair cut. So it means that he cut his hair, but not himself. Someone else did this action for him. Number 4, the teacher carried the books by the help of his students. It means that he didn't do it himself. The students did it for him. So how can I make it just one sentence? I can say the teacher had the books carried. I can add here also by the students. But when I read this sentence, the teacher had the books carried, I understand that he carried the books himself or someone else did it for him. Surely this is causative. So I understand that he carried the books but not himself. The students or someone else did it for him. We say the teacher had the books carried. Countable and uncountable. When we say countable and uncountable, we speak about nouns. The difference between countable and uncountable nouns. About the countable nouns, we can count them. Like when I say a boy, this is singular, boys plural. Again, we can count them. A boy, boys. We can use a, an, the before it, before the countable noun. Here we said a boy and boys, a girl, an elephant, the book, the books, all of them are right. So with the countable nouns, I can make it plural. I can use a or an or the before any countable noun. Also, we can use some, any, a lot of, many, few, a few. All of them can be used before countable nouns. What about uncountable nouns? We can't count any uncountable noun. We cannot count them. We cannot count any uncountable noun. Milk, salt, blood. Can I say milks? Or a salt, salts, a blood, bloods? No, I can't. So they are just one shape. We can use the with it, with the countable noun, but we can't use a or an. Here in the countable nouns, I can use a or an or the, because I can make them singular and plural, a girl, an elephant. But with the uncountable noun, I can use only the. I can't use a or an because they are not singular and they are not plural. The milk, the salt, and now I specify one kind of milk. When I say I drink milk every day, this is right. The milk I buy from this supermarket is wonderful. Now I speak about a specific group of milk, a specific kind of milk. This is right. We can use some, any, a lot of, like the countable nouns, some, any, and a lot of. They are common between both of them. But here we can use much, little, a little. In the countable nouns, we use many, few, and a few. Please try to keep them well to apply them on the coming examples. I need you to take care of these points. There are some nouns that are usually uncountable in English. They are not singular and they are not plural, but often countable in other languages. They are countable in many languages, but in English they are uncountable. Like what? The uncountable nouns in English: accommodation. I can say accommodations or an accommodation. No, only one word, accommodation. Advice. Can I say an advice or advices? No. Baggage, luggage, behavior, bread, In many languages, when we translate, you can say something like a bread or breads, but with a different language. But in English, only bread. I can't say a bread or breads in English. Only one word, one shape. Water, ice, milk, equipment, money, damage, furniture, information, luck, weather, tea, juice, sand, news, permission, progress, scenery, traffic, work, coffee, air, oil. They are the most common words. I need you please, after we finish, try to use your dictionary. Use the dictionary in your mobile or in any other device and translate these words into your mother tongue, into your own language. If you do not know the meaning of any of these words, please translate it into your own or mother language. What about these words again? They are uncountable nouns. What are uncountable nouns? I cannot use a or an before them. I cannot use s after them. But here with the news, s is main letter with the word. I cannot use a or an before them. I cannot add s after them. I use much or little or a little. Also, I can use some, any, and a lot of. But can I use many or few or a few? I can't. Because many, few, a few, all of them are used with countable nouns. But these words are uncountable nouns. We have an important question. What about the verb after them? When I say money is or money are, money is, furniture is, information was, luck happens, weather changes. What do I mean? If I have any verb after these uncountable nouns, the verb is in a singular form. We use singular verb. But does it mean that these words are singular? No. These words are uncountable nouns, not singular and not plural. But the verb after them must be singular. Again, when I say baggage is or are, is. Bread have or has. Water change or changes, changes. So the verb after them must be in a singular form, singular verb. About the second point, we can use a piece of, a bit of, an item of to express the plural of an uncountable noun. Imagine that I have word like the word water and I need to make it plural. How can I make it? I can't say milks or oils or monies and so on. But I can use a piece of, a bit of, an item of to make the uncountable noun plural. Let's watch how can we do them. A piece of meat. Two pieces of meat. I cannot count the word meat, but I count the word before it. 3 pieces, 5 pieces, and so on. An item of information. 3 items of information. We can use these words with uncountable nouns to make them singular or plural. The word in itself, the uncountable noun in itself, is not singular and is not plural. But we can use some expressions before them to make them singular or plural. How can we make them? When I say rice, rice is uncountable noun. I can't say a rice. No, this is wrong. I can't say rices. Wrong also. but I can say a kilo of rice, a ball of string, a tube of toothpaste, a packet of biscuits, a sack of rice, a liter of milk, a jar of jam, a lump of sugar, a box of matches, a cup of tea, a bottle of milk, a bar of chocolate, a slice of bread, a bag of flour, a loaf of bread. All of them are singular. When I say a kilo of rice, this is singular. 3 kilos of rice. 5 kilos of rice. When I say a kilo of rice, this is singular. 3 kilos of rice, this is plural. But can I say rices? No. 3 rices, 4 rices? No, I can't. Also, I say a cup of tea, 2 cups of tea, a jar of jam, 1 jar of jam, 3 jars of jam, 1 bar of chocolate, a bar of chocolate, 5 bars of chocolate, a bag of flour, 1 bag of flour, 4 bags of flour. I can make these words singular or plural by using these expressions before them. But the uncountable nouns in themselves, they are not singular and they are not plural. I can't say a milk or milks, but I can say a liter of milk, a kilo of milk, a bottle of milk, 3 bottles of milk, and so on. I need you to remember that with the uncountable nouns, we can use a lot of, much, a little, little. About the difference between much and a lot of. This is very, very important because many people use much and a lot of in any place. No, they are with the same meaning. But if I have positive sentence, I say I have a lot of money. This is positive. Can I say I have much money? No. In the grammar, it is not right. If I have positive sentence and uncountable noun, I use a lot of. I don't have much money. This is negative. Much and a lot of, they are the same. Something in a great quantity. But I use a lot of with the positive sentence, much with the negative sentence. What about the question? Also, we use much. Do you have much money? This is question. Much equal a lot of. But we use a lot of with the positive and much with the negative or the question. What is the opposite of much? Little. If I have something in a limited quantity, we use little. I have a little money. I do not have much money. But when I say I have a little money, this is enough. I do not have much money, but I can manage. Because we have similar word when I say I have little money. I do not use a. I have little money. I have little money and the money is not enough. So please lend me some. I need money. But when I say I have a little money, they are enough. I don't need much money. I can manage now. A little is more than little, or little is less than a little. What about the countable nouns? With the countable nouns, we use a lot of, many, a few, or few. As we said before, much equal a lot of. Here also, many equal a lot of. And we have the same difference. When I have positive sentence, I say I have a lot of friends. If I have negative or question sentences, we use many. I don't have many friends. Do you have many friends? Can I say I don't have a lot of friends? I can't. Do you have a lot of friends? No, I can't. Can I say I have many friends? In the informal language, this is accepted. But with the formal language, with perfect grammar, it is not right. Again, the meaning of many equal the meaning of a lot of. They are the same. But what is the difference in the usage between many and a lot of? Like the difference between much and a lot of? A lot of is used with the positive sentences. Many with the countable nouns and much with the uncountable nouns are used with negative or the question. What about the opposite of many? Few. We said the opposite of much, little, and the opposite of many, few, limited number. I have a few colored pens. But when I say I have a few colored pens, you understand that I need to buy more pens or they are enough for me. I understand that they are enough. They are a few, but they are enough. When I say I have few colored pens, you understand that they are not enough. I need to buy more and more, please. Again, exactly like what happened between the difference of a little and little. Also here we have a few and few. All of them are limited number. But when I say a few, they are a few, but enough for me. I do not need more. Thank you. When I say few, they are not enough. Please, I need more, or I will buy something extra. We can summarize this point when we say a few is more than few, or the opposite, few is less than a few. What about some and any? We said before that we use some and any with countable and uncountable nouns. Both are right. But the difference between them, we use some if I have statement. And when we say statement, we mean positive sentences. Like what? When I say I have got some colored pens, this is countable noun and I use some. I have got some coffee. This is uncountable nouns. So again, I use some with the countable or uncountable nouns. Both are right, but in just one condition. This is statement. I have some friends. I need some tea. I have some money, some information, some chairs. If I have countable nouns or uncountable nouns, I can use some, but in just one condition. It must be positive sentence. We can use some in the question. Can I use some in the question? Yes, we can. If the sentence is an offer or a request. Again, we can use some in the question in two conditions. The first condition, it must be an offer. The second condition, it must be request. If I have an offer or request, I can use some in the question. But generally, only simple sentence, positive sentence. Would you like to drink some tea? This is an offer. Could you lend me some money, please? This is request. Can I say, would you like to drink any tea? Or would you or could you lend me any money? No, I can't. Because when I offer something and when I request, I have to be so polite when I say that. So I have to use some, not any. I can use some in the question if the question is an offer or a request. What about any? We use any with the negative or the question. If I have negative or I have question generally and the question is not an offer or is not a request, all questions are used with any. Also countable and uncountable. I haven't got any colored pens. I have negative. I haven't got any luggage. This is countable. Colored pens, countable. Luggage, uncountable. Have you got any colored pens? Now I have a question and also I have countable noun. Have you got any bread? This is uncountable noun. So the word any is used with countable nouns, uncountable nouns, but the sentence must be negative or question. Articles. We will start now with a or an. When we speak about a or an, we speak about indefinite articles. They are used with a singular countable noun, but not with an uncountable nouns. We said before that we have two kinds of nouns. We have countable and uncountable nouns. When we speak about a or an, we use them with a singular countable noun. For example, when I say a boy, a girl, a beautiful girl, here I have noun girl also, but I have adjective. A beautiful girl, a red pen, or a pen. Can I say yesterday I met friend? No, I have to say yesterday I met a friend. Also, when I say please give me pen, no, it must be please give me a pen. So when I have a singular countable noun, I have to use a or an before the singular countable noun. If the noun begins with a vowel, and try to remember again what are the vowels. The vowels a, e, o, u, I. If the noun begins with a vowel, one of them, we use an, not a. Again, an elephant. The elephant begins with E. This is one of the vowels, E. So can I say a elephant? No. An elephant. An egg. I can say a egg. An ant. An umbrella. An uncle. An aunt. Again, all nouns must be used a before them. I have to use a before any singular countable noun. But I have also to use an before a singular countable noun if this noun begins with one of the vowels. What about the? When we speak about the, we speak about definite article. Again, the is a definite article. It's used before a singular noun, a plural noun, and also uncountable noun. Again, the is used with singular, plural, countable, or uncountable. So the article the is used with all kinds of nouns, but each one has its own specific meaning. Number one, when we talk about things in particular but not in general. Again, I use the if I speak about things in particular, something specific but not in general. When I say the last football matches are not good, this is a specific group, particular group. But when I say I don't like football matches, all football matches, this is general group. Again, I use the when I speak about specific group, about something in particular but not in general. Now I speak about general group, I cannot use the. Number two, when there is only one of something. The Red Sea, we have only one Red Sea. The sun, we have only one sun. The earth, we have only one earth. So when I have only one thing of something, I have to use the specific, the Indian Ocean, and so on. About number three, we use the when we speak about general idea of something. When I say the student must study hard, I do not speak about just one student, I speak about all students. Again, the student is clever. This is by nature, the student is great. So when I say when I use the plus singular noun, I mean general idea about all these people. Also, when I say the school, I speak about one school or all schools. When I use the plus singular noun, I mean all schools. Again, when I say the school is the place where students learn, or the school is the place where the student learn. Now I speak about all schools and all students. This is very important point. The plus singular noun, I mean general idea of something. About number four, some countries, mountains and rivers. When I say the River Nile, the USA, and so on. Number five, to describe a specific group. This is similar to number four. The camel has one or two humps. I do not speak about just one camel. I speak about all camels, all the group. The plane is the fastest means of transportation or transport. I do not speak about just one plane. I speak about all planes. So again, we repeat point number three. When I say when I use the plus singular noun, I mean all this group, not just one. Number six, to talk about a discovery or an invention. The radium is a double-edged weapon. Here I speak about invention or discovery when I say the internet, and so on. We use the also with comparisons. When I compare between two people or two things, or one and many people and something and many things and so on, with comparisons generally. Anne is the best student in our class. She is the best. I am the tallest. He is the fattest. He is the smartest. Again, when I compare between one and many people or something and many things, I have to use the before the adjective. Number eight, the cinema. the radio, the theater, the internet, the TV set. With these items, I have to use the. With these words, I have to add the before the word. The is not used for, we cannot use the with the coming words. What are these words? Meals, all meals, like breakfast, dinner, and so on. Also with countable nouns, but to express general statements. We'll watch examples now. Also with most countries, most towns, continents, and mountains. We do not use the with them. TV, uncountable nouns. When I say I drink water, this is generally. But I like the water in this bottle. Now I specify something. But when I speak generally about uncountable nouns, we do not use the. I like coffee. I like tea. Also, I can say, the coffee you made yesterday is excellent. When I specify something, I use the. But generally, I do not use the with uncountable nouns. Also with the activities, sports, school subjects, languages, abstract nouns like love, hate, happiness, and so on. If I use abstract nouns, I do not use the. Let's watch some examples. I have breakfast at 7 o'clock. I can't say I have the breakfast. I can say I have the breakfast, but I mean something else. When I say, for example, the breakfast that we had together last week is so and so. Now I speak about specific breakfast, but generally I do not use the when I speak about general case. Every day I have breakfast at 7 o'clock. I cannot say I have the breakfast. Girls are sometimes better than boys. Now I speak about all girls. We said before, if I use the plus singular, I speak about general case. When I use the plural word without the, this is general case also. Again, when I say girls are sometimes better than boys, I can say the girl is, and in all cases, this is general idea. Germany, Egypt, Cairo, Africa, Everest Mountain, London. I cannot say the London or the Africa or the Egypt. No, I have only one word about countries or cities or towns. I do not use the. But sometimes if I have more than one word for the same country, I can use the. For example, we say I will travel to America. I will travel to America, or the United States of America. About England, we say England or the United Kingdom. About Egypt, we say Egypt or the Arab Republic of Egypt. If I have just one name for the country, without the. If I have many names, many words for the same country, I have to use the. Again, the clearest example, when I say America or the United States of America. The United States of America. Right. I watch TV in the sitting room. I speak about TV generally. But if I speak about the TV set, I have to say the TV. The TV that my father bought yesterday was so huge. I do not speak about the programs of the TV. I speak about the TV set. The TV set. Again, the TV which my father bought yesterday was very huge. Now I speak about the TV set. But about the programs of the TV, I say I watch TV in the sitting room. I do not care about the TV set, but I speak about the programs, the movies, the songs, news, and so on. Also, we say sugar, salt, juice without the. But when I specify something, I can use the. When I say I like much salt in my food, or I need salt, I will buy salt generally. But imagine that we eat together now, and I say, could you pass the salt to me, please? Now I decide something, I specify something, and I need it. Activities like studying, sports, tennis, or subjects, math, English, pleasure, love. All these words without the. They are abstract nouns, pleasure and love. The elephant. When I say the elephant is a huge animal, is a big animal, I speak about just one elephant or all elephants. When I say the elephant, I speak generally all elephants. Also, when I say elephants, I speak about all elephants. When I use the with singular noun, equal plural noun without the. They are the same. I speak generally, general case. But when I use the and the plural noun, I speak about a specific group, specific case. The elephants which are in this zoo are so and so. I do not speak about all elephants all over the world. I speak about a specific group of elephants only in this place. Again, when I say the lion is a brave animal. Lions, monkeys, the monkey, monkeys, the lion, lions, the tiger, tigers. Now I speak generally. When I say the monkeys, the tigers, the students, the workers, now I speak about a specific group. Question tags. Before we study the question tag, we need to remember we studied before helping and modal verbs. What are the helping and modal verbs? Am, is, are, was, were, have, has, had, will, would, shall, should, can, could. The first line is called helping verbs and the second line is called modal verbs. We need these helping and modal verbs when we form the question tags. And here we have spare verbs. They are do, does, and did. We need the helping and modal verbs when we form the question tags. If we cannot find any one of them, we use the spare verbs which are do, does, and did. Also, we have exceptions, and these exceptions are the two words need and dare. Let us study all of them one by one. The question tags. What are the question tags? The question tags are two words at the end of a sentence. How many words? Only two words. What do? They change the sentence to a question. So I add two words at the end of a simple sentence. These two words change the sentence from a simple sentence into a question form. The first word is a helping or a modal verb, and the second must be a pronoun. Take care of this word. The second is what? A pronoun. I cannot use noun, only a pronoun. If the sentence is positive, the question tag is negative, and vice versa. What is vice versa? The opposite. If the sentence is positive, I change it into negative. If the sentence is negative, I change it into positive. Let's try. They are not late. Here I have helping verb are. I change it with the pronoun, and here the sentence is negative. I have to make it positive. Again, they are not late. So what is the question tag? Are they? Now I changed this simple sentence into a question by adding these two words at the end of the sentence. What about when I say they are late? Here the sentence was negative. I made the question tag positive. But here I have the opposite. They are late. So what is the question tag? This is positive, so I have to make it negative. Aren't they? Right. What about when I say they arrive late? In these two sentences, I have the word are. This is helping verb. But now I do not have helping verb. So I use the spare words do or does or did. Here the sentence is present, so I have to make it what? Don't they? Why don't they? Why can't I say do they? Because here the sentence is positive, so I have to make it negative. And why I used do or don't? Because I do not have helping or modal verb in this sentence. We always use the contract form with the negative sentence of the question tag, like don't, didn't, doesn't, isn't. Again, if I need to form a question tag and the question tag is negative, I have to use what? Contract form. So here I say don't. I cannot say do not, or did not, or does not. No. Don't, doesn't, didn't, isn't, aren't, weren't, and so on. You like pizza. What is the question tag? Here I do not have helping or modal verb. I have main verb. So I have to use don't or didn't or doesn't. So which one is right here? Yes. Don't you? Can I say don't they or don't I? I can't, because here I have the pronoun you. So don't you? Can I write here do not you? I can't. I have to use contract form when I have negative. Yes. Can I say or can I write do not you? I can't. I have to use contract form. What about when I say he is smart? I have helping verb. So how can I make that? Yes, inverted them together, and this sentence is positive, so I have to make it negative. Isn't he? Can I write is not he? I can't. Again, contract form, abbreviated form. We use only pronouns, not nouns, in the question tag. Again, we use only pronouns. I cannot use nouns when I form a question tag. Tom is a student. So what is the question tag? Here I have the verb is. This is helping verb. And also the sentence is positive, I have to make it negative and invert them. It will be, isn't he? Can I say, isn't Tom? I can't. So I change the noun into pronoun. Can I write also is not Tom or is not he? No, I have to use abbreviated form and also I have to use pronoun. I cannot use noun. Sarah hasn't got any money. Sarah hasn't got any money. Here I have helping verb, hasn't. And the sentence is negative, so I have to make it positive and invert them together. So it will be what? Has Sarah, or hasn't Sarah, or has she, or hasn't she? What do you think? Yes, it will be has she. Don't write has Sarah. So I change the noun into pronoun. This is very simple and important point. Take care of these important notes. Number one, when I say let's go, this is kind of suggestion. I suggest that let's go. I and you and everybody, all of us together, we need to go. I suggest that we need to go together. So let's go. What is the question tag? I have to keep it. Shall we? Let us stay here. It's kind of permission. When I say let's, this is the abbreviated form. It's suggestion. So I always say shall we. When I say let us, it's kind of permission. I can change us into me, let me, let him, let her, let them. So I take permission from you. So what is the question tag in this case? I say, will you? Because I take permission from you. But here, when I say let's go, I suggest about all of us. So I say, shall we? But let us, let him, let her, let them, let me, will you. Suggestion, permission. Let us, let him, let me, let them. About number three, when I say I am not a lawyer, what is the question tag here? Am I? It's very simple. Here I have helping verb. It's negative, so I have to make it positive. And I have pronouns, so am I just invert them together. But what about if it's positive? I am a teacher. What is the question tag? Can I say am not I? No, I can't. It will be aren't I? But can I use the verb are with I? No, I can't. But here in the question tag, this is exception. I am tall, I am a teacher, I am a good friend. When I watch I am, it will be aren't I? Everyone, someone, everybody, somebody, no one, nobody, all of them. When I watch any one of them, what is the question tag here? They. When I say everyone, I cannot say he or she. Someone or everybody or somebody and so on, I cannot say he or she. I always use they. Let's watch. Everyone has done their homework. Everyone is followed by singular verb. Take care. And about the pronoun must be plural, not singular. So again, everyone has done their homework. I change the word everyone into they. So can I say has or hasn't they? No, because I will use they, so I have to change has into have. And also this sentence is positive, so I have to make it negative. Haven't they? I need you please look carefully at this sentence and try to understand it well. Also, when I say everybody is at the match, again change everybody into they. And I cannot say is they or isn't they. When I use they, I have to use are, because is similar to are, but are is plural. The sentence is positive, I have to make it negative. Aren't they? Excellent. Now you understand it. Nobody saw the robbers. Here I do not have the word not, but I have the word nobody. So the sentence here is negative. I have to make the question tag positive. And also, so this is past verb. I cannot use any helping or modal verb. I have to use the spare verbs, do or does or did. So what do you think? And also nobody will be they. Yeah, try to say it before you watch the answer. Excellent. Did they? Why we say did they? Because here nobody is negative. I can't say didn't. And nobody, we invert it into they. And also the word so, this is past. So I use did. So at the end we say did they. About number 6, when I use something, everything, nothing. Now I speak about things. In number 5, we spoke about people, so we used they. I cannot use he or she, only they. But when I find any one of them and they explain things, I have to use it. Something has happened. Something has happened. Remember also that the positive is negative and the negative is positive. Hasn't it? I have the helping verb has. And also the sentence is positive. I have to make it negative. Hasn't it? Great. Number 7, these words are negative, so the question tags must be positive. What are these words? Seldom, never, scarcely, neither or neither, little, few. Take care, we say few, not a few, because when I watch the word a few, this is simple word, this is positive. But the word few and little, they are negative words. Hardly, rarely, no longer. Again, these words are negative in the meaning, so the question tags must be positive. I cannot use not. He no longer comes early. Here I do not have any helping or modal verbs. I have to use the spare verbs, do or does or did. The verb present, so I use do or does. And also I have the pronoun he. It will be does or doesn't he. But here I have no longer, this is negative. So does he or doesn't he? What do you think? Does he? Because no longer expresses negative, I have to make the question tag positive. Again, there is hardly any food. There is hardly is negative, meaning any food. What is the question tag? I have helping verb. Is there? Can I say isn't there? I can't, because the main sentence is negative because of the presence of the word hardly. I have to make it positive. You bought little food. I do not have helping or modal verb, so I have to use one of the spare verbs, do or does or did. Here I have the word little. Little is a negative word. If I have the word a little, this is normal one. But here I have little. So what is the question tag now? Did you? Excellent. You put a little food. A little food. What do you think? Did you or didn't you? Didn't you? Excellent. Because here the presence of little changes the sentence into negative meaning, so I have to make the question tag positive. Here this is positive meaning, I have to make the question tag negative. Excellent one. They are never late. What do you think? Are they or aren't they? Here I have the word never. Again, are they or aren't they? Are they? Excellent. Because here I have negative, never. We use will you in the negative order. When I give an order and this order is negative, so the question tag is will you. Don't open the door. Will you? Don't write on the wall. Will you? I think it's very simple. But we use won't you or also will you in the positive order. Here in number 8 we use will you if I have negative order. Negative order will you. But what about positive order? I have two options. I can make it like the negative order will you, the same. And also I can use won't you. Let's try. Close that door. What do you think? Will you or won't you? Both are right. Will you or won't you? Both are right. You are great. Thank you. Clean your room. Will you or won't you? So again, if I have negative order, I say will you. When I have positive order, both are right. Will you or won't you? The question tag depends on the second part of the sentence if the first part is positive. Imagine that I have two parts in the sentence. One of them is positive and the second is negative. What should I do? In this case, the question tag depends on the second part of the sentence if the first part is positive. I think, here I have the first part positive. I think he will win the race. So the first part is positive, yes. So what should I do? The question tag depends on the second part, so I focus on this part. He will win the race. I have helping verb will and also pronoun. Here the sentence is positive, I have to make it negative. So just invert them and make it negative. He will, it will be what? Won't he? Can I say will not he? No. We said before that I have to use the abbreviated form. I think it's very clear. I think he won't win the race. Here the first part is positive, so I have to focus on the second part. The second part here, he will not, he won't. So when I invert them together and make the positive negative and the negative positive, so what is the question tag? Will he? Excellent. I think it's very clear now. When I have two parts in the sentence, the first part is positive, so I focus on the second part and use it as we do with the question tag. What's now? The question tag must be positive in the presence of don't think or don't believe. Here in number 10, we said if the first part is positive, I focus on the second part. The second part is positive, so the question tag is negative. The second part is negative, so the question tag is positive, and so on. So there is no problem here. But what is the point? The point here, if I start the sentence with I don't think or I don't believe, so the first part is negative. What should I do? The question tag must be positive in the presence of don't think or don't believe. I don't think they are lazy. What do you think here? Here I have I don't think, so I start with negative. What is the rule? The question tag must be positive. But here if I focus on the second part, I have to say are not they, aren't they? But according to this rule, I cannot say that because here I have negative start. I have to say what? Aren't they or are they? I need positive. Are they? Again. Here the first part is positive, so the second part may be positive, may be negative, it depends, and the question tag follows the second part. If it's positive, the question tag is negative. If the second part of the sentence is negative, I have to use question tag positive. That's okay. But according to number 11, if I have the first part negative, in all cases, the question tag must be positive. The second part is positive or negative, we do not care. It must be positive. I don't believe this is a pet animal. Here the question tag will be isn't this or is this or is it? Is it? Can I say isn't it? No, I can't, because we start the sentence with negative. I need you please read these two parts again, number 10 and number 11, and compare between them. What about 12? We can use do or have if have is used as a main verb. We know that the verb have may be helping verb and may be main verb. If I have just one verb in the sentence, it must be main verb. When I say he has a car, has is only one verb. I have only one verb in the sentence, has. So has here is helping verb or main verb? Main verb. If I have the word have or has as the main verb, so the question tag may be do and also maybe have. I have pronoun and the sentence here is positive. So what is the question tag? Doesn't he? Or try to say hasn't he? Excellent. He has got a car. Now I have just one verb has and another verb got. In the first sentence, only one verb has. So has here is main verb, but has is helping verb and got is main verb. So I have only one choice. I have to say hasn't he? I use has as a helping verb. But here has is main verb. I say doesn't he or hasn't he? Both are right. But if I have another verb, this is the main verb, got. So has will be helping verb. So I have to use it, hasn't he? I cannot say doesn't he. They have a dog. I have just one verb, have. So what do you think? Have is main verb. What is the question tag? Now I have to. don't they or haven't they? When I use have or has as main verb, I can use do or have, or does and has. So here, don't they, haven't they, doesn't he, hasn't he, right. When I say they have bought a dog, have is helping verb because I have main verb. So I have to use only have. I cannot say do or don't. Haven't they? This is the question tag. About number 13, apostrophe D, rather, would rather, I'd rather, I would rather. Again, when I see the expression apostrophe D after it, rather, it means would rather. And what does would rather mean? Prefer. Apostrophe D with the word better means had better. And when I say had better, I mean should. Again, apostrophe D with rather, apostrophe D with better. Apostrophe D with rather, would rather. Apostrophe D with better, had better. Don't say would better. Had better, would rather, had better. Would rather means prefer. Had better means should. Please write these expressions and keep them with the meanings. You apostrophe D better leave. Again, you would better or you had better. I cannot remember. If I cannot remember, so I go back to this rule. Apostrophe D with better means had better. So here you had better leave. Why do I say these abbreviations? Because now I need to form a question tag. So the question tag, I do not know is it would or had. When I keep had better, so now the question tag, hadn't you or wouldn't you? Yes, hadn't you, because had better, apostrophe D, this is the abbreviation of had better. So hadn't you? Excellent. You had better not leave. I need you to take care of the negative. The word not after had better. I cannot say hadn't better. So had better not. Here I have negative. So what is the question tag? Had you. If you have any exam, do not be in a haste and once you watch had better, you say hadn't you. No. Try to read till the end of the sentence because not after the two words. It can't be in the middle. Again, when I say I had better leave, the negative, I had better not leave. I cannot say I hadn't better leave. You apostrophe D rather go. When I watch this expression in any exam, you had rather or would rather? Excellent, would rather. So now I know the question tag. Wouldn't you or hadn't you? This is would. So what is the question tag? Wouldn't you? Excellent. You would rather not go. The same like had better. I cannot say you wouldn't rather. No, you would rather not go. So the question tag is, here I have negative. It must be positive. Would you? This point is very, very important point. There isn't any milk in the fridge. Here I have there. There isn't any milk in the fridge. It's very simple. Here I have helping verb, I have negative, and also I have there. So just invert, and the positive negative plus the negative is positive. Is there. When I have the word there, it will be the same, no change. But when I have this or that, I have to change this or that into it. Here I have a helping verb and the sentence is negative. I have to make it positive. So what is the question tag now? Is it. I changed this or that into it. Can I say is this or is that? No, I can't. But there I say is there. These and those. This is singular, the plural these. That is singular, the plural those. So here I changed this or that into it. What about these and those? What is the change? And also here I have helping verb and the sentence is negative. What is the question tag? They, because it is singular and they is plural. So are they? When I say these or those are, right. If it's positive, I can say aren't they? But here it's negative, I make it positive. In the presence of if I have the relative or the linker if between two sentences, the question tag follows the second sentence. If he doesn't have a map, she will get lost. Now I have if as a linker. Surely I have two sentences. So the question tag follows the first part or the second part. The question tag follows the second sentence. So it follows the second part here. Here I have she and will, and the sentence is positive. What do you think? Won't she? Yeah. Can I say will not she? I can't. It must be abbreviated, contracted for. Won't she? Also, can I say does she? I can't. Because I have if, I have two sentences. The question tag follows the second sentence. About number 18, if we have more than one helping or modal verb. I have two helping verbs or two modal verbs. What should I do? The question tag follows the first one. If I have two helping or modal verbs, so the question tag follows the first one. They should have come earlier. Should have. Should is modal verb and have is helping verb, but I have both words together. So the question tag, shouldn't they or haven't they? Here we say what? First one. So what do you think? Shouldn't they? Excellent. You daren't. This is exception. Take care. You daren't walk through this park at night. Again, this is exception. I have to keep them by heart. You daren't walk through this park at night. What is the question tag here? Dare you? Daren't will be dare you. You needn't leave now. Exactly like daren't. So daren't and needn't, I just get out not and keep the word as it is. So what do you think here? Needn't will be need you. Please keep these 2 points by heart. Daren't, dare you. Needn't, need you. But what about if I have just the word dare? It will be normal verb. Don't you? And also need. Don't you? Or needs. Doesn't she? Doesn't he? That's okay. But if I have daren't or needn't, I say what? Dare you. Need you. If I have the word they daren't, dare they, and so on. Fantastic, wonderful, great, isn't it? Let's have a simple quiz about the question tags. I need you to answer this quiz, add the question tags. But as we always do, try to read the questions and answer before we watch the model answer now. You can pause the video, write your answers, and check the answers after that with me. About number 1, when I say she works well. Works mean verb. Here I have the pronoun she. The sentence is positive. So what is the question tag? Excellent. Doesn't she? Great. They will get married soon. Will, modal verb. I have pronoun they, and the sentence is positive. So what is the question tag? Excellent. Won't they? Can I say will not they? I can't. You don't like scary movie or scary movies. What do you think? Excellent. Do they or do you? Let's do it. It's kind of suggestion. Suggestion. When I say let's, I suggest. When I say let us, let him, let me, this is kind of permission. Now we have suggestion. Excellent. Shall we? This is a grammar course. This. Take care that we always change this into a pronoun. Yeah, try to remember this pronoun. And the sentence here is positive with the presence also of is. So what is the question tag? Isn't it? Excellent. You have good plans. Have is main verb. When I have the word have as main verb, have or has as main verb, we have two options. I can say haven't you or don't you, both are right. They are helpful. They and are. I inverted them together and change this positive sentence into negative. Aren't they? Excellent. Can I say are they? I can't. It's always contracted form. These poems aren't short. These and aren't. Excellent. Are they? The question tags are very important and very simple at the same time. Conditional if. The aims of this session, we are going to know the conditional if 0. After that, we will know everything about conditional if first. This is the first case. Then we will know everything in details about condition if the second. Also, condition if third. After that, we will know good idea about condition if mixed. After we finish all the forms of condition if, we will know many alternative words or linkers about if. We will have many words equal if. We have an important note before we study all conditional cases in details. What is the important note for us? In conditional sentences, the if clause can be the first or second part of the sentence. I can start the sentence with the word if, and also I can use if in the middle between the two sentences. When I say if, the if clause is first, it's followed by a comma. Again, this is example and explanation at the same time. Here I start the sentence with the word if. So between the two sentences before the second sentence, I have to use comma. Again, now I have two sentences. When I use if at the beginning, between the two sentences, I use comma. But if I use if in the middle between the two sentences, there is no comma. If you work hard, you will get much money. I use if at the beginning. What is used between the two sentences? The comma. You will get much money if you work hard. Now I use if in the middle between the two sentences. Do we have comma or no comma? No comma. Again, when I start the sentence with if, I use comma between the two sentences. But if I use if between the two sentences, there is no comma. About the first case from the conditional if, which is the zero conditional. What is the zero conditional? We use if plus present simple, so the sentence directly after if, present simple. And the second sentence also present simple. And if I use if between the two sentences, it must be also present simple, and the sentence before it also present simple. We use the zero conditional to refer to things which are generally true, something like facts, scientific facts, or general habit, so something generally true. The word if means the same like the word when. Imagine that I have a sentence and I have the word if before the sentence. When you get out the word if and use when and they are the same meanings, it means that this is zero conditional. Let's watch how to do it. When I say if you heat ice, it melts. This is scientific fact. Also, I can say when you heat ice, it melts. In this sentence, because this is zero conditional, I can use the word if and the word if equal the word when. They are the same meaning. Here also, we said that after if I use present simple, the word heat present simple, and the second sentence present simple also. Now I speak about scientific fact. After the word if, I have two sentences and both of them are present simple. If you boil water, it evaporates. This is scientific fact also. Here, if you remember, when we start with the word if, between the two sentences, I have the comma. If plus present simple, and the second sentence also present simple. This is zero conditional. If water is boiled, it evaporates. It's better in the zero conditional to change the first sentences into passive. When I say if you boil water, what about if he boils water or if she boils water? Will something else happen? No. Now I care about water, what happens to water. I do not care about the person who boils water. So it is better that the first sentence in the if conditional zero to be passive. Again, if I say if you boil water, this is right. If water is boiled, this is better. The first sentence is preferable to be passive. What about if I have active sentence after zero conditional? This is okay also. There is no problem in all cases. About the first conditional, we use if plus present simple, but the second sentence must be future. I use will or shall plus infinitive. We use the first conditional to refer to future possibilities, something that may happen at present or in the future. Take care of the usage. We use the first conditional when we have something that may happen at present or in the future. And what is the usage again? After if we use present simple. And the second sentence must be future, will or shall plus infinitive. What about if I use if in the middle between the two sentences? I use if in the middle and after if present simple. What about the first sentence? Must be future. So I can start with this sentence also. I can put it before if. Let's watch an example. When I say if she works hard, comma, take care when we start with if, I have to use comma between the two sentences. If she works hard, comma, she will pass the test. Here I have if. After if I have present simple. If present simple, really, here works present simple. And the second sentence must be future, will plus infinitive or shall plus infinitive. Here I have will pass. This is future. Again, if plus present simple, the second sentence must be future. If I need to use the word if between the two sentences, go back to the first sentence here. If she works hard, she will pass the test. I will start with the future. She will pass the test if she works hard. Both sentences are right. If I start with if, I use present simple, then future simple. If I use if in the middle between the two sentences, after if I use present simple, and before if I use what? Future simple. So if in all cases must be followed by present simple. Here if present simple. Here also if plus present simple. About the second conditional, this is the second case, condition if 2. We use if plus past simple, and the second sentence must be would plus infinitive. Again, I have the word if. After if, I have past simple, the second form of the verb. And the second sentence must be would plus infinitive. We use the second conditional for things that are possible but unlikely, not sure in the future. So something contradicts the present. I would watch the football match if they showed it on television. I do not think they will show it. Something impossible to happen at present or in the future. I do not think that it will happen. In this case, I cannot use the first conditional. I use the second conditional. So what is the second conditional again? We use if plus past simple. The second sentence must be would plus infinitive. And if I need to use if in the middle between the two sentences, I start with the sentence that have would plus infinitive and then if plus past simple. We'll watch it in the examples. And when I use the second conditional, if I am sure that something will not happen at present or in the future, something impossible to happen, something contradicts the present. We also use the second conditional for things which are unreal or impossible to happen at present. Like when I say, if I were you, I would listen to the weather forecast before going for a picnic. I am not you, but I imagine if I were you, if I am in your place. So again, we use the second conditional for things which are unreal or impossible to happen at present. So I imagine myself that I am you. I say what? If I were you, I would listen to the weather forecast before going for a picnic. I would join the basketball team if I were tall. It means that I am short or tall? I am short. And I imagine myself. I say, I would join the basketball team if I were tall, but I am not tall. About the third conditional, we said that we have zero conditional, we have first, we have second, we have third, also we have the mixed, and we have extra words like the linker if. About now, we are going to speak about the third conditional. But before we speak about the third again, I need to remind you that the zero conditional is used with scientific facts. The first and the second are used at present, but the first, something possible to happen, the second, something impossible to happen at present or in the future. What about the third? We use if plus past perfect and the second sentence would have plus past participle. So if I start with the sentence that have would have plus past participle, I have to use if in the middle and after if past perfect. We use the third conditional for an imagined action in the past. Again, the third conditional is the only one that expresses the past, because the first is used to express present, but present possible to happen. The second case, we use past form in the second case, but the second case expresses present but impossible to happen, something that contradicts the present. This is the second case. The third case, this is the only one that expresses what? The past. If he had been taller. We said I use if plus past perfect. The past perfect had plus past participle. If he had been taller, comma, he would have been, would have plus past participle. So again, would have been a basketball player, but he was not taller. I speak about what? Present or past? I speak about the past. So I use the third conditional. He would have won the match if he had trained well. I use if in the middle. So after if, had plus past participle. If I start with if, I use had plus past participle. If I use if in the middle, also I use had plus past participle. And the second sentence would have plus pp. And also if I start with it, would have plus pp. Again, he would have won the match if he had trained well. About the mixed conditional if, in this case we use two different types. We use the past perfect. After if we have past perfect. This is the first part from the third case, past perfect. But in the second sentence we use would plus infinitive. And if you remember, this is the second sentence from the second condition. Again, in the mixed if, we have two kinds of if together. We mix between the second case and the third case. What is that rule? We use if plus past perfect, but the second sentence in the third case we use would have plus pp. Here we'll use only would plus infinitive. We use the mixed conditional to relate between a past action and its effect at present. Again, if you remember, the second case expresses present but impossible to happen, or something contradicts the present. And if you remember also, the third case expresses the past. Now we mix between present and past. So we call this case mixed if or mixed conditional. What is that? We use if plus past perfect, and the second one would plus infinitive. We use part from the third case and the part from the second case. So we mix between them, and we use the mixing conditional to relate between past actions and present action, or the effect at present. Let's watch an example to clarify this important and simple rule at the same time. When I say, yesterday you didn't study, I speak about past action. Yesterday you didn't study. So you cannot answer the question now. This is present. Now something happened in the past and the effect at present. If I need to use mixed if, how can I make that? I use if plus past perfect and then would plus infinitive. If you had studied yesterday. Here we said yesterday you didn't study. If you had studied yesterday. What is the effect? You cannot answer the question now. So here you would answer the question now. If plus past perfect, had studied. The second one, would plus infinitive, would answer. Can I use if in the middle? Yes, I can. But I have to start with this sentence. You would answer the questions now if you had studied yesterday. Now we have something very, very important called alternatives to using if. We spoke about zero conditional, first conditional, second conditional, third conditional, and mixed conditional. Now I have many words, and these words similar in the meaning to the word if. First one is as long as. As long as can mean the same as if. In formal English, we can also use provided that or on condition that. You can go to the park as long as you are home by 6 o'clock. Now I use the word as long as if I have the word if. You can go to the park if you are home by 6 o'clock. Or you can go to the park as long as you are home by 6 o'clock. So now I have the word as long as with the same meaning like the word if. They are the same, no difference. But in informal English, we can use provided that or on condition that. This is formal English. The factory will continue to make the toy if they sell enough of them, or provided that on condition that. So now all of them are the same. Again, the factory will continue to make the toys provided that or on condition that or if they sell enough of them. So now I have formal English. I have originally the word if. Also, I can use the words provided that or on condition that. They are the same. In informal English, I need you please go back to the first slide because we used words in formal English. Now we speak about what? Informal English. We can also use supposing, imagine that. We can use these three words, supposing, imagine that, in what? Formal or informal? Informal. To talk about imaginary situations. Something is not so real, something from our imagination. Like what? Supposing, imagine that you missed the bus to school. What would you do? Because it's kind of imagination, so we use the second case, like condition if 2. I use if plus past simple. The second sentence must be would plus infinitive. So we can simplify this rule that the words supposing, imagine that equal conditional if 2. Another example, supposing, imagine that you found $1 million. What would you do? Here we have other words relate to conditional if. We can use unless, but if I use unless, I have to use sentence, full sentence, subject, verb, and so on. Also, I can use the word without, but if I use without, I have to use verb plus ing. And both of them mean if plus not. Again, if I have negative sentence with the word if, I can cross if and also cross the negative and use unless plus full sentence or without plus verb ing. Kate won't come to work if she doesn't feel better. Here I have if and I have negative. So I can cross if and also cross doesn't feel, cross the negative, and use unless. Kate won't come to work unless she doesn't feel or feels. Unless she feels. Because unless expresses negative. I cannot use unless and negative in the same sentence. So here, if she doesn't feel or unless she feels, this is the same. Unless she feels better. Or Kate won't come to work without feeling better. Again, without feeling better. Again, if she doesn't feel better, unless she feels better, without feeling better. They are the same. If I use if, I have to use infinitive if the meaning is negative. Also, I can use unless plus full sentence or without plus verb ing. My grandmother never visits me without bringing a present. Here I have the word without, and after without I use what? Verb plus ing. Also, if I need to use the word unless, I can say what? My grandmother never visits me unless she brings a present. It will be with the same meaning. Here we have an important point on signs. Maybe in the streets, in the shops, in restaurants, you can watch a sign. On signs, we often see in case of or in the case of, which means if there is. Again, if I watch these words written on any sign, these words are in case of, in the case of. What do these words mean? They mean if there is. Open the door in case of an emergency. This is the same meaning like open the door if there is an emergency. I think this sentence is very simple and important at the same time. Here we used in case of or in the case of, and after in case of or in the case of we used noun. Also I can use gerund, but here in this sentence we have noun. If I use in case without of, I do not have of here, in case. If I use in case, I have to use full sentence. What is full sentence? I must have subject and verb. Report the police in case you lose your passport. This is exactly the same when I say report the police if you lose your passport. This is the same. But take care, if I use in case of or in the case of, I have to use noun or gerund after in case of. But if I use in case without the preposition of, I have to use full sentence, subject, verb, and object or the rest of the sentence. This is what I said before. If I need to use in case of, I have to use what? Gerund or noun. Report the police in case of losing your passport. In case plus full sentence. In case of plus gerund or noun. What is the gerund? Gerund means verb plus ing. Here we have an important note. As long as, provided that, on condition that, these three expressions cannot be used in the third conditional, as they refer to present and future conditions only. Again, if you go back to the first slide and second slide, all the previous slides, you will notice that we used as long as, provided that, imagine, suppose, on condition that, and so on. We used all of them in the first or second case. These words cannot be used in the third conditional. Why? Because these words refer to present and future conditions only. And if you remember, we used the third conditional just to express past actions. Let's have a simple quiz about conditional if. I need to use conditional if in the coming sentences. The first sentence, work hard to get much money. I need you to use the word if in this sentence and try to think of which case is suitable for the meaning. We have zero, first, second, third, and mixed. And also we have many alternative words similar to the word if. Second one, you didn't meet her because you left early. Number three, I don't have enough money, so I can't buy this car. Number four, you can't join the team as you missed the training. Now I have four sentences. I need you, as we always do, pause the video, write your answers in a separated sheet, and then play the video again to watch the model answer. About first one, work hard to get much money. If you work hard, you will get much money. Also, I can say you will get much money if you work hard. I think it's very simple. About second case, you or second sentence, you didn't meet her because you left early. Here I have past verbs. So which case is suitable for these sentences? When I have past verbs, directly I think of the third case. If plus past perfect, had plus pp, and the second sentence must be would have plus past participle. Let's watch the answer. If you hadn't left early, you would have met her. Also, I can say you would have met her if you hadn't left early. Both are right. I don't have money. I don't have enough money, so I can't buy this car. I have present cases, but here I have the word can't. In this case, I think of the second condition if plus past simple, the second sentence would plus infinitive, because here I have present, but it is impossible to happen. If I have present possible to happen, I use the first case, like sentence number one. If you work hard, you will get much money. This is possible to happen. But in this sentence, I don't have enough money, so I can't buy this car. This is present, but impossible to happen. I think of the second conditional if. If I had, this is past simple. If I had enough money, I would buy this car. I can't join the team as you missed the training. You can't join the team as you missed the training. Here I have the word can't join. This is present. But here I have past. If I have something happened in the past and has an effect at present, in this case I think of the mixed if. What is the mixed if? If plus past perfect had plus pp, and the second sentence must be would plus infinitive. If you hadn't missed the training, you could or you would join the team. Again, if you hadn't missed the training, you could or you would join the team. Now I have mixed if. Now we are going to study wish and many other related rules like if only, as if, it's time, and more and more. If we start with the forms of wish. When I use wish to express present, I cannot use present simple, but I use past simple. Again, This is the first and the most important point. If I need to use the word wish to express present, I use past form. We use wish plus past simple to talk about wishes or regrets about the present. Take care. If I need to speak about present, I use what? Present or past? I use past. When I say I wish I knew where my keys are, this is a present simple, but I use the past form of the verb knew. But if I say here, the meaning, I do not know where my keys are. But if I say I wish I know where my keys are, it is not right. Again, if I need to express the present with wish, I do not use present. I use what? Past form of the verb. Again, if I need to use wish to express present, we use past simple, past form. Also, when I say I wish I were tall, I can also say I wish I was tall. It means that I am short. Now I express present or past. I express present situation, but I cannot use present. I use what? Past simple form. Can I say I wish I am tall? No, I can't. Again, the word wish is used to express the present, but we use past form to express the present. What about if I need to express the past? I use wish plus past perfect. We use wish plus past perfect to talk about wishes or regrets about the past. Again, in number 1, this is number 2. In number 1, we used wish plus past simple to express present situations. Now I use wish plus past perfect to express past situations. I wish I had read the question more carefully in yesterday's exam. Here I have evidence that this is past simple. Can I say I wish I read directly without had? No, I can't, because this is past. If I need to express the past with the word wish, I use past perfect. Can I apply this rule in all rules, tenses, and? No. We speak about wish. In this sentence, it means that I didn't read the question carefully. Also, when I say I wish I hadn't spent all my money. Now I speak about present or past. I have the words hadn't plus spent. It means that this past situation. It means what? I spent all my money. Again, if I need to express present, I use past form. If I need to express past, I use past perfect. What about the future? In the future, we use wish plus would or could plus infinitive. We use wish plus would to talk about future wishes, usually when you are sad or angry. So something unreal or something contradicts the present, and also when you are sad or angry. I wish my brothers would stop arguing. We use also wish plus could with the pronouns I and we. And the rest of the pronouns in the future we use would, not could. Again, We said that we use would and could. If I have I and we use could. If I have the rest of the pronouns, we use would, and both of them to express future. I wish I could be an engineer when I grow up. Now I speak about the future. Again, we need to remember, if I need to use the word wish, if the sentence is present, I use past simple. If the sentence is past, I use past perfect. If the sentence is future, I use could or would. Could with I and we, and would with the rest of the pronouns. Let's clarify what we said by these simple examples. I wish I saw him now. This sentence is present, and I used the past form, so can I say I wish I see him now? I can't. It must be I wish I saw him now. And again, it means that this sentence is present or past? Present. It means that he isn't here. So the meaning of the sentence is present. But we use only the shape of the past because of the presence of the word wish. But the meaning again is present. The same sentence when I say I wish I had seen him yesterday. If I have wish plus present, I use past form. So if I have wish and I need to express past, I use what? Past perfect, had seen. This sentence means that I didn't see him yesterday. What about the future? I wish I could see him tomorrow. Can I say I wish I would see him tomorrow? No, I can't. Because we said if I have I and we use could. This sentence means I won't see him tomorrow. I will not see him tomorrow. These three examples summarize the forms of which. Again, if I need to use the word wish to express present, I use past form. If I need to use the word wish to express the past, I use past perfect. If I need to use the word wish to express future, I use could or would. Can I use wish plus present verb? No, I can't. About the last point here, we said that I use I and we with the word could, he, she, it, you, and they with would, and the words could and would to express future forms of wish. Here we have other forms with wish. We spoke in the previous slides about how to use wish to express present, past, and future. Now we have other forms with wish. Like what? When I say the manager wishes to see you now, does it mean that the manager really wishes to see you? No. It means that the manager wants to see you now. When I say wish to or wishes to, I mean want or wants to. Again, wish to equal want to. Also, I can say I wish you Merry Christmas. I wish you good luck. I wish you happy life. So they are other forms with wish. I do not have full sentence after the word wish, and these full sentences are not in the present or past or future like what we studied in the previous slides. Now I have different expressions. Here we have some other words similar to the usage of the word wish. What we have? We have wish, if only, as if, as though, it's time, it's high time, would rather. What about these words? If I need to express present with these words, I use present verb or past verb, exactly like what we did with the word wish. If I need to express present, I use past form. Again, if I need to express present simple with these words, I do not use present. I use what? Past form. But the meaning is present. Let's watch how can we do this point. Let's clarify again first. These words and expressions are used to express something contradicts the present. Again, we speak about present, but something contradicts the present. So we can call it unreal present. Present, but unreal, not existed. We use the past simple to express the present. Again, this is what we said before, that we cannot use present simple to express present, but we use past simple to express present. Again, we do not apply this rule with all rules, all grammatical rules. No, we speak about only these words. If I have any of these words and I need to express present, I use past simple. What about if I need to express the past? We use past perfect to express the past. Again, if I need to express present, I use past form. If I need to express the past, I use past perfect form. Some examples to clarify this important point. When I say, I wish I could speak Japanese, can I say I wish I can speak Japanese? No. I wish I could speak Japanese. Could, this is the past form of can. I think it's clear now. It's time, it's high time, you told me the truth. It means that you do not tell me the truth. I speak about present. Now you speak with me, and you don't tell me the truth. So I speak with you now and I say, it's time, it's high time you told me the truth. Here I have the verb told, this is past form, but the sentence expresses present or past? Present. So now I have the word, it's time, it's high time. I need to express present, I use what? Past simple form. Because this sentence contradicts what happens at present. He behaves, this is present, take care. He behaves as if. Now I have the words as if, and I need to express present. So the verb after as if, present or past? Past verb. Again, we said if I have wish, it's time, it's high time, as if, as though, and all the previous words, I use past simple form to express present. He behaves as if he was the boss or he were the boss. But we knew that with verb to be, I use was with I, he, she, it, and were with the plural, the plural, we, they, and you. But here we have exception. With the word wish or the word as if and all this category, we can use was or were to express unreal present. So this is exception with these words. If only I had finished all my work yesterday. Now I have the word if only, and I need to express the past. So I do not use past simple. I use what? Past perfect. She walks, present, take care. She walks as though she is the queen. No, as though she was the queen or she were the queen. Again, I know that with verb to be, I use was with she, but I cannot use were with the pronoun she. But this is exception. With these words, I can use was or were with all pronouns, right? And also this sentence is present, but I have the expression as though. So I cannot use present. I use what? Past form after the expression as though. If I use present form, it is not right. Don't use present after these expressions. Again, please, don't use present form, present verb, present simple after these expressions. What are the expressions again? The word wish, if only, as though, it's time, and so on. Another example, when I say I would rather. When I say apostrophe D with rather means what? I would rather. Sleep early. Here I have infinitive, because I do not have subject, noun, or pronoun before the verb. Try to keep this rule, please. If I have would rather, I use infinitive directly. This is the verb directly. But if I say I would rather, I apply the same rule. If I have would rather and I have full sentence, subject, verb, and so on, I use past form. I would rather, I slept early. I speak about present or past? I speak about present, but with the presence of the expression would rather, and I have full sentence, I use the past form to express present. Now I speak with you, and I say, I would rather you slept early. I would rather you studied hard. I would rather you visited me. All these expressions present, although I use past form of the verbs, but with the presence of the expression would rather, I use past form to express present. But if I use the verb directly after the expression would rather, it must be infinitive. I would rather sleep. I would rather I slept. I would rather you work or you worked. You worked. This sentence is present or past? Present. But we use past simple because I have the expression would rather. Let's have a simple quiz about what we studied together. I need you to correct the following sentences. The first one, she wishes she has many friends. I wish I can join the meeting. They wish they train well, but they didn't. Take care. But they didn't. They wish they train well, but they didn't. I would rather listened to your advice. It's time the baby sleeps. It's too late. They argue together as if they are enemies. They wish to him good luck. My father wishes seeing you. About the answers, she wishes she had many friends. It was written has many friends. But I cannot say she wishes she has. If I need to use the word wish and I have present simple, I have to use past form. She wishes she had many friends. Second sentence, I wish I could join the meeting. Excellent, you are great. They wish they had trained well, but they didn't. Had trained. I'd rather listen. We said if I have the expression would rather and the verb directly after would rather, it must be infinitive. I would rather listen to your advice. But if I have other subject here, if I have noun or pronoun, I can say I would rather you listened, or I would rather she listened, I would rather my brother listened. So if I have noun or pronoun before the verb, I have to make it the past form. But if I have the verb directly after would rather, it must be infinitive. It's time the baby slept. It's too late. They argue together as if they were enemies. They wish him good luck. We said I can say I wish you happy life, I wish you Merry Christmas. They wish him good luck. My father wishes to see you. It means what? It means my father wants to see you. Excellent. Great work. Relative clauses. The relative pronouns are who, which, that, whom, where, when, whose. Again, before we speak about the relative clauses, we have to know the relative pronouns. And when I say relative pronouns, I mean who, which, that, whom, where, when, whose. We use the relative pronouns, these words, to relate or to join two sentences together. Again, we use these relative pronouns to relate two sentences together. When I say we like our teachers are so friendly. Here I have two sentences. I need to join them together, to link them together. How can I do that? And here also I have repeated words. Our teachers, our teachers. I can make them just one sentence when I say we like our teachers who or that are so friendly. I have two sentences. I changed the two sentences into just one by using relative pronoun. Also, when I say I bought the watch we saw yesterday, the watch was so stylish. Now I have two sentences. I need to join them together to make them just one. How can I make that? I have to use relative pronoun. I bought the watch we saw yesterday, which or that was so stylish. Now I have just one sentence, and I related them by using relative pronoun. The relative pronoun and the sentence after it are called a relative clause. Again, our session today is about a relative clause. What is the relative clause? We spoke about the relative pronoun. The relative pronoun joins two sentences together. So the relative pronoun and the sentence after the relative pronoun, all of them are called what? A relative clause. Again, when I say I met Tom, Tom is my neighbor. I need to join them together. Use relative pronoun. I met Tom, who is my neighbor, or that is my neighbor. The word who or the word that, they are relative pronouns. The relative pronoun and the sentence after the relative pronoun is called relative clause. Again, who or that is my neighbor, all these words are called relative clause. I found the bag. I lost it last week. It will be I found the bag which I lost last week, or that I lost last week. Can I use the word it in the second sentence, which I lost it last week? I can't. Here I crossed the word Tom because I used who. Here also I crossed the word it because I used which. Again, I have two names now. The first name is called relative pronoun, who or that or which, and the second word is called a relative clause. The relative pronoun and the sentence after the relative pronoun, all of them are called relative clause. Which or that I lost last week, relative clause. I found the bag which or that I lost last week. I cannot say it. I have to cross it. They went to the garden. They first met in the garden. Now I need to join them together. Here I have the word garden. The garden is place. Now you notice that if I need to relate the two sentences and the common word is person, I join using who or that. If I speak about something, I join using which or that. If I speak about place, surely I relate the two sentences by using where. They went to the garden where they first met. Can I say where they first met in the garden? I can't. The word where is relative pronoun. Where they first met, this is a relative clause. We met Anne. Anne's father is the manager. Here I have apostrophe s for possession. In this case, I have to relate using whose. We met Anne, whose father is the manager. Whose father. There are two types of the relative clauses. Again, how many types do we have in the relative clauses? We have two types. We use type 1 relative clauses to give necessary information. Again, type 1 for necessary information about people or things. That's okay. What about type 2? We use type 2 relative clauses to give extra information about people or things. So now how many types do we have? We have two types. The first one to give necessary information. The second one to give extra information. We will know the difference between them in the coming slides. We use type 1 relative clause to give necessary information, important information about people or things. Take care of the word necessary, essential. When I say, she is the woman who or that wrote 2 books. Now I have important information that she is the woman who wrote 2 books. We said that I use who or that if I speak about people. That is the book which is a bestseller, or that is a bestseller. Now also I have necessary information. And we remember that which or that, we use which or that to speak about things. Here I said the woman who or that, the book which or that. So the word that is common between people and things. We use who or that for people and which or that for things. I think it's very clear now. We use whose to show possession or relationship. Possession means something that I own, something that I have, and relation or relationship. Chris is the boy whose father is a teacher. Whose father, this is relation. We use where for places and when for time. Great. This is the place where we often have picnics. Now I speak about the place. I relate with where. So the word where, whose, who, and which, and that, all of them are relative pronouns. The relative pronoun and the sentence after the relative pronoun is called relative clause. And also till now we speak about necessary information. This is type 1. We speak about necessary information. Do we have any commas in the sentence? We do not have any commas in the sentence. Put this point in your mind again. When I speak about necessary information, do we have any commas? We do not have any commas. Friday is the day when, now I speak about Friday, this is time. So Friday is the day when I visit my relatives in our village. Again, I have relative pronoun and also I have relative clause without any commas because this is necessary information. This is type 1. In informal English, you can often leave out the relative clause. We know that we have formal and informal. In informal English, I can cross the relative pronoun. I can write the sentence without relative pronoun. When I say I need to talk to someone who I can trust or that I can trust, according to this rule, I can cross the relative pronoun, so I can make the sentence without this relative pronoun. I need to talk to someone I can trust. Where is the relative pronoun? It is not written. What about the second sentence? This is a relative clause, but we use it in formal or informal. We use this style in informal English. Again, I can cross the relative pronoun and write the relative clause without relative pronoun in informal English, and this is right. Sometimes you need to use a preposition before the relative pronouns. Again, sometimes we use the prepositions before the relative pronouns, but we cannot use this preposition before who or that, but never before who or that. This is the article in which she writes about science. I speak about the article. So in this article, she writes about science. I form just one sentence. This is the article in which she writes about science. That is the stadium at which we saw the cup final, or where we saw the cup final. Can I say at that? Or if I speak about person, can I say with who or to who? I can't. So I never use the preposition before who or that. But with the rest of the relative pronouns, I can. But also I cannot say at where. No, at which. And the word at which equal where. Usually we use the prepositions with which or whom. What about type 2? All the previous ones were type 1. We spoke about necessary information. We use type 2 relative clause to give extra information, something extra, about people or things. When I speak about people, I use who or that. When I speak about things, I use which or that. We do not usually use that as a relative pronoun. If I have extra information, I do not use that. But with type 1, the necessary information, we can use that. The book which I bought last week is really interesting. Can I say the book that I bought last week is really interesting? I can't, because this is extra information. How do I know that this is extra information? Here you notice that we have two commas after and before the extra sentence. Now I have relative clause, but this relative clause is extra. It is not necessary. So I use it between two commas. Can I use that? I can't. The book is really interesting. This is the main sentence. Here the book which I bought last week is really interesting. The book is really interesting. This is the main sentence. But this information is extra information. Mr. John, who teaches us science, is always friendly. This is type 2. I have the relative clause between two commas. When I have the relative clause between two commas, it means that this is extra information. It is not necessary. In this case, I cannot use that. I use who for people, which for things, but I cannot use that. Again, this is type 2. I have to use the relative clause between two commas. The main sentence, Mr. John is always friendly, because this is unnecessary information, so I can complete the meaning without this sentence. We always use a comma to separate a type 2 relative clause. This is what we say. I use commas to separate the relative clause because it has extra information not necessary. You cannot leave out the relative pronoun. If you remember in type 1, when we speak about necessary information, we can continue the relative clause without who or which or that. But here in this type 2, I cannot cross which or who. Always we do not have that. Can I say Mr. John, comma, teaches us science, comma, is always friendly? So I make the sentence without who or which. I can't. Here, you cannot leave out the relative pronoun. Can I say Mr. John teaches us science? He is always friendly? No, I can't. Because here it must be who, like this sentence. So Mr. John, who teaches us science, is always friendly, and I use two commas. We can also use what to mean the thing that or the thing which. Again, we can use what to mean the thing that or the thing which. What is preceded by a verb and not a noun. If I need to use what, I have to use verb before what. I cannot use noun before the word what. We had better decide. Decide is verb. We said if I need to use what, I use verb beside what. I cannot use a noun. We had better decide what we need to buy or the thing that we need to buy. We said that we can use what to mean the thing that or the thing which. They are the same. We had better decide what or the thing that or the thing which we need to buy. Before what, I use verb. I cannot use a noun. I don't know what to do when when I am angry. So here also I don't know. Know is verb. We have a simple quiz about the relative pronouns or the relative clauses. I need you to use a suitable relative pronoun to join the two sentences together. Number one, I met Anne. She is a good neighbor. 2. I visited the hospital. I was born there. Adam is a good friend. His car is red. 4. The mobile is blue. I bought it yesterday. 5. I like to play chess. Chess is a game. About the model answers. Number 1. I met Anne, who is a good neighbor. I cannot repeat the word Anne, so I use what? Who. Who is relative pronoun, and who with the sentence after it, this is relative clause. 2. I visited the hostel where I was born, because I speak about place. Who with people, where with places. 3. Adam, whose car is red, is a good friend. Now I use the word whose for possession and whose plus noun. Also, here I have extra information. This is type 2 because the sentence is between two commas. So the main sentence or the most important sentence is Adam is a good friend. But now I have extra information. Whose car is red, and I use this relative clause between two sentences. About number 1 and number 2, the relative clauses here are necessary. They tell us necessary information. So I do not use commas, but here I use commas. Number 4, the mobile which I bought yesterday is blue. Now also I have necessary information because I have no commas. I like to play chess, which is a game, or that is a game. This is style. I have another style. I can say chess is the game which I like to play or that I like to play. Both sentences are right for number 5. Reported speech. We can say reported speech or direct and indirect. Again, reported speech or direct and indirect. We will start with the reported statement. We have three types, three kinds. The first kind is reported statements. When direct speech is reported in direct speech, we usually change verb tense. We change the tenses and pronouns. So what we focus on when we change from direct into indirect, we focus on the verbs, the tenses, and the pronouns. When I say it is a busy day, he says, this is direct sentence. I need to change it into indirect. I can say, he says, he says, it is a busy day, or he says that it is a busy day. What we notice here is when I tell you what the other said exactly word by word, we call it direct. When I change just the way of the speech, I tell you about the meaning of what he said, this is indirect. Again, it is a busy day, he said, or he says. He says that it is a busy day. I can use the word that to link the two sentences, the phrase and the sentence, and also I cannot use it. Both are right. When I say it is a busy day, this is the same. But in the first example, I write he says, this is present. In this example, it's written he said, this is past. When I have present verb, we call it the reported verb. If the reported verb is present, I do not change the tenses between the brackets. It is, it is. But now the reporting verb is past. What should I do? He said that, or he said without that, it was a busy day. I changed the tense between brackets. Again, when I start with present, I do not care about the tense between brackets. The tense will be the same. If it's present, I make it present. If it's future, I have it future, and so on. But if the reported verb said, asked, warned, promised, any past verb, I cannot write present in the second sentence. The indirect sentence must be past, maybe past perfect, maybe past continuous, and so on. We'll discuss them in details in the coming slides. We change the tense if the reporting verb is in the past. The reporting verb, this is the first verb, says, said, asked, wondered, and so on. We change the tense between the brackets if the reporting verb is in the past. We change these tenses if the reporting verb is in the past. This is what we said. But how can I change it? If the verb present simple, I have it past simple. When I say, he said, I will travel. He said, he would travel. When I say he writes, he wrote, speak, spoke, play, played. So if the verb between brackets is present simple, I change it into past simple. If the verb between brackets is past simple, I change into past perfect, had plus pp. If the verb is present continuous, I change it into past continuous. Present perfect, past perfect. Will or shall, would, can, could, must, had, to. Example, I won't see you until I have finished, she says. This is the reported or reporting verb. Is it present or past? The reporting verb, present or past? Present. So about the tenses, will I change the tenses or no change? No change. When I have reporting verb present tense, I do not change the tenses between the brackets. She says that, she won't. I changed the pronoun because I tell you what she says. So I tell you, she says, she, I can use that or without that, both are right. She says that she won't see me until she has finished. Future simple, future simple. Present perfect, present perfect. No change in the tenses because I have present reporting verb. I won't see you until I have finished, she said. Now I have reporting verb in the past. What should I do? Change the tenses between the brackets. You can pause the video now and go back to the previous slide to watch what kind of tenses will we change. She said that, or she said. She wouldn't. Will be changed into would. And here I have present perfect, have finished, will be past perfect, had finished. She said that she wouldn't see me until she had finished. This sentence is direct, what she said directly, and this sentence is indirect. He said to me, I am taking my brother to the airport. Try to answer it before we watch the coming line. He said to me. When I have the word said to, I have to change it into told. He told me. I cross the inverted commas and use the word that or without that. He told me that. I will be changed into what? He or she? He, because here I start with he. He told me that he am, and here I have past. So will it be the same am or was? Try to think. Was, because this is past, I have to make it past also. He was taking, he said my brother, so I have to say his brother to the airport because I speak about he, about what he said. He told me that he was taking his brother to the airport. About the word that, I can use that or I cannot use that, both are right. Now I changed this sentence from direct into indirect. I need you to care about this point. When I have the word says, I keep it the same. Say will be say, or says will be says, no change. But if I have to, say to, or says to, it will be tells. Also, if I have it past, if I have the word said, will be said. but said to will be told, like what we did here. Said to was changed into told. Please keep these points by heart. We usually make changes to time and place words and phrases. Also, about the coming words, I need you to understand, use them a lot, and please keep them again by heart, by your heart. If I have the word tomorrow, it will be the next day, the following day. These words will be between brackets. When anyone tells me, I will travel tomorrow, and I report what he said, so I tell you, he told me that he would travel the next day, or he told me that he would travel the following day. Instead of tomorrow, we change this word into the next day, the following day. Yesterday, the day before, or the previous day. This year, that year. This month, that month. If I say also this time, that time. Now, then, or at that time. 10 minutes ago, 10 minutes before, or 10 minutes earlier. Here, there. This, that. This place, that place. This time, that time, and so on. These, those. Today, that day. Tonight, that night. Also, when I say this afternoon, that afternoon. This morning, that morning. We can use different reporting verbs. We spoke about say and tell, or says and says, said and said, and so on. They are reporting verbs. But what's new here? We have different reporting verbs that can be used instead of say or tell, like that is often used between the reporting verb and the statement. We spoke about that. I can use the word that between the reporting verb and the statement, and also I can cross it. They are the reporting verbs. We said we can use different reporting verbs. They are the reporting verbs. He explained, he promised, he admitted, he said that, or without that. That's okay. He didn't know the answer. He explained that he didn't know the answer, or he explained he didn't know the answer. Both are right. The verb said is a reporting verb, and both and all of them are the same. They are reporting verbs. We do not change past perfect tenses or past modal verbs or reports of facts. We said before, if I have the reporting verb in the past, we change the tense between brackets. But if I have past perfect tense or past modal verb or reports of facts between the brackets, I do not change them. We will clarify them by reading the coming examples. I had not been there before. He told us, or he said to us, that or without that. He hadn't been there before. Here I have past perfect, and I start with he told us. If I have past perfect, I cannot change it. There is no other verb to change it. There is no other form to change from the past perfect into this form. So it will be the same, no change. We had to run to catch the train. They said that, they explained that, they told us that, they had to the same. This is the past of have to or has to. So this is the past of a modal verb. They had to run to catch the train. No change in the tense, although I have the past form of the reported verb, but I cannot change it. London is the capital of Britain. This is fact. When I speak about facts, I cannot change the tense. Can I say London was the capital of Britain? So what is the new capital? I speak about fact. So it will be the same. He explained that, or he told me that London is the capital of Britain. When I say that the earth goes around the sun, I need to start with he told me. So he told me that the earth moved around the sun. No, moved. What about now? So the earth moves or goes around the sun. The earth goes around the sun, or the earth moves around itself. They will be the same present because they are facts. The second kind is called reported questions. We spoke about the statements. Now we will discuss the reported questions. We can use report questions with reporting verbs such as ask, inquire, wonder, and want to know, plus WH question, WH word like what, when, where, who, and so on. Let's watch together clarifying examples and more points about it. In reported questions, we change the verb tenses and pronouns in the same way as reported statements. They are the same, no change. But we add the question word between the reporting verb and the question. We also use the word order of a statement. I change the form from a question into a simple statement and do not use question marks. Let's watch how can we do. What have you been watching? He asked me. I will start with he asked me. Here I have reported verb past, so I have to change the tense. She asked me, or she asked him. What? She said, what have you been watching? So she asked him what he. Now, instead of have you, I changed into he had been. Because of what? I changed the pronoun. And also about the tense. Have been, this is present perfect. I changed it into past perfect, had been. And I continue the sentence, but without question mark. I use only full stop. Now I changed the question into statement. Again, she asked him what he had or what had he. What he had. If I write what had he been watching, it will be a question. I do not need a question. So after the question word, I start with the subject, noun or pronoun. Why do you want to work abroad next year? She asked him. I have to start with what? Sorry, she asked me. I have to start with she asked me. She asked me why. This is the question word, why. and here I have the tense present. Because the tense is present, I change into past. She asked me why I wanted to work abroad. Next year will be the following year. When I say next month, the following month. But here we have what? Next year, the following year. She asked me why I wanted to work abroad the following year. If I have no yes, no question, I have no question word. What, when, where, who, how, why. I do not have any word of them. The kind of yes, no question if the question starts with any helping or modal verb. We use if or whether to report yes, no questions. When I say, do your parents know you are here? He asked me. I have to start with he asked me. And in the statement, we used that to relate the two sentences. In the question, WH question, we used the WH word, what, when, where, and so on. But here, I need to relate the two sentences with if or whether. Let's try. He asked me whether or if. Here I say your parents, or he asked about the word your parents. I have to make my parents. No, present. I have to make it past, new, because I have past reporting verb. And also you are here. I speak about myself, so I was there. Here will be there. He asked me whether or if my parents knew I was there. Now I changed the sentence from direct into indirect sentence. Do you have a pen? She asked her. She asked her whether or if she had a pen, full stop at the end. When I have a question and I have the modal verb shall. Shall is reported with should. Shall is reported with should. But in the statement, if I have will or shall, we report them into would. Again, in the statement, we change will or shall into would. But in the question, we change shall into should. Shall we speak English? She said. She wondered. She asked whether or if we should speak English. Number C, about the reported imperatives or suggestions and advice. Now we are going to speak about the imperatives, the order, the suggestions, and also the advice in the reported speech. We usually report orders, suggestions, and advice with reporting verb plus object plus not if it's negative, infinitive with to. So I have to use to. Again, we need to check together the statement. We relate the two sentences with that. In the question, I use WH word or if or whether. But in the order, I use to. Verbs which are followed by object plus to plus infinitive are advise, ask, encourage, expect, help, instruct, invite, order, teach, tell, want, warn. I need you also please try to translate these words into your own language, into your mother tongue. She advised her son to work harder. Again, she advised. Here I have the verb advise and also I have to. So she advised her son to work harder. The policeman instructed the people not to drive so fast. So if I have order and this order or advice is positive, I use to. If this order is negative, I have to use not to. The teacher wants us to keep quiet. Parents encourage their children to study hard. He invited me to attend his birthday party. I need you please take care of these two important verbs, suggest and recommend. Suggest and recommend are followed by another verb plus ing or that plus full sentence, subject and infinitive without to. When I say let's go early, I suggested going early, or I suggested that we go early. Both are right. I can say going or that we go. You should read this book. She recommended reading that book, or she recommended that I read that book. Both are right. We have more clarifying examples to make the reported speech, direct and indirect, simpler and simpler for you. He says, I like coffee. This is direct. I need to change it into indirect. How can we make it? I need you please try to answer before you watch the answer. Excellent. He says that, also I can cross that. So he says he likes coffee, or he says that he likes coffee. You notice here that like present simple, likes also present simple. I have no change in the tense because the reporting verb is present. I can relate the phrase and the sentence with that, and also I can cross that. I change it I into he because he says. So I speak about he. He says that he likes coffee. He said, I like coffee. Try to do it. He said that he liked coffee. Said, this is past. So I have to change the verb. Instead of present simple, I change it into past simple. Excellent. He says to me, we like you. The verb here is present. Yes, what is the answer? I need you to change into indirect. He tells me that they like me. The verb here is present, no change in the tense. He said to me, we like you. Said. He told me that they liked me. I changed the verb from present into past because the reporting verb is in the past. Also, I need you to remember when I have the word say to will be tell. says to, tells. Said to will be told, but said itself without to will be the same, said. But here I have says to, said to, so I changed the reporting verb. They said, what about going to the cinema tonight? They said, what about going to the cinema tonight? It's kind of suggestion. They suggested going to the cinema that night. Perfect. He said to me, the earth goes around the sun. This is fact. I have past reporting verb, but the sentence is fact. He told me that the earth goes around the sun. I cannot say went, so what about now? This is completely wrong. So when I have facts, no changes in the tenses. They said to me, we will visit you tomorrow. This is past. They said to me, we will visit you tomorrow. They told me that they would visit me the following day, the next day. She said to me, when did you buy this house? Said to, I will change it into asked, wondered. I will relate with the same question word and change the tenses. Did plus buy, this is past simple. I change past simple into past perfect and take care of this. She asked me when I had bought that house. Excellent. All of you are great. She said to him, why were you absent? She wanted to know, or she asked him, why he had been absent. Full stop. Here I have past simple. I changed the past simple into past perfect. Had been. He said to me, write your name on this sheet. This is kind of order, imperative. He asked me, or he ordered me, or he told me to, here I relate with to write my name on that sheet. Let's have a simple quiz about the reported speech. I need you to change these direct sentences to indirect ones. 1. He says to me, I like your character. 2. They said to her, where do you buy your clothes? 3. They said to her, where did you buy your clothes? Tom said, write your name here. 5. She said to me, the ocean is bigger than the sea. 6. They said to him, we will visit you tomorrow. As we always do, pause the video, write your answers in a separated sheet, then check your answers with the coming answers in the coming slide. About number 1, he says to me, I like your character. He tells me that he likes my character. 2. They said to her, where do you buy your clothes? They asked her where she bought her clothes. Here I have a question. Do and buy. This is present simple. I change the present simple into past simple, bought. In number one, I didn't change the tense because the reporting verb is at present. Here the reporting verbs are in the past. I have to change the tenses. 3. They said to her, where did you buy your clothes? Here I have did and buy when they are together, so the tense here is past simple. In number 2, this is present simple. I changed the present into past. But in number 3, this is past. I have to change the past simple into past perfect, had plus past participle. They asked her where she had bought her clothes. 4. Tom said to me, write your name here. This is kind of order. So I have to relate with which word to. Excellent. Tom asked or Tom ordered me to write my name here. Again, Tom asked me or Tom ordered me to write my name there. 5. She said to me, the ocean is bigger than the sea. This is fact. But at the same time, here the reporting verb is in the past. But I cannot change the tense because the tense here or the sentence generally is fact. She told me that the ocean is bigger than the sea. Can I say she told me that the ocean was bigger than the sea? This is in the past, so what about now? Something different? No. When the sentence expresses fact, no changes in the tenses. Last one, number 6. They said to him, we will visit you tomorrow. They told him that they would visit him the following day or the next day. I think now the reported speech is very, very clear and simple. So, such, to, and enough. We use so, such, to, and enough with similar sentences. But we need to start with so. If I need to use the word so, I have to use that. So that. If I need to use such, I have to use such that. About to, we use to. Enough to. Again, these words relate two sentences together, but I have to put in my mind when I use so, I have to use that, such that, to, enough to. We will start with so, that, and such that. If I need to use the word so or such after them, I have to use that. We have to use full sentence. What is full sentence? Subject, verb, and the rest of the sentence. We use so or such plus that to emphasize the result of an action or event. Again, we use so that or such that to emphasize the result of an action or event. We use so before an adjective. Again, we use so before the adjective. So the adjective after so. But take care that it must be without a noun or an adverb also. So here we use so before an adjective or an adverb. An adjective or an adverb. But in all cases without a noun. We have simple example now. When I say, I was very hungry, I ate 2 sandwiches. Again, I was very hungry. So what is the result? I ate 2 sandwiches. I need to relate these 2 sentences by using so and that. And after that, we need to use such and that. Let's try. I was so hungry that I ate 2 sandwiches. Here I crossed the word very and we used so. And after so I have adjective. And after the adjective and instead of the full stop we use that. After that I have full sentence. Again, so that, between them adjective. And maybe adverb also, but here in this sentence we use adjective. And after that we use full sentence, subject, verb, and the rest of the sentence. Sandra talks so quickly. Now I have quickly, this is adverb. Sandra talks so quickly that I can't understand her. Again, if I need to use so that, between them I have to use adjective or adverb, and after that I have to use full sentence. About such means the same as so, they are the same, but always comes before an adjective with a noun. If you remember in the previous slide, we said between so that I have to use adjective or adverb without a noun, but here with a noun. Between such that I have to use adjective with a noun. Example, when I say, this book is very heavy. It will take me weeks to finish it. If I need to start with so that, I need to use so that in this sentence. This book is, I cross very and use so. After so I have adjective. And after the adjective I have the word that instead of the full stop. And after that I have to continue the rest of the sentence, full sentence, subject, verb, and so on. The sentence will be, this book is so big that it will take me weeks to finish it. The same sentence, but I cross very and use so. I cross the full stop and use that. And after that I have to use the same full sentence. I think it is very, very simple. If I need to use such that, what should I do? Between such that I have to use adjective and noun. Adjective and noun. But in the previous sentence we start with the noun. If I take the noun and use it between such that, how will I start the sentence? I can start with this is or it is. So this is such a big book. So don't forget I have to use a or an. after that adjective, and then the noun. This is such a big book that it will take me weeks to finish it. Again, after that I have the same full sentence, but here, so that between them only adjective, such that between them adjective and noun, and don't forget a or an. And in the first sentence I start with this book. In the second sentence, the word book, the noun, between such that. So how can I start the sentence? I can start the sentence with this is or it is. Both are right. Another example, when I say the test was so difficult that many people couldn't pass it. If I need to use such that instead of so that, what should we do? Try to answer before you watch the coming sentence. Excellent. It was such a difficult test that many people couldn't pass it. The second sentence should be the same because after that I have full sentence. But about the first sentence, so that between them adjective, such that between them adjective and noun, and before them a or an. Here I start with the word the test. I use the word test between such that. How can I start the sentence? I have to use it was such a difficult test that many people couldn't pass it. I think the difference between so that and such that is very clear now. So that between them adjective, such that between them a or an, plus adjective plus noun. How can I take the noun? The noun that we start the sentence with, and instead of the noun I can use it. What about to, and enough to? We use adjective plus enough to plus infinitive. That coin is old enough to be in a museum. Again, that coin is old enough. Here I have enough to. Before enough to, I use the adjective. And surely after to, I have to use infinitive. Also, we can use enough plus noun plus to plus infinitive also. But this time, it means as much or as many as necessary. Again, or enough plus noun plus to plus infinitive to mean as much or as many as necessary. When I say there are enough chairs for everyone to sit down. Here I have 2 points. The first point, if I have adjective, so the adjective must be before enough to. The adjective before enough to. If I have noun, so the noun must be after enough to. After enough, and to usually before the infinitive. What about to? We use to plus adjective or adverb plus to plus infinitive. To mean more than is wanted or necessary. So something more than usual, more than what we want, or more than what is necessary. Again, between to, I use adjective or adverb. The mountain is too dangerous to climb. So it's something too dangerous. It's very, very dangerous. So please don't do it. The mountain is too dangerous to climb. Here I have to. After to I have adjective. After the adjective I have to plus infinitive. He speaks too quietly to be heard. Between to in the first sentence I used adjective. Between to in the second sentence I used adverb. And if you remember, the adverb must be after the verb. Here I have the word speaks. This is verb. So after the verb I must use adverb. He speaks too quietly to be heard. To between them adjective and adjective or adverb, and after to I have to use infinitive. Let's have an example to clarify all the previous points. When I say the ceiling is very high, I can't touch it. In this example, I need to use so that. Now you know that between so that I have to use adjective, and the word so will be instead of very, and also the word that will be instead of the full stop. Between them, the adjective. Try to answer before we watch the coming line, the coming answer. Yes, the ceiling is so high that I can't touch it. Excellent. Now you are great. We need to continue the same sentence, but this time I need to use such that. So instead of so that, we need such that. You know now that between such that I have to use a or an plus adjective plus noun. Here I have the adjective, high, and also I have to use a or an. What about the noun? How can I get the noun? The noun is at the beginning of the sentence, the word ceiling. But when I take the word ceiling, what will I use instead of ceiling? I have to use the word it or this. Again, it depends on the meaning. It or this. Let's try to do it. It is. Instead of the ceiling, we said what? It. So it is such a high, this is the adjective, ceiling, this is the noun, that. And after that, I have to use full sentence. It is such a high ceiling that I can't touch it. I think between so that and such that, there is no problems. It's very clear now. What about if I need to use to in the same sentence? Between to I have to use adjective, and after the adjective, after to, I have to use infinitive. And too will be instead of so or very. Let's try. The ceiling is too high for me to touch. Because here in the sentence we said I can't touch it, I can't touch it, and so on. So here we say what? For me. If I say he can't touch it, it will be for him. If I say she can't touch it, I have to say for her. Okay? So again, the ceiling is too high for me to touch or to touch it. What about enough to? Enough to, like to. But between to I have the adjective. Before enough to I have to use adjective, and surely after to I have to use the infinitive. But I need you please try to keep the meaning. We use the rule and try to keep the meaning. I do not use different meaning when I add any grammatical rule. Because here I have to say the ceiling is not low enough for sentence, the ceiling is too high, it's away from me. So I have to say the ceiling is not low enough, is not near enough for me to touch. Now I use the grammatical rule, but I keep the meaning at the same time. Let's have a simple quiz. When I say this watch is very expensive, I can't buy it, I need to use so that. How can we make it? So that. Try to do it before we watch the answer. After that, we need to use such that. To, and enough to. I have one sentence, I need to use these 4 rules in this sentence. Try to do it before we watch the coming slide. This watch is very expensive, I can't buy it. If I need to use so that. This watch is so expensive that I can't buy it. About such that. This is or it is such an expensive watch that I can't buy it. Take care that between so that I have only adjective or adverb, but between such that I have to use a or an plus adjective plus noun. In all cases, after that I have to use full sentence. What about to? This watch is too expensive for me to buy. Between to, I have to use adjective, and here I add the word for me because in the sentence I use I, and after to I have to use infinitive. What about enough to? Again, before we watch enough to, we need to keep on the meaning. This watch is not cheap enough for me to buy. Again, here the number 3, we said this watch is too expensive for me to buy. It means that I cannot buy it. To keep the meaning, I have to say this watch is not cheap enough, is not suitable for me to buy. This watch is not cheap enough for me to buy. Now we are going to speak about contradiction linkers. Contradiction linkers, I link 2 sentences, but they have different or unexpected ideas. Contradiction linkers. We use but, although, though, even though, despite or despite this, in spite of or in spite of this, despite the fact or in spite of the fact that, however, whatever, nevertheless, yet, as. Now I have many linkers. All these linkers relate contradicted sentences, contradicted ideas, or unexpected ideas or sentences. Let's start with this example. Last year, Paul and Sarah had a holiday by the sea. What happened? It rained a lot, but they enjoyed the holiday by the sea. Here I relate the 2 sentences using but take care before I use but I have to use comma. Although it rained a lot, they enjoyed the holiday by the sea. In the first sentence, I related the two sentences using comma and but. In the second sentence, I started the two sentences with the word although and between them, comma. They enjoyed the holiday by the sea, although it rained a lot. The same meaning, take care, they are the same. But here I started with although it rained a lot. Here, the second part, although it rained a lot. In this sentence, we started with, the second part was, they enjoyed the holiday by the sea. The same sentence, but it will be first. They enjoyed the holiday by the sea. After although, we use a subject and verb. When I use although, I have to use full sentence, subject and verb. Although equal, though equal, even though, they are the same. Here I said although it rained a lot. I can say though it rained a lot, even though it rained a lot. There is no difference in meaning. We have some other ideas about the three words, but till now they are the same. No difference in meaning between them. Another example, when I say I had the necessary qualifications, I didn't get the job. Again, I had the necessary qualifications. I didn't get the job. I need to relate these two sentences together. I can say, I had the necessary qualifications, comma, but I didn't get the job. Although I had the necessary qualifications, comma, I didn't get the job. Now the two sentences are the same, but I can use the word but between the two sentences, or I can start with although. Between the two sentences, I have to use comma, and also before but, I have to use comma. And remember, although equal, though equal, even though. I didn't get the job, although I had the necessary qualifications. If I need to use the word although in the middle between the two sentences, I have to use the main sentence after although. If I start with although, after it the main sentence. If I need to use although in the middle, after it also the main sentence. And the unexpected sentence may be the second one, and maybe the first one if I use although in the middle. Here we have a very important point. We said that although equal, though equal, even though. But what is the difference between them? In spoken English, we often use though at the end of a sentence. Can I use though at the end of the sentence? Yes, I can. But the question, I use though at the end of the sentence in the written or spoken English? I use it in only spoken English. I didn't get the job, though I had the necessary qualifications. This is exactly when I say although. I didn't get the job, although I had the necessary qualifications. They are the same. What's new here? We said I can use though at the end of the sentence in only spoken English. So when I speak now, I can say what? I had the necessary qualifications. I didn't get the job, though. Can I use in this sentence the word although? Can I say I had the necessary qualifications? I didn't get the job, although? No, I can't. Only the word though that can be used at the end of the sentence. Only though. Take care. The house isn't so nice, but I like the garden. Again, here I have opposite ideas or different ideas. The house isn't so nice, but I like the garden. The house isn't so nice. I like the garden, though. This is written English or spoken English? Yes, you are right. This is in only spoken English. I cannot use the word though at the end of the sentence in written or formal English. This is only spoken. I see them every day, but I have never spoken to them. I see them every day. I have never spoken to them, though. Can I say, I see them every day. I have never spoken to them, although? Can I use although or even though at the end of the sentence? I can't. Only the word though can be used at the end of the sentence in spoken English. Perfect. You are great. Even though, we said that although, though, even though they are the same. But now we have a little bit difference between them. We spoke about the word though that can be used at the end of the sentence but in only spoken English. What about even though? Even though is a stronger form of although. Again, the word although equal even though, but even though is a stronger form of although. Although I was really tired, comma, don't forget the comma. Although I was really tired, I couldn't sleep. Even though I was really tired, I couldn't sleep. They are the same. There is no difference in meaning. But when I use even though, it is a stronger form of although. So in the sense itself, in the meaning itself, it's more than although. It's stronger than although. Although I had the necessary qualifications, I didn't get the job. Even though I had the necessary qualifications, I didn't get the job. In spite of equal despite. But if I need to use in spite of or despite, I have to use gerund or noun. The meaning of in spite of and despite, they are the same like the word although. But after although, or even though, I have to use full sentence, subject and verb. But after in spite of and despite, I have to use gerund or noun. What is the gerund? The word gerund means verb plus ing. In spite of or despite the rain. The rain is what? Noun. In spite of or despite the rain, Paul and Sarah enjoy the holiday by the sea. In spite of or despite raining a lot, Paul and Sarah enjoy the holiday by the sea. Here I have the word the rain, this is noun. Here I have the word raining, this is gerund. So in spite of or despite are followed by noun or gerund. Can I use subject after in spite of or despite? No, I can't. I didn't get the job in spite of or despite having the necessary qualifications. Here I have gerund after in spite of or despite. If I need to use in spite of or despite and after them I have this or that or what, any one of them, I have to use full sentence after them. Again, after in spite of or despite, if I have one of these words, this, that, what, etc., I have to use full sentence. We said that if I have in spite of or despite, I use gerund or noun, gerund verb plus ing or noun. But if I find any one of these words after these two words, I have to use full sentence. When I say it rained a lot, but in spite of this, here I have the word this, I have to use full sentence. Paul and Sarah enjoyed the holiday by the sea. In spite of what you said yesterday, I still love you. I can say also in spite of saying many unexpected things yesterday. In spite of your speech yesterday. But here I have the word what. After what I have to use full sentence. In spite of what you said yesterday, I still love you. She wasn't well, but in spite of this, she continued working. Here I have the linker, but in spite of this. And after this linker, I have full sentence, subject, verb, and so on. And before it, I must use comma. Another example, when I say she wasn't well, but despite this, this is the same. But in spite of this, but despite this, she continued working. Can I say despite of this? No. As we said before, I use in spite of or despite. So don't use despite of. It is not right. You can say in spite of the fact or in spite of the fact that, and despite the fact or despite the fact that. In spite of the fact or in spite of the fact that, despite the fact that it rained a lot, comma, Paul and Sarah enjoyed their holiday by the sea. So after in spite of the fact, despite the fact, or in spite of the fact that, despite the fact that, I have to use full sentence. I didn't get the job in spite of the fact, or despite the fact, I can also use that after them. I had the necessary qualifications. Full sentence after them. What about however, nevertheless, yet? Although he is rich, he isn't happy. He is rich, but he isn't happy. He is rich, full stop. However, comma, he isn't happy. I can use however between the two sentences like the word but, they are of the same meaning. Before but I use comma, but before however I have to use full stop, and after it we use comma. And they are of the same meaning. He is rich, however, he isn't happy. This is the same. But what is the difference now? Here I have the word however after the full stop. But here I have the word however after the semicolon. Surely here I have capital letter, here I have small letter. He is rich, full stop. Nevertheless, comma, he isn't happy. The same meaning. He is rich, semicolon. Nevertheless, here I have the letter N small, comma, after the word nevertheless, comma, he isn't happy. Again, all of them have the same meaning. He is rich, comma, yet he isn't happy. What do you notice now? We notice that I have two sentences. I can relate the two sentences with different linkers. and all of them are right, but they have different usages or different forms. Here I start with the word although, but, however, nevertheless, yet. They are used in the middle between the two sentences. The word however has two shapes. I can use full stop before it and also semicolon. Nevertheless and yet the same meaning, but nevertheless I can use full stop before it or semicolon before it. Yet, exactly like the word but, I have to use comma before it. So all of them are right, but take care when you use which one of them to write it right in the punctuation. However, as, whatever. This point is very important for the advanced levels. If I need to start the sentence with the word however, I have to use adjective after however. He is rich. He isn't happy. Now I need to start the sentence with however. What should I do? I use adjective after however. However, rich. He's not happy. Here we say he is rich. Rich is the adjective. I start with however and use rich after however. After that, the rest of the sentence, he is. So I write it he is, comma, he is not happy. What about as? If I need to use as a linker, I have to use the adjective before as. Here the adjective after however. If I need to use as, the adjective before it. The same sentence. Rich as he isn't happy. Again, now I have just one sentence. If I need to start with however, I use the adjective after rich. If I need to use as, so the adjective before rich, before as. So rich as he is. What about whatever? If I need to use whatever, I have to use noun after whatever. After however, adjective. Before as, adjective. After whatever, noun. He makes many mistakes, but I like him. Or but I forgive him. Whatever mistakes, here this is the noun. Whatever mistakes he makes, I forgive him. Now we have a simple quiz about what we have discussed together. He trained well, but he didn't win the race. I need to use although. Can you answer it before we watch the answer now? Yes, you are right. Although he trained well, comma, he didn't win the race. Here I relate with but in the middle. Now I start with although. Although he trained well, comma, he didn't win the race. In the second sentence, I need to use however instead of although, or relate the two sentences with however. He trained well, however, he didn't win the race. I crossed although from the beginning. I started with the same sentence, and between the two sentences I used however, before however full stop, and after it comma. About the sentence number 3, I need to relate with yet. So instead of however, I need to use yet. He trained well, yet he didn't win the race. You notice that the word yet, exactly like the word but, they have different meanings, but the same usage. Here I have but in the middle and yet in the middle. Before but I have comma, and before yet also I have comma. What about if I need to use nevertheless in the same sentence, number 4? He trained well. Nevertheless, he didn't win the race. Adjectives. About the adjectives, an adjective is a word that describes a noun. When we speak about the adjectives, I have to know that the adjective is a word that describes a noun. So there is great relation between the adjective and the noun. When I say a tall man, man, this is a noun. Tall, this is an adjective. So here the adjective describes the noun and comes before the noun. Also, when I say a red flower, red is an adjective, flower is a noun. So the adjective describes the noun. What is the adjective of this flower? This is a red flower. Also, when I say an African elephant, what is the adjective of this elephant? This is an African elephant. It has the same form in the singular and the plural. When I speak about the adjective has the same form in the singular and plural. So there is no singular and no plural in the adjectives, just one shape, just one form. When I say an expensive mobile, this is singular. What about when I say expensive mobiles? Here the word mobile singular, the word mobiles plural. In all cases I used the adjective expensive. I cannot make it plural, just one shape as I said before. Here we have an important point. Adjectives can be used before nouns and after some verbs. So mainly this is before nouns. As we said, a tall man, a red flower, an African elephant, an expensive mobile, expensive mobiles. All the adjectives here are used before the nouns. When I say it is a slow animal, the word animal is noun, slow is an adjective, so the adjective is used before the noun. And here I have written adjectives can be used before nouns and after some verbs. Like what? When I say she seems happy, she looks happy. So there are some verbs like verb to be also. When I say she is happy. So when I say she seems or she looks, the same meaning like when I say she is happy. So what is the position of the adjective in the sentence? The adjective is used before the noun and after some verbs like the word seem, look, and verb to be. When we speak about the comparative and the superlative adjectives, we have two kinds of adjectives. We have short and long adjectives. If I have just one vowel in the word or just one syllable in the word or in the adjective, this is short adjective. If I have more than one syllable in the adjective, it means that this is long adjective. What is the syllable? When I have one vowel or two vowels but after each other. This is short adjective. If I have two separated vowels in the same adjective or more than two, this is long adjectives. Let's watch how we apply this rule. If I speak about the short adjectives, we have the equal degree. What is the equal degree? When we want to express that two people or two things are equal, we use what? As and as. For example, I am as strong as my brother. Also, I can say my brother is as strong as me. Which one is stronger than the other? No one. We are equal. So we call it equal degree. What is the equal degree? When we want to express that two people or two things are equal, we use what? As, and between them the adjective. Also, I can say I am as tall as you. You are as smart as me. Now I have what? Equal degree. We spoke about the short adjective. Here, when I speak about the word strong, how many vowels are there in the word strong? Just one. O. When I have one vowel in the word, in the adjective, we call this word or this adjective, it has just one syllable, just one part. So this is short adjective. Again, if I have just one vowel in the word, it means that this word has just one syllable. What does it mean, one syllable? It means that this adjective is short adjective. What is the usage of the short adjectives and long adjectives? This is what we are going to express now. When I have short adjectives, I have equal degree, I have to use as and as. You will understand it more and more when we finish these rules in this session. We have another example when I say the chair is as heavy as the table, or the table is as heavy as the chair. They are the same. No one is heavier than the other. So we call it what? Equal degree. If I look carefully at the word heavy, how many vowels do I have? I have two vowels, E and A. But when they follow each other, I consider them just one. Here I have E and A after each other, so I consider them just one. When I have one vowel or two vowels after each other, so this adjective is short adjective. We call it, it has just one syllable. What does it mean? This is short adjective. Again, if I have one vowel or two vowels after each other, I consider them as if they are just one vowel. It means that this adjective is short adjective. The second point is called comparative degree. When I compare between two people or two things. When we compare between two people or two things, we use what? The adjective plus er, and after them I have to use then. For example, if I have the adjective tall, I can say I am tall. I am taller than you. I am short. I am shorter than you. So now I compare between two people. I use the adjective. After the adjective, I add er and then the word than. Taller than, shorter than, bigger than, thinner than, smarter than, and so on. About this example, Alan is taller than Ronnie. Here I compare between two people, Alan and Ronnie. And Alan is taller than Ronnie. Here I have the adjective. After the adjective, I add er and then the word than. The table is heavier than the chair. If I say the table is as heavy as the chair, it means that they are the same. And also when I say Alan is as tall as Ronnie, it means that they are the same. But when I say taller than, so Alan is taller than Ronnie. And also the table is heavier than the chair. About the third kind, which is the superlative degree, when we compare between more than two people or more than two things, we use the adjective plus est. Like when I say I am tall. In the comparative degree, I said I am taller than you. In the superlative, I can say I am the tallest. I am short. I am shorter than you. I am the shortest. So here I have the adjective, and then est. Alan is the tallest boy in the class. When I compare between someone and the place, I use what? In. But here, Alan is the tallest boy of his classmates. When I compare between a person and many persons, I use of. So after in, I use the place. After of, I use the persons or the things I compare with. Last example here, the table is the heaviest. So now I compare between the table and many things in my flat. So I say the table is the heaviest, the, and adjective plus est. We have some important notes about the adjectives. The first one, when the adjective ended by a consonant and this consonant is preceded by a vowel, we double the consonant before adding er or est. How can we do that? When I say thin, the adjective thin ends with n. N is a consonant. And before the consonant, I have I. I is a vowel. When I need to add er, I have to double the consonant before adding er. So it will be thinner. Thinner. And also if I need to add est, I have to double the consonant before adding est. Thinnest. Thinnest. Again, if I have consonant at the end of the adjective, before the consonant I have vowel, I double the consonant before I add er or est. Also when I say big, the last letter is consonant. Before the consonant I have I. I is a vowel. So I say bigger, gger. biggest, G-G-E-S-T. So this note is very, very important. The second one, when the adjective ended by Y and the Y is preceded by a consonant, we omit Y and put I-E-R or I-E-S-T. Let's try. When I say happy, here I have the last letter Y. Before the Y I have consonant. So I say happier. I crossed Y and changed into I-E-R. And also when I say happiest, I crossed Y and added I-E-S-T. Also when I say lazy, lazier. Instead of Y, I write I-E-R. Laziest. Instead of Y, I write I-E-S-T. But what about if the adjective ends with Y and before the Y I have a vowel? It is not written, it is not existed. Rarely do we find it. But in this case, I keep the Y as it is. Now we speak about the Y, and before the Y I have a consonant. I cross Y and add I-E-R or I-E-S-T. Let's have more clarifying examples. When I say Adam is tall, full stop. Chris is tall, full stop. Now I have two separated sentences. I need to relate them together by the degrees that we have studied together. The first one, I can say Adam is as tall as Chris. And as we said, this is the equal degree. It means that no one is taller than the other. Also, I can say Chris is as tall as Adam. They are the same. The second degree, when I say Adam is taller than Chris. Which one is taller? Adam is taller than. Here I add ER and then. This is the comparative degree. I compare between two people. Adam is the tallest in the room, or Adam is the tallest of his friends. Now I compare between Adam and many other people. And this is the superlative degree. I use the plus adjective plus est. And also about the prepositions, I said it before. When I use in, I have to use the place. I can say Adam is the tallest in the room. He is the tallest in the class. Adam is the tallest in the flat, in the building. So I have to mention place after in. But if I need to use of, I have to use the people. Adam is the tallest of his friends. Adam is the tallest of his family, and so on. I apply this rule when I compare between people and also when I compare between things. I need just to remind you that till now we speak about short adjectives, and the short adjectives have just one vowel or two vowels after each other, and we call them just one syllable. All of them are what? Short adjectives. What about the long adjectives? The first degree is called equal degree, like the short adjectives also. The first one was called equal degree. This is the same. When we want to express that two people or two things are equal, we use as, exactly the same like the short adjectives. The girl is as beautiful as her mother. The adjective beautiful is a long adjective. Why is it long adjective? Because here I have many vowels. So I have more than one syllable. If I have just one vowel or two vowels together after each other in the adjective, this is short adjective. But here I have many. I have E, A, U, they are together, as if this is just one part. And also I have I, it's separated. So this one is one part, one syllable. Now I have two, and then I have three. So this adjective is three syllables, three parts. So we call it what? Long adjective. Again, if I have just one vowel or two vowels together after each other in the adjective, this is short adjective. About the long adjectives, if I have more than one vowel, we call it one part or one syllable in the adjective. It means that this adjective is a long adjective. Here in the word beautiful, I have EAU. They are three together, so this is just one part. Then the I is separated, this is second part. Then U is separated, this is third part. So if I cut this word, this is first part, this is second part, this is third part. So now I have three parts, which means that this adjective is long adjective. Also, when I say the film is as interesting as the play, or the play is as interesting as the film, they are the same because this is an equal degree. This point is the most important because when we spoke about the short adjectives and the long adjectives, till now I find no difference. What is the importance to know that this adjective is short or this adjective is long? This is the importance now. When I compare between two people or two things in the long adjectives, I have to use more and then. If you remember, in the short adjectives, we used er and then taller than, shorter than, smarter than, but in the long adjectives, I cannot say beautifuler than. I say what? More beautiful than, more interesting than, more dangerous than. So when I compare between two, maybe two things or two people, we use more plus the adjective plus than. But again, in the short adjectives, we used er plus than. The girl is more beautiful than her mother. Can I say the girl is beautifuler than her mother? Surely I can't do this. The film is more interesting than the play. Now I have the word interesting. This is long adjectives. I have many vowels. It means that this is more than one syllable, more than one part. This is long adjective. Can I say the film is interestinger than the play? Surely I can't. So I say what? The film is more interesting than the play. Perfect. This is exciting role. About the superlative degree, we speak about the long adjectives. So the superlative degree in the long adjectives. When we compare between more than two things or more than two people, we use what? We use the most. I say, the girl is the most beautiful. It means that no other girl is as beautiful as her. She is the most beautiful. She is so beautiful. Can I say, like in the short adjectives, the girl is the beautifulest? No. In the short adjectives, we add est after the adjective. But in the long adjectives, I cannot do this. I add before the adjective the most. The film is the most interesting. Some important notes about the long adjectives also and the short adjectives. We can use less or least in short or long adjectives. Like what? I know that less and least, this is the opposite of more and most. More and most are used with only long adjectives, but less and least can be used in short and long adjectives. Like what? When I say he is less thin, but I can say also he is thinner than. That's okay. But this is extra option. I can say that he is thinner than me, or he is less thin than me. They are the same, no difference. This one is right, and this one is right. Also, I can say that he or this animal or this device is less dangerous than. So the other device is more dangerous than. So here, thin is short adjective, dangerous is long adjective. In both kinds of adjectives, I can use less before them. I am less thin than my brother. What about if I said I am thinner than my brother? That's okay, they are the same. But as I said before, this is an extra option for you. This one is right and this one is right. This style is correct and also this style is correct. This animal is less dangerous than the others. Also, I can say that the other animals are more dangerous than this animal. So here, when I say less dangerous than, that's right. What about least? When I say least fat, least dangerous. So the word least can be used with short adjectives and also with long adjectives. He is the least fat, or it is the least dangerous. So now I know everything about the adjectives. I can use whatever I need and whatever is suitable for the sentence. Let's have more clarifying examples. The plane is expensive. The car is expensive. Now I have two separated sentences. I need to link them together. I can say, the car is not as expensive as the plane. This is equal degree, but I made it negative. Also, I can say, the plane is more expensive than the car. If I go back to the first sentence, I can say, the car is as expensive as the taxi. They are similar to each other. But here I compare between the car and the plane. And this is equal degree but with the negative. So I said the car is not as expensive as the plane. So surely the plane is more expensive than the car. The plane is the most expensive. So we just check together that I can use as and as in the equal degree, between them the adjective, or more than the adjective and after the adjective I use than, or before the adjective I use the most. The first sentence, this is equal degree. Second sentence, comparative degree. Third sentence, this is the superlative degree. Distributives. What are distributives? When I say distributives, I mean 1. All and all of. 2. Both of. 3. Either and either of. 4. Neither and neither of. 5. Half and half of. 6. Each and each of. 7. Every. Now I have 7 kinds of distributives. We will discuss them one by one in the coming slides. About the first one, all and all of. We use all with singular nouns to talk about the whole of a group or thing. Again, we use all with singular nouns to talk about the whole of a group or thing. Let's have an example. When I say we all took a test, it means that all of us took a test. Also, we use all of with plural nouns. Plural nouns. When I say all of the students passed, here when I say all of, I have to add plural after all of. About number 2, both and both of. We usually use both to talk about two people or things. Again, if I have two people or two things, we use both. I ate both the apple and the orange. Both my father and my mother are tall. If I have verb after both and, it must be plural. Both of them or both of my parents are tall. This is another expression. If I use both and or both of them, both of my parents, both of my brothers, I have to use plural verb after them. What about either or either of? Some people say either and some other people say either. This is kind of dialects. Some countries, some places say either or neither, and some other places say neither or neither. This one is right and also this one is right. We use either with singular nouns to refer to a choice of two, Now I have a choice of two, and I have to choose between them. I have to use what? Either. Let's try. When I say you can have either an apple or an orange, I ask you to select, to choose just one of them. So I use what? Either or. You cannot take both of them, only one. You can have either an apple or an orange. We use either of with plural nouns. Plural nouns. Like what? You can have either of the cakes. Can I say either of the cake? I can't. When I use the expression either of, I have to use plural noun after this expression. Also, when I say either my friend or his brother is in the room, here I use the verb is. This is singular because the subject directly before it is what? Singular. Here I have the word his brother. I say is. If I say either my friend or his brothers are in this room. So about the expression either or, the verb may be singular and may be plural. It depends on the word directly before the verb. If this word is singular, I use singular verb. If this word is plural, I use plural verb. About number 4, neither or neither of. The negative of either is neither. Again, if I have positive sentence and I choose between two things, I use either. If I need to make it negative, I use neither. Also, if I have two things and I use both and, what is the negative? Again, the negative is neither. Example, when I say Ahmed likes neither football nor tennis. He doesn't like any one of them. Ahmed likes neither football nor tennis. It means he doesn't like football and also he doesn't like tennis. I ate neither the apple nor the orange. It means I didn't eat the apple. Also, I didn't eat the orange. But to make them just one sentence, I can say I ate neither the apple nor the orange. Now this sentence is positive or negative? Negative. We use neither of with plural nouns. Take care, plural nouns. Neither of his brothers. Again, can I say neither of his brother? No. Neither of his brothers like sport or likes sport. When I use the expression neither of, I can say like or likes, both are right, but it's better to use singular verb after neither of. Neither of them, neither of my parents is tall. Again, we said neither of his brothers. Some books use singular and some books use plural verbs after the expression neither of. But what is common and what is formal in the grammar? We use neither of them or neither of my parents, neither of his brothers, plus singular verb. What is the singular verb? Likes, is, has, was, and so on. But if I use neither or separately, neither nor separately, I have to use the verb singular or plural depending on the word before that. Like what? When I say neither my friend nor his brother is, my brother or his brother is. Also when I say neither my friend nor his brothers are. Again, this is very important point. When I use the expression neither of my brothers, neither of them, neither of my parents, neither of my two friends, or neither of my friends, I have to use singular verb. But if I use neither nor separately, the verb may be singular and also may be plural. How can I decide if it is singular or plural? It depends on the word after the verb. Here I have the word brother is, brothers are. Half and half of. This is number 5. We use half with singular nouns. Again, singular nouns. Half the chess team were girls. Can I say half the chess teams were girls? No. We usually use singular nouns. We use half of with plural nouns. Plural nouns. Half of the cakes. Half of the teams. Half of the friends. So it must be plural. About this example, half of the cakes have been eaten already. Again, when I use half, I follow it with singular noun. When I use half of, it's followed by plural noun. Each and each of. We use each with singular nouns to refer to members of a group as individuals, one by one. They are individuals. Each member of the team plays really well. Now I do not speak about the team as just one unit, but I speak about the team especially member by member. I focus on the members of the team individually, not as a whole unit. So we say what? Each member of the team plays very well. I speak about player by player. But we use each of with plural nouns. Each of their parents took a photo of them. Here we say each member, this is singular, but each of their parents, this is plural. This is the difference between them. What about every? We use every with singular nouns to refer to all the members of a group together. When I need to mention all members of a group, people or not people, I use what? Every. Every car in the city causes some pollution. Now I do not speak about specific car. I mean all cars. So now I say what? I say all cars. And also we can say every car. So every car in the city causes. But take care that the verb here is singular, not plural. About the quiz time, I need you to correct the mistakes. Number 1, half of the employee didn't attend the meeting. Number 2, both the food and the coffee is very hot. I like either to drink juice and milk. I need you to try to think of the sentences, sentence by sentence, till we reach the end and then correct them as we always do in a separated sheet. After that, watch the answer and correct your sentences. About number 4, neither the book nor the pen are with me. Number 5, each players of this team plays well. Please think carefully. You will find that there is mistake in each sentence depending on the grammar. About number 1, half of the employees didn't attend the meeting. It was written employee. It must be employees. Both the food and the coffee are very hot, because we said if I use both and, the verb must be plural after both and. I like either to drink juice or tea. When I use either, I have to use or. Neither the book nor the pen is with me. When I use neither nor, the verb may be singular, may be plural, depending on the word before the verb directly. Here I have the word the pen is. If I say the pens are, but here I have singular, I have to use what? Is. Last one, each player of this team plays well. Each player, this is singular one. Modal verbs. What are modal verbs? They are the verbs that have only one or two conjugation. They do not have third conjugation. Again, about the modal verbs, they have only one or two forms, one or two shapes. They do not have third conjugation. If you remember, we speak before about the main verbs, like the verb eat, this is present. Ate, this is past. Eaten, this is past participle. All verbs have three conjugations. They have three shapes or three forms, but about the modal verbs, they have only one or two conjugations. They do not have third conjugation. The first example for us, the word will. Will, this is present. What is the past? Would. What is the past participle? Nothing. So now I have present, I have past, but I do not have past participle. I do not have third shape. Also, when I speak about shall, should, what is the third conjugation? Nothing. Also, can and could, may and might, ought to. Ought to equal should. But here, when I speak about ought to, this is present. What is the past or the past participle? The second and the third form? Nothing, only present. Must, this is present. Have to, the past is had to. Has to, also the past is had to. Last one is needn't. Now I have modal verbs. They have some specific usage. For example, we use the present to express present. When I say I shall travel tomorrow, I will travel tomorrow. But the past could be used at present also. When I say you should help your parents, this is present or past? Present. So the past could you used at present. We speak about modal verbs, not about main verbs. Also, here I have the verb can. I can swim. This is present. Yesterday I could swim. This is past. but also I can use the past to express present. When I say, can you help me? This is informal. When I need to make it formal, I say, could you help me? When I say, could you help me? This is present also, but more polite and more formal. Also about the word must, we do not have past or past participle, but some people use it in the past and past participle, which is wrong. It is not right. We will study the past and the future and also the continuous for all of them in details, step by step. Let's start with the modal verbs of necessity, something important to happen. It must happen. Also about prohibition, forbidden, and lack of necessity, not necessary to happen. Maybe yes, maybe no. It is not important. So again, I have three usages now: necessity, prohibition, and lack of necessity. We will start with have to. The modal verb have to is very important one because it expresses necessity. We usually use have to talk about a situation where we have no choice. So in this situation, I have no choice. You have to wear a helmet if you want to ride a motorbike. You have no choice. You have to do it. It's a must. It's a law. We have to use the seat belt during driving. If I do not do that, what will happen? I will be fined. It will be something against the law. I will be punished. About must or must not. We use must to talk about. Number one, strong feelings of obligation. It's similar to the modal verb have to, but the modal verb have to, it's a must by the force of the law. But the modal verb must, it's a must also. But this is feeling of obligation, something from internal, something personal. When I say that, I ask you, you are my brother, you must help me today. I do not force you to do it, but there is feeling of obligation. I need you to do it, please. Also for strong advice, to say that something is important. For the advice we use should, but if it is strong advice, we use must. Also for warm invitation, when I say, this is my birthday, you must visit me. I do not force you to do that, but it's warm invitation. You must come with me. You must have dinner with me. Let's have examples when I say, I must buy my mother a present for her birthday. It is not forced by law or traditions and so on, but this is strong self-obligation, strong feeling. You must clean your teeth before you go to bed. This is strong advice also. What about if I say you should clean your teeth? It's normal advice. It's advice. That's okay. But when I need to make it strong advice, you must clean your teeth. Adam must be quick or he will be late. Strong advice also. You must visit me at the weekend. This is warm invitation. You must work hard to get much money. This is strong advice also. So now I use must with many different usages and all of them are right. What about mustn't? We use mustn't to talk about strong feelings of obligation and to express prohibition. It's forbidden. You mustn't do it. It's against the law. You will be punished. I mustn't forget to post that letter. This is strong obligation. I tell myself that I mustn't forget to post that letter. You mustn't touch the objects in the museum. Now it's kind of prohibition. It's forbidden. You mustn't park here. It's forbidden. It's prohibited. It's against the law. You will be punished if you do that. What about had to? The past form of have to, has to, and must is had to. We discussed have to, and what we said about have to, we apply it on has to. They are the same, but as you know, has with he or she or it or singular noun, and must also we discussed in the previous slide. All of them are present. What about the past? Had to. We had to take the bus to school because my father's car was not working. I speak about yesterday, I speak about last week, but I do not speak about present. I speak about the past. Something happened and finished. Last week I had to study hard for the exam. Past situation. So again, the past of have to, has to, must is what? Had to. This is the past of all of them because we said that must is only present. It has no past or past participle. So the past of must is what? Had to. Don't have to, doesn't have to. These are important phrases. I have to understand and keep them well. Also, we have don't need to and doesn't need to. Needn't plus infinitive, but without to. Take care when we say don't need to, doesn't need to. Also, we can say needn't, but needn't without to. Let's watch some examples. First, we use them to express lack of necessity. What is lack of necessity? It is not important. When I use mustn't, mustn't is something forbidden. Something is against the law. I will be punished if I do this. We speak about we speak about mustn't. But now we speak about these phrases. These phrases express lack of necessity. What is lack of necessity? It is not important. For example, when I say you don't have to, or you needn't, or you do not need to go to school today, it's a holiday. I tell you that you don't have to go to school today. Why? Because it's a holiday. But imagine that I go to school. Will I be punished? Maybe I meet my friends to play. I meet my teachers to explain something extra. We will have a party there. But generally, you do not have to go because it's holiday. So we express lack of necessity. Note, when I say don't need to equal needn't equal don't have to. Also, when I say doesn't need to, needn't equal also doesn't have to. So when we speak about don't or doesn't, they are the same. But the three expressions are the same, and take care that they are at present, not in the past. What about the past? Didn't have to plus infinitive and didn't need to plus infinitive. We use didn't have to or didn't need to. This is the past of the phrases in the previous slide. we use these phrases to mean that we didn't do something. Again, I speak about the past, but we didn't do something in the past because it was not necessary. Again, I did or I didn't do. I didn't do. I didn't have to, or I didn't need to help Alan with his homework because he had already finished it. It means I didn't help Alan. Again, when I use didn't have to or didn't need to, it means I didn't do this. What about needn't have plus PP? If you remember, the present needn't plus infinitive. Needn't plus infinitive. And needn't plus infinitive equal don't have to, don't need to. All of them are at present. But in the past, they are different. In the previous slide, when we said didn't need to or didn't have to, it means I didn't do this item. But now when I use needn't have plus PP, this is the past form of needn't plus infinitive. What does it mean? We use needn't have plus PP to say that we did something in the past, although it was not necessary, but we already did. Linda needn't have bought any rice because we already have a lot. It means Linda already bought rice. Something already done. Again, needn't have plus PP to say that we did something in the past, although it was not necessary. Here we have much rice. And Linda bought rice yesterday. So we say Linda needn't have bought any rice. Something that we did already. Modal verbs of deduction, advice, and regret. Deduction, when I deduce something, I try to guess from the appearance. I try to guess from the incidents in front of me, from what I see and from what I hear. We use must and can't plus infinitive. Take care, we have two words mean must. When I say you must help me, this is what we discussed before. This is kind of obligation or strong advice. But when I say he must be a doctor, I think that he's a doctor. So must here is kind of deduction. And when I say you must help me, I force you to help me, I advise you, please help me. What is the negative? Mustn't. But now I speak about deduction, the negative is can't. Let's watch them in details. We can use must when we have a good reason for thinking that something is true. It must be cold. They are wearing coats. Because they are wearing coats, so I guess that it must be cold. The negative form is can't. As we said, must for deduction, the negative of it is what? Can't. So the negative form of must is can't. He can't be Adam's grandfather. He is too young. So I guess that he is not Adam's grandfather. We say he can't be Adam's grandfather. Again, must for deduction is positive. What is the negative of must? Can't. When we spoke about must and the can't plus infinitive, this is present. What about the past? We use must or can't plus have plus past participle. The past form is must have plus past participle. This is affirmative. Or can't have plus past participle. This is negative. My father must have taken the bus to work because his car is in the garage. I speak about past action. I woke up and I found that the car is in the garage. So I guess that my father must have taken the bus because the car is in the garage. This is deduction, but in the past. Positive. What is the negative? You can't have finished that book already. You only bought this or bought it this morning. So I deduce. I speak about deduction in the past and negative. So I say can't have plus PP. Again, when I say you can't have seen Adam in the party yesterday because Adam is in London. Adam is in another place. So I'm sure that you can't have seen him or you can't have met him in the party yesterday because he is in another place. Now I make deduction about the past and also negative. When I use may or might, what is the difference first between may or might? When we spoke about the modal verbs, we said that may is present and might is past. But both of them are used at present. When I say 50% I may travel tomorrow, 50%, maybe yes, maybe no. But when I'm not sure about 20% or 10%, I say I might travel tomorrow. So in the degree, might is less than may. Imagine that I need to have a picnic with you, but I have many things to do. So I say, I may come with you. I may come with you 50%. If I do not need to come with you and I have no money, I am so busy, but I will try. I will try. This is 20%, 10%. So I say, I might come with you. Again, may is present. Formally, the past is might. But I use may and might at present, but 50% is may, less than that is might. We use may or might plus not. This is the negative, so without not, this is affirmative, but it must be plus infinitive. Or may or might, also not negative, plus have plus past participle. To express what? Before we watch, again, may plus infinitive or might plus infinitive, this is present. Might have plus PP or may have plus PP, this is past. We use may or might, negative not, when we are not sure about something, but as we said, might is less in the degree than may. I may visit my friend this evening. I may stay at home. Again, I might or might not or may not visit my friend this evening. In all cases, I'm not sure to do this item. Also, the past form is may or might in the negative not plus have plus past participle. He looks sad. He may have passed the test. Surely I cannot say may have passed because he looks sad. So he looks sad. He may not have passed the test, or he might not have passed the test. So now I make deduction. Because he looks sad, I guess, I'm not sure. he may not have passed, or he might not have passed the test. Again, what is the summary? I use may or might plus infinitive to express present. I use may or might plus have plus pp to express the past. What about should and ought to? We use should and ought to plus infinitive, or should not or ought not to plus infinitive to express advice. We use should or should not, or ought to or ought not to give advice. Example, you shouldn't be or you ought not to be late for your lesson. I give you advice, don't be late. What about should have plus pp past participle, or ought to have plus past participle? Also I can use not. When I say should plus infinitive or ought to plus infinitive, this is present. But when I add have plus past participle, this is past form. We use should have or shouldn't have, ought to have or ought not to have plus past participle to express blame or regret about something that happened in the past. When I speak about present, should plus infinitive or ought to plus infinitive. When I speak about the past, should have plus past participle or ought to have plus past participle. This is past. I shouldn't have arrived, or I ought not to have arrived late. Now I speak about past. I shouldn't have been, or I ought not to have been angry with you. I blame myself. I shouldn't have been angry with you. I am so sorry for that. I am sorry. Here we have a summary about all what we have discussed now. We spoke about must for deduction. The negative is can't. May 50%, I'm not sure. Might maybe 20%, 10%, 15%. I doubt, I don't think. Could, when I say I could help you, this is present also. Could you help me please? About the word would, we can use will for present, would past, but also I can use would at present, like what we do in conditional if to. Should and ought to, this is kind of advice. And also we speak about needn't. If I go back to could and would, when I request something, I say could. When I offer something, I use would. Again, could is used with request. Would is used with offer. What about all of them? If I need to use any one of them plus infinitive, now I speak about present. He must be a doctor. He may arrive late. You should help your friends. You needn't come early. All of them plus infinitive, I express present simple. When I use any one of them plus have plus past participle, now I express past simple. For example, the man I saw yesterday must have arrived early. He can't have helped her. He could have waited more and more. You should have studied harder. He needn't have arrived early. Any one of them plus have plus pp, I use this expression to express past simple. What about if I add be plus gerund? I use it also to express present continuous. For example, Now I speak with you and you are playing, so I say you should be studying now. About our friend, he may be sleeping now. So any one of them, when I add be plus gerund, I express present continuous. But we cannot apply this rule to some of them, like the word needn't and so on. So we speak about the general case. Also about have been plus gerund. I use have been plus gerund after any one of them to express past continuous. He must have been playing hard. He might have been studying hard. You ought to have been speaking well with him, and so on. So now I have four expressions. The modal verbs plus infinitive, this is present simple, plus have plus pp, this is past simple, plus p plus gerund, this is present continuous, plus have been plus gerund, verb plus ing, this is past continuous. What about the positive and the negative for the modal verbs for necessity? Must, mustn't. You must do it. You mustn't do it. Have to, don't have to. Has to, doesn't have to. Because after don't or doesn't or didn't, we use infinitive. Had to, didn't have to. And all of them to express something that I have to do, must do. Only one of the negative expresses something forbidden. You mustn't do it. But when I say don't have to, doesn't have to, didn't have to, this is lack of necessity. It is not important to do so and so. Also, if we remember need to, if I need to make negative for the word need to, I have two kinds of negative. Don't need to or needn't but without to. You need to help me or you need to do this. You don't need to do this and that. You needn't do. So when I use needn't, I cannot use to. You needn't come. You needn't travel. But you don't need to travel. What about needs? That's okay, needs to. So doesn't need to. But also here we have needn't. Perfect. Let's have quiz about the modal verbs. Here I have some sentences. I need you to choose the correct answer. Number one, at my sports club, everyone has to, should, may, might, wear flat shoes. It's important rule. 2. You shall, could, need to, manage, get more practice if you want to pass your driving test. 3. I can, must, may, might get some bread before the shop closes. I do not have any bread. 4. I had, am able, am going, have to stay at home because I was ill. 5. You can, have to, mustn't, might not take photographs here. It's against the law. It's forbidden. I need you answer these 5 questions before we watch the model answer in the coming slide. The rest of the questions, number 6, you, had, will have, must, should, to buy a ticket before you travel on the train. 7. Linda didn't, needn't, doesn't, don't have to take her sunglasses because it was cloudy. Number 8. We have moved to a new house, so you need, don't need, have, must come round and see it. 9. John needn't, must, should, have to get the bus to the park. We will take him in our car. We will take him in our car. 10. You mustn't, need to, don't have to, should come with me if you are busy. So I give you choice. It is not necessary. Right. What about the model answer? About the model answer, number 1, at my sports club, everyone has to wear flat shoes. It's an important rule. 2. You need to get more practice if you want to pass your driving test. 3. I must get some bread before the shop closes. I don't have any bread, so I must. 4. I had to stay at home because I was ill. This is past. I was ill, so I choose had. 5. You mustn't take photographs here. It's against the law. It's forbidden. Mustn't. 6. You will have to buy a ticket before you travel on the train. This is future obligation or future necessity. 7. Linda didn't have to take her sunglasses because it was cloudy. Past also. We have moved to a new house, so you must come around and see it. This is kind of warm invitation. 9. John needn't get the bus to the park. We will take him in our car, so it is not necessary to do that. Needn't get. 10. You don't have to come with me if you are busy. It is not important, so we have lack of necessity. You don't have to.